Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, August 20th, 2024, and this is the Salinas City Council meeting. This meeting is available in Spanish for members of the public in attendance and on Zoom. Translation devices can be obtained in the foyer. City Clerk?
Buenas tardes. Esta reunión está disponible para los miembros, en español para los miembros del público y en Zoom. Las unidades de traducción se pueden obtener en la entrada de la rotonda.
Excellent. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Gonzalez, would you lead us? Thank you. Roll call.
Councilmember Barrera.
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Present.
Councilmember Osornio.
Here.
Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Present.
Mayor Craig.
Here.
Thank you.
I just want to make an announcement that the item 24-478, rent stabilization and tenant protection, will begin at 7 p.m. tonight. And that's a start time. So for those of you that want to learn all about local government, you can be here from 4 to 7 to learn about all the other things that we do here in the city. But if you're here specifically for the rent stabilization discussion, that will begin at 7 p.m. tonight. With that, I will go on to public comment. If you wish to make a general public comment or comment on a specific agenda item, you're encouraged to attend the City Council meeting in person or attend the Zoom webinar and use the raise hand icon. Emailed public comments received have been distributed to the Council, the Mayor, the City Clerk, and will be entered into the permanent record. Public comments generally are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. I may further limit the time for public comments depending on the agenda schedule. We're now open for public comment on items that are not on today's agenda and that are in the City of Salinas' subject matter jurisdiction. Comments on agenda items should be held until those items are reached on the agenda. With that, we'll go ahead and open public comment. And I think we do have a large meeting today. We will keep public comment at 2 minutes. So, welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, City Council members. I'm here to offer a prayer, the Lord's Prayer. I would ask everyone to please join me if they know the prayer, and join and bow your head. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. On that note, I'd also like to invite all of you to Walk for Jesus. I know I invited you last week, but this is a reminder. And I'm also going to leave some pamphlets here. I'd like to invite everyone in the room, but also everybody out in Zoom land that's listening to my voice. There will be pamphlets out in the vestibule, and you can find out more information about it. It is August 31st, Natividad Creek Park. At noon, we will be walking down Constitution Boulevard to Laurel Drive and back. We will have worship and praise, and you are all invited. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Gabby Davila, and I'm an educator in Salinas. On Friday, August 16th, I responded to my Ring camera with a man entering my backyard. I called the police. The first time, they said that they would be right there. I waited, then I called again at 3:05. I asked for an ETA. They said, we don't have an ETA, we're not coming. And I said, what do you mean you're not coming? And they said, we have other things going on in the city. So at that point, I got a bat from one of my neighbor's house, and I went to the backyard where I heard the noise. It was my other neighbor. I opened it, found the man, had him at bat point. I proceeded to call the cops again at 3:19. They showed up at 3:21 with 5 police officers. They proceeded to thank me and my bravery, offered me a job multiple times on the spot. I'm an educator. I am one piece of what is supposed to be this collective effort in fostering a safe community. Now, I understand that we are short-staffed with cops, but I do not feel safe in my city right now. I feel like if there's another incident like this, I have to take matters in my own hands. I'm fortunate that this offender was nonviolent. However, what is the solution here? If we're short-staffed, what are we doing to inform our community? How can we keep everyone safe? If you'd like to speak to me, come find me at Washington Middle School. Also, I do want to make point that the time that this occurred, it was when all the students are getting out of school. I live in a 1.1-mile radius of 2 elementary schools, 3 high schools, and my own middle school. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. I would like our city to do 3 things to preserve the quality of life in our neighborhoods, to prevent them from deteriorating into slums, salvage yards, used car lots, or industrial zones. First, provide code enforcement in all neighborhoods, not by request, but on purpose, routinely. Take a district, say District 5, schedule a day or 2 periodically and divide up the district into sections to your parking company and the city's enforcement division. Send out marked cars and spend all day driving up and down the streets documenting obvious violations. In my neighborhood, blight, big rig cabs, tow trucks, travel trailers, inoperable or unregistered vehicles stored on streets, across sidewalks, in driveways, on lawns. Do this at least once a month. Each year, each district will have proactive enforcement at least twice. Second, consider investing in AI, like Stockton, to assist in enforcement. There is a cost, yes, but maybe it can pay for itself. And third, the city apparently has technology that allows it to monitor whether a reported vehicle has moved. Use that technology proactively, without waiting for requests for service, to notify owners of improperly stored vehicles. The problem with the city's complaint-driven model is in some areas, some violations are never addressed. Never. Neglect, the unenforced code, sends the message that anything is allowed, encouraging others to flaunt the rules, snowballing our way to slumified neighborhoods. Is this what we want for Salinas? I think we can do better.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, David Masonev, District 3. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. So I just wanted to point out a mistake that I saw in one of the presentations about rent control. Are you speaking about rent control,
Not
Mike?
rent control just yet. So
Okay.
you could hold your comments on rent control.
Oh, you're
Rent
gonna do it
Rent
tonight.
stabilization is at 7.
Okay, I'll wait.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
My name is McGregor Eddy. I live in Salinas. Tony Barrera is my supervisor. Anyway, I am concerned about the lack of investigation of how the proposed Naval Innovation Center that's proposed to be built in Monterey will affect Salinas housing and traffic. This facility will bring in 1,900 new families, officer level, and they will have military-supported salaries, which will match whatever the local market will bear. 1,900 families. They say in their environmental report that it will not impact Salinas. They said there's no environmental justice issue. There is no, was not assessed in the environmental assessment that the Navy did for the Naval Innovation Center. The person who was included in these discussions was the mayor, Ms. Craig, and the city manager. Otherwise, the people involved were all Monterey, because it's being built in Monterey. It's as if building this facility will only affect Monterey. It will affect the traffic. It will affect the housing. It will make that many units less available to everybody, which will impact Salinas. We know that the military families live in Salinas. It will impact the market, and these renters get first choice because the landlords know the military is paying their rent whatever the market is, even if it's too high, and they know these families will never put 2 families in one apartment, which people have to do because they can't pay the rent. It's more taking people into your house, having a lot of population in your homes is better than having a homeless population, but neither of them are ideal. Our rents are too high for our working people, and Salinas was not included in the environmental assessment of this new military building that's being built. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Marisa Hernandez with the Office of Senator Ana Caballero. And today I would like to share that we completed our Young Legislators program this summer, where we had 57 students joining throughout Senate District 14, and we had 14 participants from Salinas. This program has been designed for high school students in our district to learn about government at the local, state, federal level, where they also have an opportunity to learn about the electoral process, learn about important topics such as civic engagement and mental health, perform a mock hearing, and also have a visit to the state capitol. So this year we continue to hold our program virtually with 4 sessions, followed by a trip in Sacramento in July. And we had different great speakers with different backgrounds, such as School Board Trustee Nabil Kerfan, Mayor Maria Pacheco, Madera County Board of Supervisor Leticia Gonzalez, U.S. Senator Butler, Heather Jans with Jans Family Therapy, the Monterey County Office of Elections, the Gonzalez Youth Council, and the Dolores Huerta Foundation. And during this during the Capitol trip, students had the opportunity to visit the state capitol, meet Senator Caballero, perform their mock hearing in a committee room where legislators debate legislation. And so students were assigned during this mock hearing to different roles, and they debated Senator Caballero's Senate bill SB 785, the Consumer Protection Ticket Sales, and Assembly Bill 1955 by Assemblymember Ward, the Support Academic Futures and Educators for Today Youth Act. And lastly, I did have some students who were supposed to join and share their experience, but I know sometimes it's challenging now that students are back in school with transportation. So just wanted to give you an update, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to comment on items not on today's agenda? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, go over to Zoom. Any members of the public wish to comment on items not on today's agenda? And we have one raised hand. Robin, you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. I'd like to comment about the story that Andrea shared regarding the 5150. And I find it to be very troubling. And I'd ask this council to seek an outside and independent party for an extensive investigation, and for that investigation to be conducted with empathy for all involved. I think it's salient to state that I don't know Andrea or her family, nor am I aware of the names of any of the first responders who may have participated in that. But I think it's paramount that we find out why this happened, because it's very clear that there was an extensive breakdown in communications. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other hands raised on Zoom, we'll go ahead and close. We'll come back to council. It appears that we don't have our ICMA Turner Scholars Youth Summer Interns out of school yet. So with the council's nod, I'm going to go on to our first item for consideration, and then we'll go ahead and come back when they're out of school. Thanks for making it a full day in high school there. We'll go on to 24-462, the 2024 Fireworks Enforcement After Action Report, and we will receive the report from Division Chief and Fire Marshal Chris Knapp. Hi, welcome. I'm well. Let's get your microphone on, though.
I'm new
There
to
we
this,
go.
so am I good? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, Mr. City Attorney, and to the council, thank you for having me. Chris Knapp with Salinas Fire Department. Tonight we're going to be going over our 2024 4th of July Fireworks After Action Report. And there we go. As we have done in previous years, we begin our media campaign, both social media, news, interviews, all that type of stuff, starting June 1st all the way through July 12th to try to get an increased involvement from our residents and our citizens, along with informing them of illegal fireworks, what is safe and sane, what is illegal, and really try to get the message out as best as we can. We have as in past years, put up signs throughout the city. Our signs are now starting to get to that point of needing to be replaced and revamped, so that will be part of what the fireworks subcommittee is going to be tackling come January-ish. And then we utilized Facebook, Instagram, Salinas Fire Department social media, city social media, radio advertisement, KSBW, KION, interviews with both myself and the fire chief, speaking with the local media companies, and then our warning letters to previous offenders or possible offenders, where we send out notices in the mail reminding them of illegal firework activity and possible repercussions if you are caught using illegal fireworks. In looking and comparing June 21st through July 12th of 2023 and 2024, they're relatively the same, other than Safe and Sane 7% reach gross that we bring in to help combat illegal fireworks. So our revenues went up from 2023 in terms of the application booth fees. We did see a drastic drop from 2023 to 2024. There could be a couple reasons for that, and that is the amount of money that our people went and spent on Safe and Sane fireworks versus the previous year. And then in terms of, when we're looking at illegal firework administrative citations collected, so the 2023 number is actually 2022, and the 2024 number is from 2023. We're still processing the numbers that we're bringing in for July of this year and forward. But you can see the differences there, and total percent changes on the far right. Phantom and TNT are our two partners that we work with to provide Safe and Sane sales to all of our nonprofits and fundraising groups. So we had a total of 6 groups that were chosen to represent Phantom, bringing in a total surcharge of $17,000 to the fire department enforcement fund, fireworks enforcement fund, excuse me. And then looking to the next slide, we have our total between the two groups of 18 groups that are allowed, and a total of $34,000 brought in through the sale through TNT. Milton, I see you out in the audience today. Thank you for joining us and your support with this and public education and giving an avenue for our nonprofits to raise some money for their groups. In terms of overall statistics from June 1st of 24 through July 4th, a comparison of 3 years, very similar numbers other than the miscellaneous type fires, which can be caused by a wide variety of things. Those include dumpster fires, trash fires, all types of small fires on the side of the road. But our structure fires and our vegetation fires remain consistent with previous years. We received a lot of Q Alert Salinas Connect reports. Last year for 23, we were looking in the area of about 500. This year we had about 853 reports. So on a positive note, our citizens and our people are staying engaged and keeping us abreast of possible firework activity out in the community, which we are then utilizing. If they provide adequate data, pictures, videos, we can cite somebody or at least send some sort of warning notice to that address to say, hey, we are aware of possibly what is going on. This is the possible repercussions if you are caught using illegal fireworks. It's very tough to visually see and understand that illegal firework activity decreased, but if we're looking at comparing past offenders and are they continuously each year receiving citations for illegal fireworks, we are not seeing those repeat offenders happening. Some possible reasons for that was having 4th of July on a Thursday and people having to work on Friday, increased cost of fireworks and fuel materials, the public outreach that we are trying to do to inform our people of what is considered safe and sane, what is illegal, and what are the repercussions if you are caught using illegal fireworks. And then there was a very, very large celebration at the sports complex to try to bring people together and celebrate the 4th of July and provide a show versus making your own show. I think what personally, and you as representatives should be really proud of, is 37 city staff stepped up on a holiday to work. There were 20 total from the fire department, 2 from our administration division, 6 from prevention, 6 of our drone pilots, and even 7 academy recruits who had the day off, reported that night, and then reported to the drill tower at 7:15, 6:30 in the morning to be ready to train the very next day. Salinas Police, thank you, Chief Murray. Your VST staff provided 6 officers, 1 commander, 1 sergeant, and 6 undercover officers to help us patrol and enforce and collect data and evidence to write citations. And then to the 9 other city staff, 5 from community development, 1 from the city clerk's office, 1 from the city manager's office, and 1 from information technology, all assisted in patrolling, documenting, which resulted in creation of citations and sending citations out to curb illegal fireworks use. Previous years, that number it fluctuates, and it's difficult to ask people to work on a holiday. Fire department and police department are kind of used to that. It's kind of in our job description and what we are just ready to do, but very appreciative of the other city staff and especially our administrative staff who have stepped up and helped with this. I should have played this video while we were going, but the mayor and I were cruising around throughout the night trying to support our forces and stumbled upon this one. And so this is a process where we would see somebody usually shooting something out in the street. We'd approach them. This person continued to light additional fireworks. We then would approach, document the address, correlate that with Google Maps, and then send out a citation for 2 lights, which would be $3,000. So with all those people, requires a lot of equipment to support this. So we had a total of 4 marked vehicles because we wanted to have a presence in the community to show that we are actively participating and working to fix this problem. So we had 4 marked vehicles, 8 unmarked vehicles between PD and rental cars that we rent for the night. We had a central dispatch location, so there was an active person monitoring the Q alerts that were coming in and also manning the fireworks hotline so that people felt that they were heard when they called that number, that it wasn't just a voicemail that they were leaving, but actually a physical person that would help then dispatch people out through different text chats and radio groups that we had to push our enforcement officers in the right direction to try to document this illegal activity. And then, as always, through Salinas Connect and the firework hotline, our citizens are able to report illegal activity like this. And like you saw from the previous slide, we had a much greater involvement from our citizens. I'm going to start the video, and you can listen to me as we talk, but this is one of our drone operators. We purchased a new drone for this enforcement with new software. It has the ability to identify an area, get into a position and put a crosshair on the address, and then pull an address, the specific address that the firework is being launched from, and then set that to a waypoint, which we can then tie that video to, so it is very clear of who and where is doing this, versus in the past we had to do a lot of data crunching and Latin long location conversions to figure out exactly where this address is, so we are issuing an accurate citation. This is what might look like some kindergarten scratch, but it actually means something. This is the flight plan for our different drone teams that were flying throughout the city, and you can see with those X's, they are marking citations that were then turned into, addresses that were turned into citations for a certain number of fuses. So the technology is there. It is very helpful. It makes it very clear and easy to use. There is still processing that happens, but it helped us out greatly to provide accurate data versus just a lot of data. I'd rather have quality, not quantity. An example of what one of our citations would look like, as it's been in the past, $1,250 for illegal fireworks usage, and then $250 for a noise violation. The largest one that we cited this year was for $22,500 for a total amount of citations issued at $405,000. Now we look at the cost of this, and I said we had a lot of people, which requires a lot of salaries and overtime, along with a lot of equipment to support that. So our city staff overtime went up $6,000. We purchased a new drone using our fireworks enforcement fund money, which totaled just under $15,000. We purchased new video cameras to collect good data that worked at night that you could zoom in with. So we purchased a new video equipment. Our outside services was utilizing KSBW, KON, our news outlets, our social media to try to get the word out as best as we can. Our vehicle rental went up just a little bit. We did not have to print any signs this year, but next year we will be printing new signs. So a total difference of expenditures between 2023, 2024 of just over $23,000. That money is brought in through that 7% surcharge, and the money that is pulled in from citations helps pay for this. That is what that money is for. So recommendations, this was my first year on the prevention side and learned a lot, but it's very difficult for people on the streets to collect good, accurate data. It's a game of cat and mouse along with a lot of luck, and if you stumble upon somebody doing it in the street, being able to get good video evidence to tie it to an address. The drones were a huge help. As you can see from that video, it's very easy to put it in an area and then zero in on a target using technology, pull an address, and write a clear-cut citation. So the addition of drone pilots and more unmanned aerial vehicles or drones will definitely help. Still need to have city staff assist with this, and that's not just from enforcement or having a presence, but the processing of the data, the creation of the citations, mailing it out, dealing with all of people that come into the front counter to ask questions about the citation they received, how they appeal it, all that type of stuff. We still need city staff engagement. Regional resources, so possibly utilizing the county drone team, possibly using Salinas PD's drone team, and sharing between different interagency resources. Increase our presence in social media to get the word out and not just inform people that fireworks are illegal, but that they're dangerous, what could possibly happen from it. Continue to engage our neighborhood groups in the observe and report roles and really trying to get good, accurate information from them. We receive a lot of text descriptions, but it's other than a warning to an address, it's tough to go any further than that. So if we were to get good video showing somebody or their neighbor doing it and then tying that back to an address really helps us a lot. Been working with the city attorney to consider a reward program. Seaside as mentioned a reward program. It involves the person turning the person in or creating the report to be a part of that. And you know, that's a very, very tough area to be in terms of turning your neighbor in and then being involved in that process. But it is something that myself and the city attorney's office will be looking at. And then continuing to work with our community groups to establish community-based organized fireworks display to discourage at-home and use of illegal fireworks, continuing to get that message out that they're dangerous and that they're illegal, and the repercussions that if you're caught using it, what it would be. It's tough to change this social norm or this social culture, and I understand that it's frustrating, and it takes time, and that's not the answer that you want to hear. But with our current actions, yes, we are making changes every single year. It will take a little time. We will change the social norm and the culture in Salinas regarding illegal fireworks. But it's going to be an ongoing process. And we will continue through the fireworks subcommittee and the fire department and the Salinas Police Department to come up with new ideas, but it will take time and it will take people. We're going to build on these successes. We're going to learn from what we've done in the past, fine tune. We'll remain engaged with our people to figure out the best way to do this and spread the word and spread the message and change that culture and to ultimately improve the quality of life for our people. Appreciate your time. It is going to be a busy night tonight, so I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I will go to council members for questions. We are receiving the report and taking action on it. So I'll start to my left. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes, thank you so much for that report. Just the first question, because I know that I have received some messages from some of the residents that felt that the process was a little unfair to them when one of their neighbors submitted a report against them. So just to reassure everybody, right, that that's not a perfect process, that there is an appeal process, correct?
Yes, there is an appeal process through the municipal code, and it's clearly stated on the citation and the information pack that you get. You have 30 days to come in, and you can appeal the citation. There is a screening that I do, and then we are in the final steps with the Monterey College of Law to have a third-party appeals person look at it to say whether it's yes or no, or possibly reduce it. But yes, there is an appeals process, and there is a pre-screening process that goes into it before it goes out for that third-party appeal.
Perfect. And I asked that just because I know I saw a lot of fireworks that night, so I just wanted to reassure folks that we are trying to be as fair as possible. In terms of messaging, have we ever done an analysis of what types of messaging we feel work better than others?
So to prep for this, I watched previous city council after action reviews, and Mr. Rocha brought up a public relations firm last year. Chief Klemick provided some comment last year about that a study previously has been done to help pick the type of messaging and all that type of stuff. In the last couple years, no, we haven't really changed that yet, but we are always open to new ideas, and I think through the fireworks committee, subcommittee, excuse me, we can address things like that or concerns like that and fine-tune the process and keep it updated and current.
Perfect. No other questions.
Councilmember Rocha, questions?
I'll reserve for comment. Thank
Okay.
you.
Councilmember Sandoval, questions?
So the recommendations that you made, how do we get those implemented? Is that going to be a decision made by the fireworks subcommittee, or is the council going to discuss that for direction tonight?
Well, if we're talking equipment, it's about budgeting, looking at how much money we have in the fireworks fund, and purchasing appropriately. I wasn't limited in terms of how many people we could recruit because we had adequate funds to do that. So I think the big question is how much money do we have to work with based on citations that are brought in, along with the 7% tax that we have on fireworks sales. That really gives us that budget for how we can implement media campaigns, new equipment, additional personnel, all those type of things. So it's definitely a very money-based, in my opinion, from looking at that. It's a very financial. It's based on our financials from what we can spend.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember Gonzalez, questions?
Reserve for comment. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Barrera, questions?
Great report. You know, I do have a couple of questions. There's no doubt, every year that we go through the community, a lot of people have education. You know, we're always stressing on education. I noticed under your recommendation, unless I missed it, is you're not recommending a little bit more higher citation? Is the citation that you provide now, you think it's working?
$1,500 is a big chunk of money out of anybody's pocket.
Yes.
I've initially reviewed some citations, and people are fessing up to it, and they're saying, I work piecemeal, and this is a lot of money coming out of my pocket. That is a difficult question to answer right now. That is something that I would like to look at with the fireworks subcommittee. But an initial reaction would be, no, I think we should keep it at $1,500 total.
Thank you. So it is working. Just out of curiosity, because we've been at this for a few years now, do we have any habitual lawbreakers that or certain neighborhoods that we've identified that continue this illegal fireworks?
There's definitely neighborhoods that are very consistent from year to year. In terms of looking from previous years and if a citation was issued and did that person get issued another citation. We didn't see that trend. It's very difficult when we have large neighborhoods in keeping consistent with keeping the people that are going out and patrolling, especially our non-sworn people, safe, right? Not making contact or putting themselves in bad situations can be difficult, and it's tough to tie specific addresses to large group activity. That's what I'm hoping we could come up with a better way and utilize drones where we can monitor from afar and try to tie back to an address. But to answer your question, yes, there are consistent areas, but no, we have not seen consistent repetitive offenders.
Well, a big thank you to the Encompass Church for the firework event that they put on for the people of Salinas. Do you feel to some degree this event was very helpful in deterring maybe some of the illegal fireworks? Or do we know, or any idea?
It's very tough to say. It would be just personal opinion, so I'd rather not answer that, but you know, it's nice to see events going on for our people to celebrate.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Osornio, questions?
No questions, Madam Mayor.
All right. I just have a question in terms of personnel, right? So you have 37 folks working on fireworks suppression. What happens when you have the 13 structure fires, the 61 vegetation fires? How is that manned?
So there's a difference between the fireworks enforcement officers that I'm detailed with in controlling and managing for the night, and then we've got on the suppression side our 6 engines, 2 trucks. We backstaffed another chief officer to pretty much split the city into 2 battalions, and then we upstaffed Engine 305. So we had a total of 7 engines, 2 trucks, 2 chief officers that were protecting the city that night. It doesn't say that myself, being a chief officer, wasn't detailed out to one of those incidents to assist, but 2 completely different forces that are doing 2 completely different functions.
Got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. My only question there, I'll reserve the remainder for comment. We'll go out to the public. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Hi, welcome. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Felipe Vasquez. I want to speak regarding your firework citation policy. I don't have anything against it, but I'm just here to comment on a situation that I directly witnessed in my neighborhood in District 5. One year, there was some people that live 3 or 4 houses up the street from where I live, and they are tenants. They rent the place. They were walking across the street diagonally and lighting fireworks in front of our neighbor's home, who are the homeowners. Now, you indicate that your drones identify property addresses. Do you identify the individuals that actually light these fireworks?
So I'm just going to ask that
Oh,
you,
sorry,
yeah,
right.
that's
I'm sorry,
okay.
sorry.
You address the
So,
council.
It's my first time making public comment. So individuals aren't being identified. He did indicate in one video that some of these people were dispersing. What if they were not dispersing? What if they were walking back to the other property where they really live? So my question is, what is the legality of these citations? That's almost, to use an analogy, that's almost like issuing a moving violation without identifying the driver. Just something to think about.
Thank you. We'll try to answer that question when we come back to council for final comments. Any other members of the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll go over to Zoom. Any member of the public wish to comment on fireworks on Zoom?
Excuse me.
Hi. Okay, hold on one moment with Zoom. We have one more public commenter. Hi, welcome.
Hi, mi nombre es Adriana, solo hablo español.
Un momento para traducción.
Okay.
Gracias. Okay.
En mi caso, había un grupo de niños afuera de mi casa. Tengo un niño menor que tiene 15 años. Desgraciadamente y desafortunadamente andaba entre el grupo y tuve una multa de $12,000 a mi casa. Cuando llegó la persona que es el jefe de bomberos me llegó la multa, yo fui a averiguar qué fue lo que pasó. Cuando él llegó a mi casa ya no había ningún ruido. Tenía como unos 20 minutos que ya no se escuchaba ningún fuego artificial. Cuando él dijo que él había estado en la esquina mirando que los niños estaban tronando cohetes. Entonces yo fui a la ciudad a que me enseñaran pruebas sobre el niño que vivía en mi casa, que es mi hijo, fuera del otro grupo que estaba. No hay pruebas que el niño tiró cohetes, pero yo les firmé para pagar los $12,000 para cuidar mi vivienda, porque soy inquilina. Entonces yo quería ver cómo se puede arreglar esta situación. Entre el grupo estaba un niño que era mío, pero yo no le compré cohetes, él no tiene dinero, no trabaja, pero desgraciadamente en veces hay compañeritos o malas influencias y ahí estaba el mío.
Good afternoon. My name is Adriana, and in my case, there was a group of children that were near my house. I have a minor child. He is 15 years old, and he was with a group of kids that were lighting up firecrackers. The thing is that I got a citation. I got a fine for $12,000 in my house because they were lighting firecrackers in the corner. But the thing is that when the police arrived, it had been quiet for like 20 minutes. There was no noise anymore. They were not playing with firecrackers anymore. But I went to the city and I asked if they have any proof that it was my child that was the one that was lighting up the firecrackers, and they didn't have any proof at all. I'm a renter, so I signed to get the $12,000 fine because I want to keep the house I'm living in. But to be honest, my child was only there. He wasn't the one that was, lighting the firecrackers. I didn't buy any firecrackers. He doesn't have money. He doesn't work, so he has no way of getting those firecrackers. But still, I was the one that was fined with $12,000.
Thank you.
Y no tienen el nombre del niño en el reporte. Hay el nombre
Thank
de
you.
otro niño.
We are done with public comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will go over to Zoom. Robin, thank you for your patience. We do have one member of the public for this item. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. So I live in District 3, and it was positively terrible. And we had a neighbor just lighting off all kinds of illegal fireworks for several hours. I know that some of us did text, some of us did call the hotline, and I've actually recently spoken with the watch commander about that issue. It is very unsettling for the elderly and for pets, as we all know. The problem that we have is a shortage of police officers. And I feel like this council continues to neglect that. And you berate some of us in the public when we bring this forward, but you have not sufficiently disclosed the dollar amounts. And let's be clear that the hiring bonus that is happening, that's coming from salary savings. That is something that Chief Murray has done to try to attract new officers. And yes, this is a nationwide issue for police officers leaving or not wanting to continue to be police officers. But we are not doing enough to retain the good officers that we have. And to ask us to patrol our neighbors places us in peril, because what happens after the fact? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment, come back to council members for final comment and action. Councilmember Valenzuela.
No, just once again, thank you so much for that report. I am on the fireworks subcommittee, so I'll definitely be bringing a lot of my experience in marketing to this. Basically trying to figure out a way of educating the community about the dangers of illegal fireworks. So thank you once again, and I'll make a motion to adopt this report.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Valenzuela, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. We'll go on to council members for final comment. Councilmember Rocha.
I want to thank you for all of your hard work. As you mentioned, this is a culture shift and it takes time, but you all have been consistent in your efforts, and I've had the opportunity to join you and some of these ride-alongs. I did the year before last, and I was there with you all this for your briefing this time around, and I could see the commitment that you all have to addressing this issue, and I certainly support the items outlined in the recommendations of how to proceed. But thank you for all of your work. There was some pretty significant emergencies that happened, one of them being in my district, and so I appreciate the attention you're placing on this, and please know I support your efforts. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Well, thank you for your leadership on this, and thank you to all our staff who participated. That is a big cross-section of different departments in our staff, so I appreciate their time, especially on a holiday. And I also support the recommendations in your report. Is there a way, well, this is a question/comment. I'd love for the fireworks subcommittee to maybe be a public meeting so people can also bring their ideas and collaborate with the council as well. And maybe they can bring some creative solutions as well, and then they'll have more buy-in.
Okay.
Councilmember Gonzalez, final comments.
Thank you for the presentation. This also is of personal interest to me. I sit on the committee with Councilmember Valenzuela and Mayor Craig. So very happy that we are being proactive about this. You know, and I know you're well aware, it feels sometimes like we're chipping at a block of ice with an ice pick, but there has been progress, and it's important to acknowledge that. I'm very aware of the understanding that our citation process, our appeal process, it is imperfect, but I also think that we're making progress there. So I appreciate the fact that we are having, in addition to your team, the third-party collaboration. Very much in support of having more drones out and about, given our shortage on staff, and very much in appreciation of our department collaboration. I think that the drones are just supplemental coverage and are a big help to us. And then also just wanted to add, if when it comes to outreach, I don't know how much collaboration or communication there are with our school sites, but I'll tell you that there was a fire inspector in my classroom today at Alsa High, so I know that there is some communication. I am led to believe that a lot of these fireworks are to entertain youth and our kids, so I wonder if there would be an opportunity for a targeted, outreach or collaboration effort with our school sites. So something to consider. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrera, final comments.
Thank you, Mayor. City Clerk, I'm going to ask you, as I'm giving my comments, if you could put slide 8 up there, please. There's no doubt good work is being done. I want to thank you for your service. First of all, you as one of our public servants, I think you're a good community person. You treat people well. You welcome people to the fire department. And by you being involved in these issues, I think we're doing a good job. I want to thank all these individuals. The fireworks subcommittee plays a great role, and we just heard, I know our mayor has consistently been involved on ride-alongs, trying to go out there and see firsthand. And then I just heard Councilmember Rocha as well being there at a ride-along. So that's always helpful. As we work together, instead of putting fingers on different things, we just heard from two good community people, this gentleman over here to my left, and the mom with her 15-year-old son. As Councilmember Sandoval suggested, it's individuals like this that can be part of our committees, of our discussions, community discussions. Because we do have lawbreakers, we really do. We just got to make sure we get those lawbreakers, because it's really bad. I'm very concerned about our veterans, people that serve this country. I'm concerned about our animals. Imagine being a senior citizen and your little dog is scared. And a lot of us either are not aware of that or we don't care. But we do have a problem. But I want to thank everybody. And Milton, TNT, great community representative. He's been with us for several years here in Salinas. I want to say thank you to him as well. And Mr. City Manager, I think is your first meeting for the fireworks here. I think we're going in a good direction. I think we have a great team. I want to thank both chiefs in a collaborative effort. But we do have a serious problem. I think with these drones, I think it's going to get better. I understand there was a gentleman that lost a hand from illegal fireworks. That's serious. So, but again, thank you for all your work.
Councilmember Sornio, final comments.
No comments. I mean, it's a really tough, to enforce. I mean, I've even driven around the neighborhood as well. I mean, it's just by the time those things go up, if you start trying to track where they're coming from, sometimes it's you get there and you don't know exactly where to go. And I can only imagine how many drones we can operate. But I'm nonetheless very thankful of the job because you can tell that every single year. I mean, the fireworks used to start. I've always born and raised in the East Side, right? But I mean, you've always been able. They were like in January, February, March, and now they're starting a lot later. And that's probably because of the work that you guys are doing, sending those citations in the mail, because I think it's $1,500 per, firework or So just great work, continuing to do the work. I'll continue to be supportive. Thank you.
Final comments on my end. First and foremost, thanks for dragging around the mayor all night. I appreciate that. I think you got voluntold you were doing that, so I very much appreciate it, Chief Knapp. Also, just a thank you to Salinas Police Department. For years, we have talked about enforcement and education, and we've had some chiefs on both sides that have been more engaged than others, and we have bigger fish to fry on that night than fireworks. Appreciate Acting Chief Murray just for sending violence suppression unit out there in plain clothes, and certainly working collaboratively with the fire department. Together, we can work stronger and better for our community. And so, again, I know I saw Jessica in an undercover car at one point. I know Alexis, our assistant city clerk, was out there. It was a really big group effort, and I think we are actually starting to address the problem. So thank you. I will just make the announcement. I make it every year. I think it's worthy of the public to know that as we struggle with illegal fireworks, the major manufacturer of illegal fireworks is TNT and Phantom, who are also the manufacturers of Safe and Sane and are the ones that are putting together our nonprofit booths. If we really want meaningful action, we need to engage TNT and Phantom in the fact that they are the ones that are creating the big problem in our community with the products they are selling over state lines. Just my 2 cents. I'll preach it every year for the rest of time when it comes to fireworks. With that, I will call for the vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you for having me tonight.
All right, I think we have the fabulous four in the house. Let's go on to our presentation, ICMA Turner Scholars Youth Summer Internship Program. And I have Sophia Rome, our communications manager, here to give the introduction. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. And first off, thank you for the accommodation to allow our youth to get here safely after school. So the Turner Scholar Internship Program really was a great opportunity for us in partnership with ICMA because it allowed us to see what an ongoing internship program might look like and the benefit to the city, our community, but more importantly to our youth, and the opportunities that it would provide. So the city of Salinas was the only city in the West Coast region for ICMA to be selected to participate in this program, so that's a huge deal. And we actually had the largest group of participants. Most of the other cities only had one participant. A couple, I think, had two, and we had four. We just couldn't narrow it down. We had so many great applicants. So the goals of the Turner Intern Program are to raise awareness for local government, mentorship and networking, and of course, future success of our young future leaders that are interested in local government. For the strategic goals for the city of Salinas, this really was a unique way, a unique opportunity that we could provide to our youth to volunteer with the city while gaining practical experience. Also, it works towards strengthening our relationships with the school districts, and you're going to hear a little bit more about a recommendation regarding a youth council. And looking towards the future and how this relates to effective and culturally responsive government can expand the city's capacity, but it also plants the seed for hiring locally. So the hope is that not only our youth interns will be encouraged to come back and see the city of Salinas as a future opportunity, but also their peers that they're sharing their experience with. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the youth so they can introduce themselves and tell you about their experience.
Hello, my name is Daisy Guerrero, and I'm a senior at Everett Alvarez High School. I'd just like to say how fun this experience was. It was an honor to be chosen for this internship. I got to learn a lot about my local government, its functions and departments, and I really liked it all. I also got to make some friends while I was at it who shared the same interests as me, and yeah, just learned a lot of new things.
Hello, everyone. My name is Natalie Vasquez. I am a senior at Rancho San Juan High School, and this experience has helped me understand and get close to my community, and that has helped me further my resolve in becoming a human rights attorney in my future.
So hello, good afternoon. My name is Juan Camacho, and I am a senior at Everett Alvarez High School. This internship has really helped me get a deep dive on what local government is and has made me really want to apply for a public policy degree in this upcoming application cycle.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatima Castañeda, and I am a senior at LaSalle High School. And this internship really helped me understand what local government is and how I could get better involved with my community. We worked on creating recommendations for the city manager for a youth council, and we learned that the city previously did have a youth commission, but the city council identified reestablishment of a youth commission as a priority under the city's strategic plan.
So in our research, we reached out to neighboring cities that had youth councils, as well as former Salinas Youth Council members. Additionally, we're making recommendations for a youth council, which differs from a youth commission. The main difference being that a youth council focuses on multiple issues, while a commission focuses on only addressing one.
So like Juan said, after conducting some research, we came up with a few recommendations, final recommendations. So some of which, regarding youth council seats, we'd like at least one representative from each high school to have a broader perspective and some more opinions. For youth council support roles, we'd like at least one youth clerk, one youth communications officer, and then one youth DEI officer. And then we'd like some city staff support from the administration department. They'd be overlooking our progress and projects. So as a part of this internship, we all each got assigned our own projects. Mine was Salinas Now, a podcast for Salinas. Podcasting is a new way of getting information out there. It's really convenient, fast. You could listen to it pretty much anywhere. So we did a couple outreach events. We went to the Northridge Mall, and we did some surveys. We put some out there for some topics and episode ideas. And we actually filmed our first episode with Mr. Jose Ariola, and I'd say it was a really big success. So yeah, I look forward to continuing that. We're trying to make it sustainable for once I leave for college, we could keep it going. And yeah, it was really fun.
So for my project, I worked on the city's urban greening master plan outreach strategy. And so to accomplish this, I worked really closely with the city's stormwater department. And through this, I met multiple times with them to help develop an outreach strategy on how to better promote their plan around the Cluster Park area. Okay. So we also conducted outreach events, including one at Northridge Mall and one door knocking around the Cluster Park area. And finally, I made final recommendations, which have now been delivered.
Natalie and I worked on creating recommendations for Youth Police Academy. That was our project. And for this reason, we met with the police department and outreach team, And we had the opportunity to engage with hundreds of community members at the Northridge Mall event and also through a survey.
As we had finished our project, we made some recommendations to the police department. Some of them had been that it should be a week-long program, and the other being that through our survey, we found that youth tend to like and enjoy more hands-on activities when learning about the police department. As part of our ICMA internship, we were tasked with creating a public service announcement, and we were able to work with other youth from across the countries and team up to create them. Our goal was to get youth more involved in their local governments. So Juan and I had been on a team, and our slogan for our social media campaign had been "Your Voice, Your Government." And Daisy and Fatima's slogan for their social media campaign had been "Get involved and stay involved." Now, we'd like to thank the City of Salinas and ICMA for having this opportunity for us, and to Sophia Rome for being our mentor and guide throughout the weeks. And now we'd like to be open to any questions.
Thank you. All right, this is a presentation, so we'll just take council member comments, and we'll start with council member Valenzuela.
I mean, amazing job. I remember when I was a high school youth, I was not as outgoing as y'all, so it is amazing how involved you are with the city. I always say that I find it a little bit of a shame that I didn't even know what a city manager was until like way later in college, so the fact that high school youth are being disengaged is great, so good job.
Councilmember Rocha, comments?
Congratulations on all of your work and an amazing presentation. I have one question. I'm not sure who exactly would answer it, but the Salinas Union High School District now has a student trustee. As you look at creating the youth council, have you had any consideration about how you might collaborate with the student trustee from the Salinas Union High School District?
Well, at the time we had, right, this is something that we're learning about right now, but we would absolutely like to have them more involved, maybe just having them as a part of the council, maybe not as a big of a role, but like a clerk or communications officer type of role as well.
Well, I think that what you presented is a fabulous idea. I support the recommendation you all presented to this council, and thank you all for all the work that you did and for making Salinas proud. Wherever you go, you're going to make us proud, so thank you for your commitment to public service.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval, comments?
Yeah, I also support the recommendations. I was part of a youth commission long time ago under Sheila Molinari, which was quite a great experience, but you are all next level. So I commend you for that. I wanted to know, you all have such great ideas and such great visions. Have any of you considered running for public office? And if so, what position?
So after university, I really do want to get involved in politics, and so my dream would be to be a senator.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I like your slogan, get involved, stay involved. So I have a strong feeling that you will all do that. And I encourage everyone to get involved and stay involved. Thank you very much. Great job, everyone.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
You can clap it up. Great presentation, you all. It's really exciting to see that as a city we are working to create opportunities for there to be the cultivation of youth leadership. I hope that you all learned a lot from this experience. It's really gratifying to see that you also made friendships and that you see yourself in these positions of power. It's really important when we also have opportunities for homegrown leaders where you are making a difference in your own community, and hopefully you have that drive and you have that passion to keep going and to keep working on things like this. So very proud of you for and very excited for what will come of your future. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrera.
You know what? I get excited when I see people happy. You young people are already smart. You're showing your brilliance just by the way you speak to us. But you know what? As you start getting these initials after your name pretty soon after universities, treat people right. Because this seat here belongs to the people out there. But you know, this is a vicious arena. But local government is awesome. Being able to serve people, sometimes just to move something takes us years. But once we get there, we've accomplished something. So I want to thank you, and I want to encourage you. And yes, I think a lot of times when people come to this local government here, you make it easy for us. All we got to do is say, you know what, we want to support you. I feel fantastic. And you know what? We have some giants here. Sofia Rome, hijo, ni que se hable esa mujer. Awesome. You know, coming to City Hall, we should get a smile. We should get, and that woman is a greeter of City Hall. She's fantastic at what she does. You know why? Because it's here. It's in the heart. And you know what? I see another giant, Jose Ariola. I feel good working for you folks because you know what? You're bringing something good to the City Hall. I see the city clerk's staff. Not only are you, a bunch of you are young people, but you're professional and you care about people. Imagine when somebody walks out here to City Hall and they don't know where to go. It would be great just to greet them and say, what do you need? We're here to help you. Because that's who we are, is we need to be a place where we care about people that we serve. Would you agree? Yes. Thank you very much for your service. And I want to give you a big round of applause.
Councilmember Sornio.
Well, I didn't have as nice things planned, but now I'll think about it on the fly. But one of the things I did write down though was just kind of seeing how, you know, even like national, right? You talked about being a senator, but you know, thinking about national politics, I think that it's the future is in our youth. It is our youth, right? So seeing you guys get involved so early, it really does make I'm assuming us proud, right? I am proud of seeing this. And also, I'm hoping maybe somebody there. Do you guys live in District 4? You know, you guys want to take that seat one day. I think it'd be a great thing to do and to be able to represent. Yeah, not next year, but coming back to me. But all kidding aside, I think that it's really cool because it wasn't until it was like my mid-20s where I really started to get really involved, and till you guys have a huge head start. I hope that also you can share your experiences, whether it's being at lunchtime, whether it's after school, share the experiences that you guys had, because that'll be firsthand information you'll be able to pass to your neighbors or other folks that are at school. But we want that engagement as well. I'm now thinking, how can we create a youth council here, you know, with this body, right? Because I think that's where the future lies. And also, I saw the DEI. I mean, think about this: if we had somebody that was a DEI in your council, maybe by the time we're ready to hire ours, maybe they can have a job in the future. So just some things to think about. But really, in all seriousness, thank you so much for being a part of this. I think that it's just so great to see. So thank you.
In my 25 years in business outside of government, I got a lesson while I was in college where I worked at a radio station, and the general manager of the radio station said to me, he'd learned long ago to hire interns because it's good to have a fresh voice and to listen to them. And I've always tried to enact that in business, and I'm grateful that the city has started to do that in the last few years. It's important to have a voice here at the city. Very much appreciate your hard work. I saw you all over social media. I saw you all over City Hall. I know your enthusiasm is there for our community, and we're really grateful for the time that you gave to us. So thank you. With that, we'll give them a big round of applause, and we have a certificate for you. Okay, council, just in terms of agenda management, we have until 6 o'clock. Staff has requested we need about an hour for closed session. So it is 5:10 right now. We have 2 items and consent to get through. So I would just ask for succinctness on everyone's end to ensure that we can get through the agenda. We have 24-447, the 2024-2025 prioritization of traffic calming projects, and Adriana Robles, our Assistant Public Works Director and City Engineer, to give the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, we're going to ask you to approve the proposed neighborhood traffic calming prioritization list for the fiscal year 24-25. Patty, it's not changing. Okay, thank you. So just a little brief summary of where we're at. We received 42 petitions for traffic calming. Of these, we went out, we studied them, and we've developed the list that we have for you tonight. The allocation that was made as part of our budget process was $200,000 for the traffic calming program. This program, what we're presenting to you tonight, follows the prioritization criteria established through the neighborhood traffic calming program. That criteria basically identifies the categories of traffic volumes, the 85th percentile speed, collision history, adjacent land uses, and geometric and engineering considerations. So this is the list right here. These are your top 10 traffic calming projects, taking those categories into consideration. We have Las Casitas Drive ranking the top, followed by Arcadia Way and West Acacia Street. Typically, we're only really able to do 2 to 3 projects in 1 year, given our limited budget. So that's really the entirety of the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll start to my left for questions. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes, thank you for that. So what actions do we as a council have to take? One, obviously, we got to approve a more budget for this issue, but to reduce the threshold, to increase the number of projects that qualify under that scoring system. So I know that the project's got to get a certain score or above in order to qualify, to even be considered.
No, we will accept any project that comes before us. What we're asking you is, because we have such limited budget, we're also asking you to remove those that after we analyze them, fall below the 20 points, just because we have so many above the 20-point mark.
Understood. And is the city considering, bringing us the number to look at how much it would cost to take on more of these projects? Because it certainly feels like, maybe it's anecdotal data, that there really are a lot more accidents happening, and traffic calming is a big priority, I feel, for the council. So is there maybe a study or just a dollar amount that you have where we would be able to take on more of these projects per year?
So we have 42 projects on our list. Our average for projects ranges from 40,000 to 100,000. So it's really just, what's the desire for the traffic calming, and it can be considerable.
That's good. No other questions?
Councilmember Rocha, questions?
I'm not sure if this question was already asked by Councilmember Valenzuela, but mine would be, have we considered restructuring the policy that determines who is going to be chosen next year? And the reason I bring that up is because if there's 42 identified on this year's list, and we only get through 4 of them, people think if they're number 5 on the list, next year they'll be the first one up, but that's not the way it works, depending on who was included in the following year's list. So you could be number 5 this year, and the next year you're actually number 12. So if there's any way to have it so that those who have been waiting on the list don't, keep getting moved up around on the list while also maintaining that desire to do the most severe roads as well?
So are you asking, well, we haven't looked at modifying the program at this point. We basically have followed what the council had previously approved with regards to how we go through the criteria. Your scenario, I don't necessarily understand, right? Unless we get a big stack of requests that will come in higher. But I don't really see how, really, it depends on how many requests we receive and where they fall based on the criteria.
I think there's.
Okay.
So you're also, if you take that line of thinking, you'll also be in the same situation that you have on sidewalks, that you'll get on a list that you think you're going to get a traffic controlling because you have a big score, but guess what? You're on a list now, you're 5 years down the road. So we're trying to do it with criteria-based, with the areas that have the most traffic and the highest speeds to do those first. And yes, some of them get reshuffled at the end of the year, but we don't want the high-numbered streets to be waiting 6, 7 years down the road to get to them.
Yeah, no, I understand. That was my only question. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval, questions?
How many projects did we get done this year as opposed to last year?
We are still working on a number of projects. I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay,
No.
I just vaguely remember that we had allocated a little more to get a couple more done, but I guess I'll look at that.
Correct. So I know that we have a couple that are still in the works. We've, and there's some that we're still holding, like Roche, we're still holding a meeting. Actually, this week, we have a meeting for that. So, it takes time.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'll reserve for comments.
Councilmember Gonzalez, questions? Councilmember Barrera, questions?
No questions.
Councilmember Sornio, questions?
No questions.
Hey, I don't either, so we'll go out to the public. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll go over to Zoom. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? We have Robin. Robin, you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. I think my question is this. Obviously, there's a need for traffic calming, but what happens when the road is so bad and it hasn't been repaved, but traffic calming measures have been implemented? So the work for traffic calming has already been installed. What costs are associated when it comes time to repaving the road? Does all that work that was done get canceled out and it then again has to be redone, and at what cost? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll come back to council for final comments and action. Start to my left, Councilmember Valenzuela.
Sure thing. First and foremost, thank you for that report. I think we as council have to do a lot more on this issue. Like I said, I don't know if it's anecdotal, just data or stories, or if we as a society are just starting to drive a little bit more reckless. But traffic calming is very important. It is one of the first set of residents that reached out to me when I started 2 months ago. Behind Star Market, there was a youth that was driving, there was an accident, and the residents mentioned that it's not uncommon for people to drive that fast. And unfortunately, we tell them that there's a system, that they will have to wait, there's a priority, but when you are afraid for your kids to be able to play outside, we have to have a better system. And so maybe next year in the budget, we need to look at increasing what we pour into this. And I know a lot of folks, sometimes they get upset. I was talking to another resident who at first said they were super upset at the road diet on West Alisal, but now he feels a lot more safe. He feels a lot more safe to bike up and down that road. So these things work. So I think we should make it a higher priority for next year.
Councilmember Rocha, final comments.
Thank you. I echo the remarks of Councilmember Valenzuela. This is a real top priority for residents in terms of neighborhood issues, and people are really willing to get engaged in this process. I've been out there myself knocking on doors with residents to collect those ballots for these projects, working to get the 10 signatures, going through the community meetings, and there's excitement, there's desire to work on these issues. So we just have to make sure we're allocating the right amount of money for this and prioritizing the timely completion of these projects to make sure that speed bumps are going up or on the same time throughout the entirety of the street. So I support it, and I don't know, did you already make a motion to approve it? I'll move this item for approval. There's one street in particular, that's number 2, Arcadia, and that's a top priority of mine in District 6, so happy to see it move forward. Thank you.
I'll seek a second on that motion. Okay, motion made by Councilmember Rocha, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. We'll continue for final comments. Councilmember Sandoval.
Yeah, I've had some comments from residents that we installed speed bumps and the road under those speed bumps wasn't repaired prior, so I'm not sure at what point or how we would make sure that we do repairs before we install those. On Van Buren, actually one of the residents here was just here on Van Buren. You could walk down the street and you can actually see car debris on either side of the road. It's a regular thing. I'm glad to see it on as number 4. It's a very big thoroughfare. It's actually, next time I drive around with the city manager, I'm going to take him down that street. But with the proposed funding, we're looking at 1 or 2 projects a year. I think we really need to relook at our traffic management plan to see how we can either make it more efficient or streamline the process. I know sometimes it can take up to 2 years. And I've heard the same complaints about they were number 5 and now they're number 12. And I understand the logic behind there's now streets that have more traffic, but if we keep moving them, we're never going to make any progress on those streets. I know that residents of Northridge Drive, who are likely watching this meeting, were promised speed bumps right before I came on council, and they were dismayed to find out that they're not close to getting done. I think they're now moved down. Actually, I don't see them. And then there's some ladies on Swanner also about 4 years ago who were trying to bring traffic calming to that area, and still there hasn't been any movement. So I'd also be in favor. This is one of the, I think, the most talked about items from our residents. I think this would be a great opportunity for there to be a subcommittee on traffic to try to get more community buy-in and more engagement from our residents to see how we can find some solutions. I know there's been a motion, but I'm also looking to my colleagues if there would be interest in a traffic, I'm not sure what the word would be, but traffic management. I know we have a traffic commission, but I think that's something completely separate.
Another meeting.
Thank you. Those are all my comments.
Councilmember Gonzalez, final comments.
Thank you for the presentation. I have seen firsthand the difference in when we have speed bumps, in particular around school zones and school areas. So I'm really most excited about Las Casitas Drive. I grew up on Ébano Place, which is a block and a half from Las Casitas Drive. And since then, students who are walking to Virginia Rocca Barden or to Natividad Creek Park in the morning were literally dodging and diving away from cars. So to see that years and years later, we're getting to this, I'm really happy to be crossing that off the list, as well as Antigua Avenue, which is right next to Frank Paul Elementary. We've got a lot of students that walk home in those areas. So very happy to support this item and glad to see that we are making progress. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Barrera, final comments.
Thank you for the report. And you know what? I want to commend this council. Even though we are elected by districts, when we think citywide, we get things more done. And I want to appreciate the effectiveness of us coming together. Look at all the great work that's being done. And you know, one of the things that does concern me is when we put it out to the community, hey, we're going to get this done, and we don't do it, that's not good. I think if Northridge, and I don't know the story there, but I think we need to keep our word on whatever it is that we're putting out there to the community. But if you look from to 13, however it's shifted, however the staff does their work, you know what I'm hearing more now that I've never heard before? Ya era tiempo. I mean, people are seeing great things throughout the city, everywhere. And man, that's fantastic. So I want to thank Mr. Mendez. Maybe it's because he's here in town. So thank you, Mr. Mendez.
Councilmember Osornio, final comments.
I am pleased to see the streets on the list. I know that there's Madera and also Roosevelt, which are two streets that are just, there's a lot of traffic on those, which I'm glad to see that. But again, I think that the whole process itself, there might be some more work that we can do to make it more efficient. Also, I would like to take the opportunity, because we're talking about, traffic calming and obviously traffic calming program with the priority list of the traffic calming projects. I also would just ask, my colleagues and city staff, there's a radar, a speed radar, or I don't know what it's called, but it has the speed limit that you're going, and they're like small trailers. And I remember having a conversation about Alisal High on Williams. There was a crosswalk there that we got a grant for. It was about $1 million. But when I think about how much traffic calming we would like at, crosswalks and things like that, I don't think we have $1 million per project. Especially not when we got this many projects that we all want to get done in all 6 districts. So I would just say, for me, I think just being creative in what it means to have traffic calming projects is probably something that we should look at, because I'm hoping that one of those trailers costs maybe 50, 60, 70,000. But when I see that trailer and I drive by it on Alisal and it has the red and the blue lights, I mean, it makes me feel like there's a police officer behind it. And when people are crossing it, you can see that the traffic immediately slows down. It's working. And again, I just wanted to take an opportunity, because I wanted to say great work on the traffic calming projects that are going to be coming up, and I'm in support of those. But I also would like to just take an opportunity to give that feedback as far as maybe changing the conversation about what we're using as far as traffic calming. Because again, the trailers, you can park those there. I don't know if you have to pull a permit for them or whatever it may be, but you can park them there. If folks, after a while, they start getting the hint, then maybe you get that trailer and you take it somewhere else. But anyway, thank you. No further comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, 30 minutes to go. One item for consideration and consent. So we have potential additional fiscal year 24-25 community sponsorship funding, and Selena Andrews, our finance director, is here to give us the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Selena Andrews, Acting Finance Director. It's a pleasure to be here. Before staff provides a brief update, we would like to state for the record that there was a typo in the staff report referencing the community sponsorship allocations of $150,000. That should have been $100,000. The item before you is the potential allocation of an additional $50,000 to the community sponsorship program. In April, City Council approved the community sponsorship policy, and it was implemented in this fiscal year. The program application took place, and $100,000 in community sponsorships were recommended by the city manager and approved by this council. During the budget adoption, several council members inquired about increasing the community sponsorship budget. At the moment, the budget was balanced, and staff indicated that this item could come back for further consideration in August. As referenced in the staff report, staff funding was identified, and staff would like to discuss and receive direction on the potential allocation of an additional $50,000 to the community sponsorship budget. Before we begin the discussion, should this be approved and should staff receive direction to allocate an additional $50,000, staff would go back then and follow the same process that we adopted in the budget, in the policy. So then we'd bring that back for consideration and approval. Thank you. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. All right, we will start to my left. Councilmember Valenzuela, questions?
No questions.
Okay, Councilmember Rocha, questions?
I just want for the city manager, I'm pretty supportive of this. I think that anytime we can invest in our community, it's a great thing to do. My question to the city manager is, you know, when you're looking at the day-to-day operations of the city, you know where we need to be spending more money, and do you see this as the best use of our taxpayer dollars? And do you think that we should potentially wait until we develop a better rubric for how to do this, or do you think this is an appropriate way to proceed?
So, great question. A couple of things. The conservative answer would be, let's wait. But based on the program that you have, based on the comments during the budget, and based on the fact that we have a lot of great applications that were submitted, this was additional funding, and our interim city finance director can mention that came up, that we brought to you during the M1 property tax discussion. So at that point, my thought was, since we had already unveiled it, we could have said nothing, but I said, no, this was part that we had sort of hanging out there that you had asked us to consider and bring it back. So that's why it's being brought back. I don't think it's a poor use of this resource. Certainly, it could be brought into other discussions that we just had, whether it's fireworks or other things like that, right? You can say, hey, put this to the traffic calming project, you know, okay. That you make those decisions, but based on what was suggested during the budget, it just seemed like an appropriate thing to bring forward. And you would decide whether this is a good use of this fund. I don't think it's a bad use of the funding.
That was my only question. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval, questions? Hey, Councilmember Gonzalez, questions?
Do we have a graphic of the community organizations that requested funding but didn't get funding this year? I know there wasn't any attachments on the staff report. Do we have that information available?
We don't, thank you for the question. We don't have that readily available, but there were 54 applications, and that was totaling 1.7 million. So it is quite a bit. We are able to provide that to you.
Okay. I'll reserve the rest for comment. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Burr, questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor, on this, I'm going to need some help. I'm thinking about CASP. You know, we're asking for $50,000 more. Does anybody in the staff, Ms. Finance Director, that can say that this is pennies on the dollar, that prevention, whatever groups get the money, but it's all prevention. Does somebody in our staff here know firsthand, just like the city manager just said, maybe it's not a bad way to spend money? Do we know that this is, on the long run, would this $50,000 be cost savings, whether it's intervention, whether it's, you understand where I'm getting at?
I do. Thank you.
Where instead of paying more money for incarceration or
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Barrera. We have not done an analysis of any correlations related to the applications. They're all good requests, good projects that came forward. We do have a set of criteria that we use, and we would implement that should we award an additional monies.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Sornio, questions?
No questions. I'll reserve for comment. Thank you.
All right, no questions from me either. I'll go out to the public. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll come over to Zoom. Any member of the public on Zoom wish to comment on this item? We have Robin. Welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. So this is very concerning because not too long ago, we went over the funding for Measure G, and we were berated on that, and the message wasn't heard. And what we're asking for are budgetary expenditures, and we want those to be published and presented to the public. And the council continues to demonstrate that they are unwilling or unable to hold our non-elected officials to that standard. And throughout this entire meeting, we've heard what a shortfall of cash we have for traffic calming for our police department. It wasn't too long ago that Miss Andrews stood before us and told us that we had a $20 million deficit. And then, lo and behold, we get a new city manager and we pay him upwards of $30,000 to $50,000 more annually than he's made in the past, nor has he held a similar position with such a high population. And we're told that we no longer have that deficit, but that's it. There are no numbers presented to us. It wasn't too long ago that Council Member Sandoval did a video about $30 million being found for the city. And the city had no idea that they had lost that $30 million. So for me, to as a member of the city to say, yeah, that's a fantastic idea, and you still can't even have the criteria and the publications, no. You guys really need to be holding these stewards accountable. And I want to see the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are coming back to council for final comment and action. To my left, Councilmember Valenzuela.
No further comments, just excited for this program. Thank you.
Councilmember Rocha?
Thank you for your work. Just for a point of clarification for my colleagues, this is separate from the prevention and wellness grant. So this is a community sponsorship policy or policy program. The money can be used for prevention, but that's not a requirement of the funding. It could go to things like the air show and other things like that. So those are two separate programs, just so everyone's aware. But there was a lot of great applications that came in, and so I would support this additional funding be set aside. It's always great when we could support the work of organizations in our community that are doing things like recreational community events and so forth, because ultimately, the city of Salinas can't do everything ourselves, and we shouldn't try to constantly reinvent the wheel. So if we could support the good work that's already being done in the community to improve the quality of life for our residents, I think that's a good thing to do. So happy to support the item.
Councilmember, was that a motion?
I'll move the item for approval.
Second.
Okay, so motion made by Councilmember Rocha, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Sorry, Councilmember Barrera. We'll go on to Councilmember Sandoval for final comment.
Well, thank you, Selena, for your work on this. I'm excited to see what projects will come. I also like to thank Councilmember Osornio for his constant advocacy for all these amazing events and nonprofits who really do really good work, and sometimes, most often than not, do it at a better quality and more efficient way than the city does, unfortunately, but in a good way.
All right, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you again for the presentation. I'm happy to support the additional funding. As to direction for specific recipients, I think it would be good to look at the list of folks who received funding from us last year and may have been counting on this year's funding to help support some of their programming. I know that I received correspondence from a few folks who were in that situation where for 2 or 3 years they've received funding and support from us. They didn't get that this year, and some of their programs are at risk of being cut, and their support services cut as well. So that would be the starting point for me. Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate what Ms. Robin on Zoom said about being accountable of what this council is doing. You know, I've gone through several of these programs throughout the city on prevention. Some of these children are doing phenomenal work out there. These children are not going to know Chief Murray as an arresting officer, but they're going to see him as an ally, as a friend. They're going to see Chief Klemek also as an ally and not as somebody to be afraid of. These children are expanding their thinking, their process, and we have some great leaders out there in our communities that don't even come to city council because they're busy working in these programs. I'm just going to mention one. I went to a science project in El Sausal. You would be surprised what they do with junk metal they create. I mean, it's just amazing. Some of these kids are phenomenal. And you know what these children are going to do? They're going to, as they get created and motivated, they're going to go on to higher learning, be productive in their life, not end up in juvenile hall. This $50,000 is going to save, I'm going to venture to say millions of dollars, because intervention, so all that is expensive. And yeah, I'm gonna concur. Councilmember Osornio is very passionate for these types of projects. He's been pushing this, and I think in the direction of this council, this 50,000 is in prevention is going to save the city a lot of money. So thank you.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to our finance director. Obviously, being able to be willing to kind of look at certain funding sources and seeing how we can do that. But I also wanted just to say thank you to our city manager. You know, for us, when we were talking about this, I could say for myself, I was thinking, well, when is this going to come back? Are you really going to look into it? Are we going to be able to fund other, you know, nonprofit organizations? And he got it done within a couple days. I don't know if it was 60 or 90, but wow! I just really want to sing his praise. I mean, that's really great, especially when some of the decisions we make here, you know, obviously as policymakers, some of the direction that we want to go to, seeing that we have that support because it is the will of the council. I just really want to say thank you on that, but most certainly my colleagues. Again, we all represent different parts of Salinas, but when it's serving the community, it's just crazy how we always align on things because we know it's going to benefit the community. When we think about prevention and intervention, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Rocha, being able to make sure he's been advocating for that for years now, and we have it year after year now. But things like this and being able to fund these nonprofit organizations that do things that the city of Salinas, well, we have great workers and we have great departments and we have staff that is willing and able to do this. These nonprofit organizations specialize in this type of work. So why wouldn't we want to work with the specialist? So again, thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to city staff for really making this. I'm putting this together. I know for a fact that our community is going to benefit from this, and I also know that the nonprofit organizations are as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Thank you. I mean, yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Thank you, yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. One item with 21 sub-items. Consent agenda left. There are 21 items. Would anyone like to pull an item for separate vote or discussion? I'll go to my left. Councilmember Valenzuela?
No.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes, I'd like to pull 6 of the, no, just kidding. No, I'm good.
Thank you for that. Okay. Councilmember Sandoval? Okay. Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Barrera?
Thank you. I was going to pull 4, but I'll pull 2. Thank you, guys. Just real quick, 324 and 444. That's it. Real quick. Sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Osornio?
Yes, item 24-393, 444, and lastly, 469, please.
Okay. Out to the public. Does any member of the public wish to pull an item? Yes.
Yes, 466.
466.
I appreciate the loud voice. Thank you.
334 and 393.
Okay. Go to Zoom. Any member of the public on Zoom wish to pull an item? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public pulling of the items. I'll entertain a motion to approve the remaining items. A motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio.
I was just going to say, since temporary pond 3 was pulled, can I comment in case it's appropriate, just based on whatever comments you provided?
Sure, that's totally fine. Thank you for clarifying. All right, so a motion made and seconded on items 479, 477, 263, 383, 397, 418, 423, 436, 441, 450, 451, 452, 459, 461, 463, and 470. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, ID 324. I'm going to go to the public first. Ms. Warden, I believe you pulled this item. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. The one I'm considered, the police station, when was that decided that we were going to tear it down? That's the first I've heard of it. And why can't we fix it like we're fixing the city hall? And what's going to happen to that empty lot? I'd like to have some of those answers. I was in it when it was first built in 1960.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrera, you also pulled this item.
Yes, thank you. Just really quick, I know we had one proposal and it was denied. The report says we do not have the money at this time. As we already know, the longer we're going to take, it's going to be more money. That's, I think. But my question is, do you think there's any contractors out there, local contractors that maybe they're not the big guys, but we don't go in that route, to see if somebody can qualify, being that this is a demolition?
Well, this is not for contractors. Just to put it clear, this was to hire a consultant to run a project for demolition.
Consultant?
Correct.
And I saw that, so this is not to demolish the building?
This is not to demolish the building. This was to do the preparation, all the paperwork, all the project management to get the building demolished.
I know we're government, but do we really need a consultant for this kind of work?
We are short-staffed, and this was the direction that staff was given to, if possible, seek a consultant to put this together. We received the amount, and in my conversation with the assistant city manager was we could do it for a lot cheaper. So then that's why this recommendation is to reject that proposal.
So through the mayor and council, the plan is for Public Works, once we get it, for them to actually do the project, like manage it and everything, and then we'll put it out to bid, once we have everything put together, and then local contractors can bid on it.
Mucha feria. Well, it is what it is. Move to approve.
Motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Called for the vote on 324, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, ID 393. We also have Ms. Warden. You've pulled this item, the regular cleanup of Alisal commercial corridors.
Oh, sorry. What I'd like to know, what are we going to clean? Are we going to clean the weeds that are in the dividers in between the sidewalks and the streets that are desperately needing to be taken care of? What are we going to be taking care of? And the empty lots that some were city that really need to be cleaned. Those are things I'd like to find out, because those are the things that our people out in the area would like to see done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Osornio, you also pulled this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to pull it for a separate vote. I am very supportive of the Downtown Streets team and Hope Services. I very frequently drive on Alisal and East Market, and you see the crews out there, and I always make it a point to go out to them. I always do it. and so I I'll pull up behind them and I'll say, great job, and I'll speak with the person that's the team lead there. For anybody that doesn't know, the Downtown Streets teams also has a whole completely different mission than just going out there and, beautifying our city. So it has a dual purpose, just like Hope Services. Very supportive, and I'd like to make a motion to approve it.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Osornio, seconded by Councilmember Barrera. Call for the vote on 393, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, ID 444. Councilmember Barrera, you pulled this item?
Yes, so I won't stumble on this. I'd like to know what's going to happen. I'm getting concerned as we're getting closer to work on Closter Park, because we got Hebron Center missing. Cesar Chavez Park is not finished. How do you see the plan working? Because Closter Park is Alisal's backyard. I mean, that's just what I'm concerned. I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic project, but as we go along, how do you see the impact happening in our community? And part of it was talking about some kind of structure, or can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, most definitely. So we are working our way towards construction for Closter Park. Our goal is to go out to bid in September and then hopefully be into contract within a month or two, and look for a construction schedule following that. So we're a few months away for that. This action relates to a Connex box that the National Little League has currently at the park. It does not fall within the current zoning code, and so we're asking for an exemption to allow the Connex box to remain so that the Little League will have proper storage for equipment going forward.
That's great. Yes. But when we're ready, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Councilmember Osornio, you also pulled this item?
Yeah, and just because, I saw the Closter Park revitalization, I just wanted to take the opportunity to ask if this project will be, will the Hebron Center start before Closter Park starts?
Yes. We're anticipating construction to begin in October for the Hebron Family Center. We're working through final planning for a groundbreaking groundbreaking ceremony at the end of September.
The end of September? Okay, thank you.
All right, call for the vote on 444, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Yes. Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, great, thank you. ID 466. Mr. Dayton, you've pulled this item. Hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Liaison for the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. I've been on a quest for a few years to get water flow data, and I wondered if you could help me with this item today. First, two things. First, when you make this motion, could you ask staff if at the end of this year they could produce a chart or a table showing the monthly annual flow that goes out of that pond 3 through the pump station and off to the regional treatment plant of M1W? It would be good to have those amounts for each month and a total for the year. And in addition, a record on another table of when that particular water reaches the regional treatment plant, what M1W does with it, either sending it to the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project or to Pure Water Monterey for the groundwater in Seaside Basin or to the ocean outfall. You really need to request that information, or I don't think you'll ever get it. My other request for you is you could ask staff Whatever happened to the long-term agreement for wastewater that was being negotiated between the city and Monterey One Water and the Monterey County Water Resources Agency? My first reference in my files to that was a staff report from the Monterey County Water Resources Agency from September 16th, 2021. So it's been 3 years now. It would be very interesting to know where that is, because you're doing these short-term agreements, you need a long-term agreement. Finally, you should just have an outright study session about City of Salinas as a water supplier. I think you'd learn an awful lot and would be shocked by it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I'll seek action on 466.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio.
Mayor, with also, we can also get the information as Mr. Dayton requested. Thank you.
Upon request of, you're agreeing with public comment, is that correct? And do you agree with the second of that motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, I pulled the item.
I'm sorry?
I pulled the item.
Thank you. I appreciate you reminding me of that. Councilmember Rocha.
Yes, just want to say that we definitely need to make progress towards a long-term water agreement. This agreement that is before us is for a 90-day period, and it was a compromise that was established at the Monterey One Water Board meeting, to where if the city of Salinas is, Pond 3 water is going to be essentially gone up to outfall, the city will pay for it, but if it's going to be used by another person for, say, something like Pure Water Monterey or something else, then they would pay for the interruptible water treatment fee. But that's something that was really difficult to achieve in that meeting, and I would not rely on a short-term agreement in the future. So we have to establish a long-term water agreement in order to deal with this issue. But just wanted to share that with the board.
Call for the vote, please.
Mayor, if I may, just wanted to see if Councilmember Barrera would make a friendly amendment. While I do think that it is a great idea to be able to get that information like Mr. Dayton proposed, I would like it to solely be if our city manager, after reviewing it, if he thinks that this is something we can do. I would like to see if maybe that could be a friendly mention. I don't want to tie the motion.
I like that.
If that's okay.
And to make
So
a not
hang on one second. Let me just clarify the motion. So, just upon review with the city manager, whether or not staff can produce that information. All right. And will the maker of the motion accept the friendly amendment? Okay, great. Councilmember Rocha?
Just to play additional wordsmithing on it, to not make this agreement contingent upon those two requests, but rather further direction to get that information for city council.
I like that wordsmith. Thank you.
Will the maker of the motion be okay with that? Okay, great. Call for the vote.
I'm a friendly person.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, ID 469, Councilmember Osornio, you pulled this item.
Madam Mayor, yes, I just wanted to get a brief update here to the public. I will have a question after getting the update, but can you briefly, is this working or is it not working, the Kismet contract that we have at Gloucester Park?
So we found it to be a deterrent. While we haven't seen significant drops in the crime, it is a deterrent for drinking and other illegal activity, and so we do see the benefit to the neighborhood.
Thank you. And the reason that I ask is because I know that with the city manager, prior city manager, the conversation kept on coming up if we're going to be making this really big investment of the $6.8 million or more dollars to the renovation of Gloucester Park. We really want to make sure that the residents that are in the surrounding neighborhoods feel safe when they go down there. There's been times where I've been out there and there's been people doing certain things, like at a lot of big community parks, you know, maybe taking a nap, a little tired or something maybe. But I have found it as well, great feedback from some of the vendors that walk through the park, families that now feel that they can go back to the park. I feel that it is working, and that's why I'm going to be in support of it. But I also feel that when we talk about these really big investments that we're making, we're about to make a huge investment into the Cesar Chavez Park. There's brand new walking paths there. There's an artificial turf field there. There's going to be workout equipment there. And from the sounds of it, Hebron Center should be online at the end of next year. Do Do you see that this is something that has already come up in conversation about adding security to this big investment as well at Cesar Chavez Park?
We're always looking at how to improve safety across the system. I think it's come up in other locations.
Okay.
And it'll be something that we'll continue to have conversation about. It is an expensive endeavor, but certainly something I think that's worth considering as we bring on these big investments.
Thank you. And again, I would be very supportive, City Manager, I would be very supportive of seeing how the City of Salinas can protect its investment and really making sure that the city feels, the folks that are going to the park, Cesar Chavez Park, feel safe because in speaking with residents within the last couple of days, personally at their doors, they're walking around in the neighborhood and we have a beautiful track right up the street, 2 blocks down, but they're not going out there because they don't feel safe. So it's something that, City Manager, if we can please look into that. And again, I don't want that to be contingent of this motion, but if maybe at a later time we can come back with either a report or a recommendation on how we can protect our investment at Cesar Chavez Park. Motion to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Osornio, seconded by Councilmember Barrera. Call for the vote on 469, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Gonzalez? Thank you. Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval? Yes. Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, we have closed session, existing litigation on California Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54956.9D1, and 54956.9D4. Would any member of the public like to comment on any of these items? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and make a personal statement regarding ID 24-478. I wasn't returning. We talked about it. 24-478, rent stabilization and tenant protection. I own a property that will be affected by the actions of this council on this topic, so in an abundance of caution, I'm recusing myself from the discussion. This meeting is adjourned. We will reconvene at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Yes, I also want to announce that when I first started on the City Council 2 months ago, I had a discussion with our City Attorney about some work that I have done with one of the main organizations leading rent stabilization, and as such, I will also be recusing myself from the vote.
Okay, meeting adjourned. We'll see you at 7.
Good evening, everybody. Buenas tardes. We're going to start out with the report out of closed session, and I'll pass that to City Attorney Callahan.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There is nothing to report out from closed session.
All right, and as we move on to item 24-478, rent stabilization and tenant protection, I'm going to pass. Can we get a little higher audio on the mic? Speak a little closer. You got it. As we go on to item 24-478, rent stabilization and tenant protection, I'm going to pass the mic on to Councilmember Valenzuela.
So if we can ask the members of the public to please kind of bring the noise level down so that the council members and the audio is, so that everyone can hear, please.
Councilmember.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. First and foremost, thank you, everybody, for being here tonight on this very important issue. I just did want to comment that prior to getting on council 2 months ago, I let our city attorney, Callahan, know that I had been doing some work with one of the organizations that is pushing the rent stabilization ordinance the most. And because of that, that work that I did 2 months ago, I will be having to recuse myself tonight. However, I do want to reassure the residents, especially of District 3, that I do represent everybody in District 3, and at the same time, I do believe that my role as a council member is to look out for the most vulnerable. And I do believe that government should always put an equity lens to all of our decision making. So thank you, everybody, for coming here tonight, and thank you, council.
Thank you, and I'm going to defer to the city attorney. As you can see, the mayor is not present. And I'm going to defer to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So prior to closed session, the mayor announced that she will also be recusing herself due to some concerns she had with respect to her rental property. So thank you.
Thank you, city attorney. And with that, we are going to receive a presentation regarding. Okay. I understand. I will speak louder since our mic is as high volume. So I'm going to defer to the city attorney for a presentation on item 24-478, rent stabilization and tenant protection.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And just before we get started, the area behind this podium, folks, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to clear that area because there will be folks presenting from that podium.
Can they be up here?
If you want, actually, if you want to take a seat somewhere in between the rows, as long as you're not blocking the podium, please.
So thank you. And Alexis, would you mind helping with the PowerPoint? So Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, and members of the public, so tonight is the discussion on rent stabilization and tenant protection program. And so we'll move on to the next slide. And before we get into the details of the specific program, I just want to make sure that I acknowledge the Community Development Department staff, the young men and women who supported all of the community events, all of the public outreach and engagement. These are the folks who worked behind the lines to make sure that those events ran smoothly. So I wanted to make sure to acknowledge these young men and women and all of the support and help they gave throughout the process of community engagement. Next slide, please. And speaking about community engagement, this has been a very lengthy public process, Council. We started this discussion back in October 24th of 2023 at Housing and Land Use Committee meetings since then. We've had TAC meetings since then. We've had a community listening session and two community engagement meetings, all of which were very well attended. Notices were sent directly to folks who were on the Housing Division's distribution list. There's 162 individuals. Your community relations manager pushed all of this information out about the meetings, the ordinance updates, the updates to the website through social media, and there was a significant number of users who clicked on those social media posts. So we're confident that there was a lot of public outreach here. We've received some comments that folks on the rental registry program were not directly notified, and I will just own that that was a miss on our part, Council. But a lot of the folks on that rental registry program were participating in these meetings, and there was a lot of media outreach about this topic. So we're confident that there was a robust public engagement process. So the purpose of this meeting, next slide please, Alexis, really focuses around one big question. Does the City Council want staff to bring back a final set of ordinances on this rent stabilization program? And if so, when? And we'll talk about the specific ordinances as we work our way through this presentation. You'll receive a report from Economic and Planning Systems, Inc. about the economic analysis that they conducted in support of this program. And then we'll receive your questions, comments, and your direction. So really, we want to take the information from the City Council. We want you to listen to the presentation, listen to the public comments. You've received a whole bunch of public comments already via email. We want you to take those into consideration as well. And then ultimately provide us direction. Just a word about the ordinances. There are 3 separate ordinances here as we'll talk about. You have options, Council. You can adopt all 3. You can adopt 2 of them. You can adopt 1 of them, or you can adopt none of them. All of the options are available to you as we work our way through this process. A lot of work has gone into this. The purpose of this meeting is also to get some additional comments and direction from this City Council so that we can fine-tune the ordinances and bring them back for introduction and adoption if that's your direction. I recognize that there are some technical typos in some areas that need clarification, and those will be cleaned up provided you give us direction to bring this back. Next slide, please. So the purpose and the intent of the program is listed on this slide, and I want to acknowledge that this is a robust program, but this is not a novel program. What you see in these draft ordinances is not new. These are policies and programs that many other cities across California have already adopted and have in place. These have been tested already, so we know that they're legally defensible. I'm confident that the package that you have in front of you tonight, should you choose to introduce and adopt it, is legally defensible. So as requested by council members Rocha and Gonzalez last year, these ordinances were prepared consistent with the direction that you see in this slide, and that's what we're discussing this evening. So this program builds into your local law additional protections for tenants above what state law provides. The purpose is to minimize displacement primarily and disruption of tenants from their homes. Next slide, please. So just to sort of frame the next part of this discussion as it pertains to the rent stabilization ordinance, the power to establish rent control is limited by the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act, and I apologize for the typo on the slide. So this state law restricts the power of cities. We cannot create rent control for single-family homes, for condos, or multifamily housing that was first occupied after February 1st of 1995. That is a limitation that the state has put on us. We can't do anything about that, unfortunately. It also prevents what's known as vacancy control in all types of housing. This allows landlords to raise the rent to market when the tenant moves out. Next slide, please. So the draft rent stabilization ordinance that you have in front of you applies to all rental units unless they're exempt. So what we're talking about really here are those multifamily dwelling units that were built before February 1st of 1995. Mobile homes are also included within that definition. So exemptions from this rent stabilization ordinance are single-family rentals, condo rentals, rental units which are deed restricted as affordable, and this was a specific request that CHISPA put forward, and the Housing and Land Use Committee recommended that we incorporate it into the draft. That's why it's there. Multifamily dwelling units that are built after February 1st of 1995, and some institutional and transient guest units such as hotels, motels, and dorms. So for example, the apartments that are above Alvarado Brewery on Main Street would be exempt. The apartments on Abbott Street, called the Alameda, would be exempt from this rent stabilization ordinance. That's just to put into context some of the concerns that we've heard and some of the exemptions that would apply. Next slide, please. So this is what is currently provided for in state law under the Tenant Protection Act. Again, just to provide a context and a contrast to what we'll be discussing on the next slide. So this state law allows up to 2 increases per 12-month period in rent, but combined, that increase must be no less than 5% plus the CPI, or 10% total. Contrast that with what you see on the next slide, which is what is in your draft rent stabilization ordinance. What's before you is an ordinance that allows for only 1 increase for a 12-month period, and then the maximum amount of increase here is put forth as a range, and we'll need some specific direction from the City Council on what you ultimately want to see in a final draft ordinance that's brought forward for introduction and adoption, should that be your direction. You'll hear from EPS about why and how they arrived at this range, but it's looking at 2.5% to 2.75%, or 65 to 75% of the CPI. Again, as you're considering what to put in your final draft ordinance, there are any number of combinations using these numbers that you can include in the final draft, and we can answer whatever questions you have. But this is a major policy question that the council will have to provide us direction on. You can go higher than those recommended numbers, but we do not recommend that you go lower than those numbers because there really is no support, at least in the analysis that we provided, for going lower than that range. Next slide, please. Continuing with the rent stabilization ordinance, I want to point out, next slide, please, Alexis. There are some processes built into this draft ordinance which allow for relief for both the landlords and the tenants from the maximums that are incorporated into this draft. So the landlords can petition for a relief to receive a fair and reasonable return. So what this means is if a landlord feels that they are not getting a reasonable return on their investment, which they're guaranteed under the Constitution, they can petition the city for relief from the maximum rents that you ultimately choose to establish. In the draft ordinance, we have recommended a fee to be imposed on the landlords. I understand that there's a lot of concern about that fee, and that's something that the City Council can consider removing potentially from the draft ordinance. There's a process that allows tenants also to petition for rent reductions if they feel that rent is charged in excess of the ordinance limits. The process for both of these is either the tenant or the landlord would submit their information to the city, and we would refer that information to a hearing officer. The city would have to retain a hearing officer, someone who has knowledge in this area, someone who has expertise to actually make an informed decision on these questions. There's also an allowance for landlords to request relief in order to pass through the cost of certain capital improvements to the tenant. So we have incorporated into the ordinance opportunities for both the landlords and the tenants to get relief, if they can demonstrate the need for it, from the maximums in the draft ordinance. So going on to the next slide, I want to focus on a couple of definitions here. There's a definition in the draft for housing services, and this includes all of the amenities and services that are provided by the landlord, including parking and including utilities. There's been a lot of discussion about utilities and separately metering utilities and whether it should apply to historic units or not. I want to be clear that utilities can be included in the rent that a landlord charges. It's actually within the definition of rent. So it's not that landlords cannot pass on the costs of the utilities to the tenants. They can in the form of rent, but that would just be subject to the maximum percentage increases that you put into the ordinance. So there can be a pass-through of utility costs, but I want to stop here for a second and talk about separate metering and historic units. This council should consider those comments that you've received because, in our opinion, there is some validity to the costs potentially for those, especially as it relates to historic units. But if you do make that consideration, I would ask that you limit it to historic resources that are listed on a national, state, or local registry in order to make sure that it's not too broad a category that can't be easily defined. Under this draft ordinance, rent increases would not be permitted if a landlord fails to comply with the ordinance or if the rental unit is not maintained in a habitable condition. So in other words, we're trying to make sure to prevent life safety issues at these properties, and prohibiting rent increases is one mechanism by which you can do that. Notices of the ordinance's protections must be provided. At the last Housing and Land Use Committee meeting, there was a recommendation that we incorporate that such notices be provided in both English and Spanish. We can do that provided it's the direction of the council moving forward. There's a rent program fee also, as I've already discussed, imposed on rental units. We do not know what that fee is yet. That fee would be calculated and it would be determined at a later time. We would bring forth a resolution to the city council to establish that fee based on the scope of the program. Next slide, please. So there were also a lot of comments and questions about what the potential initiative measure on the November ballot would mean. So it's referred to as the Justice for Renters Act, and it's designed to repeal that state law that we discussed a few slides ago. So if it is repealed, it would allow cities and counties to limit rent on all types of housing and for first-time tenants. So that would mean that single-family dwellings and all types of multifamily units would be available for limitations on the rents. This would allow cities and counties to limit how much a landlord may increase rents. It'll allow the cities to establish rents. This would also prevent the state from taking future actions to limit local rent control. So, as part of your considerations tonight, you may want to think about whether or not you create exemptions into your local ordinance to maintain the exemptions that currently exist going forward, or if you just want them all to be subject to potentially the rent control. So at this point, we're going to pause, and we're going to hear from EPS. They're going to walk you through their economic analysis. We have David Zender and Tom Martins to provide you with that information, Council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is David Zender. I'm a managing principal with Economic and Planning Systems out of the Sacramento office of the firm. With me tonight is EPS Vice President Tom Martins, and then we also have a couple of support personnel that are available online. I don't know if they will be available tonight, but we also, so we have some backup staff that can help to answer questions as needed. So thank you for having us. I'm going to take you through the basics of the analysis that we've conducted of this rent control ordinance and talk to you a little bit about, next slide please. We're going to talk about who does the rent stabilization program affect. We're going to discuss some of the local dynamics that affect your policy approach to this. We'll cover some of the literature that's, the research that's been done in the greater world on this topic. And there's some important research that will help guide the best approach to this program. And then finally, we'll provide our overall conclusions and recommendations and provide an opportunity for questions. So we'll move right through it. Next slide. One more. All right. So just a couple of notes before we dive in whole hog. We just want to assure you that all of the analysis here draws from the most recent data that's available. It is frustrating sometimes how long it takes for various federal, state, and private data vendors to produce the information. So in some cases, the most recent information we have is from 2022. So we have to do the best with the information that is made available. That said, we feel very good that we have the information necessary. And as we'll discuss in the presentation itself, a lot of the past dynamics are best viewed pre-pandemic as opposed to post-pandemic. Like many things that we've witnessed since the pandemic, there's been a lot of volatility. And that volatility affects the costs that affect landlords. It affects many other aspects. And so we're going to be providing a lot of data here, and just be assured that it is the most recent and relevant data that is available. Also, just want to let you know that we have done considerable analysis of rent stabilization programs in other cities around California. So we'll be drawing in those comparisons and the guidance that those lessons provide as we go through this. Next slide. All right, so as Chris covered just a moment ago, the program really only applies to the following residential units on the left. You can see multifamily rental dwelling units built before February 1st, 1995. Pretty much everything else is exempt. It is worth noting that as we think about this, there's really two major factors that we're working between. And this is sort of stated by the sentence on the top of this slide. Rent stabilization protects tenants from unaffordable rent increases while providing landlords a reasonable return on investment through a maximum annual rent increase. Okay, so in this approach, in our analysis, we've worked hard to try to thread the needle effectively. We know that, that there's a lot of sensitivity to rent increases among the community. We also know that landlords need a fair and reasonable return to do their business. So we are threading a needle here and trying to find an optimal position. And I like to joke that if we've done our job well, everybody will be a little irritated with us, but that's okay. It's our goal to find that sweet spot that can sort of make this program work and to help stabilize the housing market in Salinas. And I think it's really important that as we talk about the effect this can have on the housing market, it's but one tool to help stabilize the housing situation in Salinas. It's not a magic bullet, it's not a panacea, it's not going to solve all the issues. But it is one tool that can help smooth things out and make the situation just a little better for the population at large. Next slide. So this deals with state law, and I think Chris covered this in some detail, so I'm not going to belabor this slide. But a couple of notes. The existing statewide policy adopted in '95, as you can see, provides a very healthy allowance in terms of being the lesser of 5% plus CPI or 10%. That's fairly liberal. In some communities, that wouldn't have much of an effect in the real world. And so it's also important to, the second part of the slide indicates the advent of the repeal of Costa-Hawkins, which will be on the ballot in November of this year. And it's important to realize we have not analyzed the various aspects of the impact of that eventuality, whether that passes or not. That will have to be done at some point if that does come to pass. However, I think it is important to note that it may be important at this stage to assert some control over your local situation, and that effectively is what's happening with this ordinance in terms of being able to ensure that that you say what it applies to, and that landlords are able to bring a vacated unit back up to market rent when that tenant moves on. Okay, and that's a really important, we call it vacancy decontrol. So it's the ability to bring the unit back to market rent. After that point, when it's brought back to market rent, it's still subject to the year-over-year rent stabilization annual increase that's specified. But that ability to bring it back to market is really critical in allowing the landlords to achieve a fair and reasonable return. And we'll talk about that more when we get into the details. Next slide. All right, so this provides an overview of the City of Salinas housing supply. And as you can see on the right-hand side, the gray area on the top indicates 8,330 dwelling units are affected by this ordinance. And that is 36% of your rental inventory, okay? So again, it's not necessarily comprehensive. It's not gonna change everything about the Salinas housing market. It will be an important piece of the puzzle in terms of one thing that can help. Okay, next slide, please. So some potential pros and cons. And rent stabilization is it is a controversial topic. And so there has been a lot of study. There's been many, many research reports. We've done our best to cover the inventory of those. And generally, the positive outcomes that are cited include housing stability. And that is reduced displacement of racial minorities, reduced worker turnover, improved educational outcomes, reduced demand for social services. Also, positive outcomes would include increased discretionary income to help boost the local economy, protecting communities of color from historical housing cost burdens, and increasing income equality. There are also some concerns that are often cited, and those include concerns that the program would reduce rental unit supply, reduce residential mobility and property value, and the threat that it could decrease revenue leading to property disinvestment. So in other words, if a landlord sees their expense curve is exceeding their income curve in perpetuity for a long time, that's not a healthy situation. You need to be sure that the landlord can cover its costs and basically be viable going forward. And so next slide. So many of the concerns are addressed by the research that's been done in the larger world. Yes?
Excuse me, I just want to pause for a second, just so we can be respectful of everyone, and we appreciate the signs, but if you can just not block other people's views so they can also participate, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's been a lot of research here, a lot of excellent work. In general, the economic community has concerns. If you were to survey, 100 economists, you would find most of them would have concerns around what we call price controls. And that is controlling prices so that they don't go past a cap, okay? However, economic reality says that in the proper context and with the recommended features in the program, the rent stabilization can be part of the toolkit that I spoke of earlier, in combination with other mechanisms that would produce more housing. And that more housing supply is always the most effective approach to reducing housing cost. But rent stabilization can absolutely help in terms of smoothing out the situation in the right context and if the program has the right features. Okay, next slide. I'm sorry, let's go back one. So some of the findings are as follows. Tenants in rent-stabilized apartments have longer tenures and are less likely to move, okay? Moderate rent stabilization policies with exemptions for new construction find little to no effect on new housing supply, okay? So, and then also, they may generate, a program such as this may generate some shift toward for-sale housing. However, we don't think that's a major threat. Converting an apartment to a condo is a very labor-intensive process. In California, there are various laws that make it risky from a construction defect standpoint. So we don't see that as a major concern. And then finally, while rent control does not directly decrease income inequality, the benefits of housing, rental expenditures, and neighborhood stability are really important for low-income households. Next slide. So furthermore, rent stabilization policies that are moderate in nature allow for vacancy decontrol. We just spoke about that, the ability to take the unit back to market rate when it's vacated. So that really helps the landlord to achieve that fair and reasonable return. And as a result, has little to no effect on property value. Again, moderate is the key. Moderate rent stabilization policies that allow landlords a return on investment when they make capital improvements. Also, do not depress the amount of building maintenance expenditures. So it's really important just to make sure that the correct components, and Chris alluded to both of these components, the ability to allow a landlord to petition for escalating costs beyond their control, and the ability to allow consideration for capital improvements. So as long as you have those escape valves, if you will, built into the program, these moderate rent stabilization program can work and not detract from property value and so forth. All right. So next slide, please. So now we're going to get in, excuse me, we're going to get into the context for the policy. So the first is a profile of renter-occupied households in Salinas. And I think this is really important in terms of some of the points I just made. But as you know, and as we all know, and everybody here knows more than we do, Salinas is grounded in the agricultural economy, okay? And that is your economic base. EPS recently completed a study of that, and it's one of the greatest concentrations of ag employment in the state. So, but it is very unusual to see a combination of an agricultural economic base and what you might refer to as Bay Area level costs, housing costs in particular. So the combination of those two factors is why we're here tonight, effectively, okay? So some of the factors that go into this, next slide, please. You know, when we look at the composition of the city, 53% of households are renter occupied. That compares to 44% statewide. The Latinx population is 81% of renter occupied households, compared to 30% countywide, 37% statewide. These are major differences from the average, okay? The population is younger. You have overcrowding issues. You have severe cost burdens on low-income households, and therefore you see larger households as people double up to make rent, and other factors. But these, you know, it's reality that we're dealing here in a very unusual situation. Okay, next slide. So as we think about these dynamics, the top portion of the slide makes the point that there is excessive cost burden relative to the rent, the income related to the pre-95 apartment units, okay? So as we look at that chart, and it's sort of a jagged chart on the bottom here, if you look at about year 2020 and everything to the left, and that is the pre-pandemic period, you can see that in every single year, rent growth exceeds income growth, every year. Since the pandemic, we've seen some volatility. It's our expectation that over time, things will regress to the mean. We'll see more of a continuation of the pre-pandemic pattern. Okay? Next slide, please. Apologize for the small numbers. Those are probably really hard to see here. But what this slide shows on the left is Salinas, and that shows that over the period of 2012 to 2022, renter household income went up about 32%, 32.9%. During the same period, average monthly effective rent went up 73.7%, okay? Income up 32%, rent up 73%. Other cities have seen similar patterns. We've looked at a range of different cities and in different contexts, but Oxnard is an interesting one that does have an agricultural element. You can see there, 25% versus 62%, a rather similar pattern. They instituted growth stabilization in 2022. So that's very recent, so it's hard to pick up any change at this stage. And then you can see some of the other cities, and this is all available in the report, which is posted online. So if you want a better look at this table, you can find that. And I encourage you to take a look. Suffice to say that Salinas is acutely affected by the dynamics that I spoke of earlier, and that is why we're here. Next slide. So to wrap on this section, the affordability crisis disproportionately affects people of color and other vulnerable populations. These vulnerable populations are overrepresented in the renter population, and that is why we have such an acute situation. Okay, next slide. One more. Thank you. A note on the fiscal implications, excuse me, of the program. So the largest tax category that stems from real estate sector is property tax. And so naturally there's concern that a program like this could affect your property tax receipts as a city. We think there are offsetting impacts in this regard. On one hand, you have increased revenue through conversion of rental housing to ownership. However, we don't think that's a strong dynamic, as I mentioned earlier. On another hand, you have reduced revenue due to reduced increase in assessed value, okay? However, the affected units only comprise less than 13% of the city's residential assessed value. So this program in and of itself is not gonna move the needle that much on property tax, okay? Another dynamic is increased sales taxes due to increased discretionary income. And this is related to the stability effect of rent stabilization. So these households will remain in place. The spending that they do finds its way to their local stores. And it's continuity. It's a continuation of the supporting local retail in their neighborhoods. And that's a healthy thing for those neighborhoods. Also, in terms of being less prone to moving, that promotes civic engagement and civic stability in a city. So you can see sometimes where everybody commutes outward or there's instability in the housing market, sometimes you don't have the level of civic participation and interest that we see here tonight. Okay, next slide. All right, so now we're going to take you through the economic impacts on housing for property owners. Next slide. All right, so I'm going to take you through this, and then Tom was the primary analyst, so I'm going to let him recap and say a few words and catch anything that I forget. But basically, this slide shows when you reduce, so basically, if you look at tying your rent stabilization to a percentage of CPI, the various lines here on the bottom is 60% of CPI, Consumer Price Index, and at the top is 100% of Consumer Price Index. And so the result of these potential adjustments would be a loss in revenue of 2% to 8% per year, okay? So what does that mean? All right, so basically, the important element, as mentioned earlier, is a vacancy decontrol brings the unit back to market. So the damage from the reduced revenue is partially mitigated by the vacancy decontrol feature that pumps the revenue up a little bit when there's turnover, all right? So the chart on the bottom shows you the different percentages of CPI. This would be a rent stabilization rate expressed as a percentage of Consumer Price Index from 60% to 100%. And you can see, just for example, where we're at 75%, so 75% of CPI would basically correlate to an effective rent roll growth rate when you include the vacancy decontrol measure of 2.74%, okay? So that is higher than it would otherwise be because of the vacancy decontrol. Next slide. So one concern that is appropriately expressed by the real estate community and landlords is exposure to operating expenses. And the fact is that since COVID in particular, the pandemic, this has been a volatile sector. The supply chain issues and other sort of dynamics that contributed to inflation have affected these landlords, all right? And so that, if you go back to, the prior graph, it was, very sort of volatile in that period. And we see that when we look at the expense side in particular. And so when you look at, for example, the bottom graph on this chart, this is collected, this is a large data analysis that was performed, and it basically looks at low-income tax credit apartments. And these are likely to be higher than the pre-95 apartments that are subject to this ordinance. But in this case, if you look at the pre-pandemic period between 2014 and 2019, the average rate of increase was 3%, okay? So that correlates loosely with the range of the rent stabilization recommendation that we're talking about. And we'll get into that more, all right? Next slide. All right, so this analysis shows over a 10-year period an analysis of returns to the property owner. And the model is this. It shows the acquisition, operation, and sale of an apartment complex over a 10-year period, all right? So this really measures the return of and on investment, internal rate of return. And as you see, what you have here on these charts, on the top is a 3% operating expense inflation, and the bottom is a 5% operating expense inflation. And if you look at the third and fourth down bar graphs in both the top and the bottom, that would show you the returns that are related to 60 to 80% of CPI. All right? Under the 3% operating expense, you're seeing returns of 10 to 11%. Okay? Under the 5% operating expense assumption, you see returns more in the 7 to 9% range. So you can see how sensitive returns are to operating expenses. However, it's really important as we think about that data related to operating expenses not to sort of cherry pick 1 or 2 years data during post-pandemic years in particular, and to use those as evidence that our operating expense numbers in the ordinance are too low. It's important to look at the long view, the long picture, and that's why we're looking at longer periods. For example, 2014 to 2019, 3% for low-income housing tax credit deals that are probably higher than the pre-95 units that we're discussing here. So when we talk about returns in these ranges, what does that mean? Well, what it means is you, as a landlord that would be looking at an acquisition, operation, and sale of this asset, you need to do better. This requires some expertise. You need to be doing better than what you could do in money market or certificate of deposit or other means by which you can earn a return with very little effort. This is not necessarily a low effort occupation. So it's important to acknowledge that. And we believe that if you can generate returns that are in this 10 to 11% range, then that is a fair and reasonable return. All right, next slide. So this just shows a little bit more data and some more testing of these results. And again, Salinas is on the top half of the chart. And then we have Oxnard, Antioch, Mountain View, Oakland, and San Diego. And we have additional data in the report. But if you look at the Salinas pieces, again, 60 to 80%, we are looking here at returns that are, over 11.5%. When we're evaluating 80% of CPI and approaching 10% when we're at 60% of CPI. So those are a reasonable delta from kind of the no effort returns. We believe that that is effectively sort of the sweet spot that we've been targeting here. And so with that, we're going to move on to the program costs. But before I do that, Tom, is there anything that you wanted to remind folks of or hammer home here?
Not really, other than just that what we were showing in the earlier slides there on this section was really the impact of vacancy decontrol, and that is a very important component and one that might want to be considered being added in case Costa-Hawkins is repealed, just to ensure that that is in place for the city. And then the other, again, is that operating expenses have been really volatile the last few years, and a lot of that is in inflation. Insurance has experienced a lot of the growth. Insurance is approximately about 5% of operating expense, just to put that into perspective, though. But it is one of the reasons why there is the provision in there for petitioning for an adjustment based on operating expenses when there are these short-term periods where there's something volatile, such as what's been going on in the insurance market recently.
Perfect. Thank you, Tom. And so just as a reminder, we've been using the word moderate rent control a lot. What do we mean by that? There's really three components. Tom just alluded to one: vacancy decontrol, automatic inflationary adjustments in rent, and ability for landlords to petition for individual rent increases as a result of proof in terms of capital improvements that they've performed or increased operating costs beyond their control. If they can provide evidence, that makes the program stronger to have those exceptions. Okay, next slide. All right, so now the program will have some costs, and so we've gone through an exercise of looking at what those may be on a per unit basis. Next slide. All right. So basically, we did an analysis that looks at potential staffing ratios. Again, looking at cities elsewhere in California that have a similar sort of complaint-driven enforcement component. And then based on city data, we came up with an analysis of potential staffing and the cost of that staffing. So you can see that up on the top portion of the graph, we're looking at the current existing rental registry with 2.1 full-time employees. And if we were to merge the rental registry with the rent stabilization program, we've provided a new range when you add those additional employees to cover the additional work of a range of 5 roughly to 13 additional employees. Midpoint there would be 6.7. And in effect, you'd be adding, FTE, full-time equivalent of 4.6 employees to your rental registry program to get to that 6.7 employee level, all right? And in order to achieve the cost, which is roughly $1.2 million of that program, and you have 8,330 units, you would need to charge a fee of $143 per unit per year to offset the cost, all right? So and let's go to the next slide. And these are just some notes on the fee, but I want to go to the third bullet here. The annual fee, in reality, will not be that simple. It will have components of partially covered units and fully covered units. And so let's go to the next slide. When you break it out to show that level of detail, there's some changes to the level of fee necessary to do full cost recovery. So in this case, partially covered units would, if you had a fee of $20 plus a fee of $115 for the fully covered units, that would cover your program cost of approximately $1.2 million. So, excuse me. So, let's move to the conclusion. Next slide. So again, as we said, rent stabilization is part of a toolkit that, along with other policies and incentives, can help alleviate some housing cost pressures. Taken in combination with other policies that encourage renter protections and additional supply, it can be part of a multi-pronged effort to improve the outlook for residents struggling to afford housing. All right, so next slide. Our recommendations are the city should consider adopting a rent stabilization ordinance, just for the reasons we expressed. Second, we've determined that there's a rental cap range, and we've expressed a minimum and a maximum for consideration of the city council, okay? So we believe that percentages within this range will provide a balance for both the renters and the property owners. And the city, as a result, should consider adopting rent stabilization ordinance, capping annual rent increases to the lesser of 2.5%. It's a range of 2.5% to 2.75% per annum, or a range of 65 to 75% of the consumer price index. So what's going to happen is, in a highly inflationary year, let's say that there is a spike in inflation for some reason due to some outside event out of our control. Well, what would happen is you're going to see that the 65 to 75% of CPI is going to be a higher number than the 2.5 to 2.75%, okay? So basically, it's really important to consider the notion that the lesser of could very well be the 2.5 to 2.75%, And if you're concerned about landlord cost expenditures and exposure, then you may want to lean toward the higher end of that range. If you're more concerned with the greater issue of rent levels and, cost burdens for those households, you may prefer to move to the lower end of that range. And so it's really a trade-off. It's a viable range for consideration, and happy to answer any questions as we go forward.
Anything to add, City Attorney?
And so we have our last portion of this presentation, so thank you, David and Tom. They will stick around and be available for questions. And as they mentioned, if we can bring back up the PowerPoint, Alexis, please. The second component to this program is a robust tenant protection and just cause eviction ordinance. And the draft ordinance that you have in front of you, let's pull up my PowerPoint, please, Alexis. Keep going forward. Next slide, please. Okay. So the intent of this ordinance is to provide housing stability and limit adverse impacts on displaced tenants. And there are provisions in this draft ordinance that are above what's currently provided in state law. One of those is the applicability to all rental units unless exempted. The exemptions are more narrow than what's provided in state law. In addition, these protections would apply at the start of the tenancy and not after a 12-month period. So going on to the next slide, please. There's also definitions for what is a permissible just cause at fault or no fault termination. There's a list of at fault reasons there. There's one exception that we've created which is different from what's provided in state law. If there are additional family members added, that's not considered a breach of the lease, provided they are within the definition of those family members. One of the things that we talked about at your Housing and Land Use Commission meeting was the Ellis Act provision that we've incorporated into the ordinance and whether or not to provide relocation assistance. We can provide relocation assistance. It's not in your current draft. That's something that we will be looking for direction on from this council. Next slide, please. So the requirements upon termination of tenancy go a little bit beyond what state law provides as well. You need to provide a notice and opportunity for the tenant to cure any at-fault defaults. And notices must be filed with the city. And we want notices filed with the city so that the city can track and monitor when folks are being terminated to try and avoid abuses of the system. So next slide, please. Upon termination of tenancy for no-fault eviction, there are also requirements crafted into the draft ordinance. This requires notice to tenants. Again, the notices are filed with the city. Peculiar to this ordinance, not unfamiliar with other ordinances that we see across the state, there's an offer to renew the property if it's put back on the market. What we're recommending here is there is a 5-year period during which if that unit is put back on the market, the landlord needs to reoffer it to the original tenant. There's relocation assistance requirement of 3 months as opposed to just 1 month, and that's of actual rent in addition to any security deposit amounts or any other amounts that the tenant paid up front. The notices for all of the provisions of this ordinance must be provided in English and Spanish. And the last component of this 3-part program is the anti-harassment ordinance. And next slide, please. And the intent here is to protect the vulnerable populations. And really what this is intended to prevent is what are called constructive evictions, where tenants are essentially forced out for reasons other than what is lawfully allowed under the ordinance or state law. So moving on to the next slide, we want to talk about the proposed operative date. We're recommending that this ordinance not become effective until January 1st of 2025. And at this point, I want to turn it over to the city manager, who I know has some comments about what will be needed in order for the city to stand up this program.
Yeah. Thank you, Council, to the Vice Mayor and Council. So I've been working with staff on looking at what we would need to stand up the program. So we're going to have to look at staffing. We're going to have to look at setting up systems. We're going to have to look at setting up our education components, our noticing, and just getting the word out to the community should you move this forward. And at that, so it would be really difficult to stand something up at the end of 30 days should you adopt an ordinance when it would go into effect. That's what we're suggesting. I'm recommending and talking that we start January 2025. That would give us at least a few months to try to stand something up. because I think it's very important if you take this action to move this forward, that we try to do it as best as we can from the beginning. I think we learned some things under our rental registry program, and I don't want to sort of repeat that. And I think moving too quickly can lead to some really bad outcomes where we're not well equipped, we're not noticing, we're creating a lot of more frustration in the community. And so to that, I think I would also need to bring back a budget to the council to adopt and appropriate it, which is not part of this discussion. So that's going to be a future discussion. And I'm not thinking that's going to happen after if you adopt this moving forward. So we're going to need some time to put all that together. We're going to need to appropriate money. And if you do stand up a fee, whatever that fee amount, it's going to come in. It's not going to be like immediate. So part of what we noticed that we're going to have to, our cash position, and we're going to have to float some of this at least the first 6 months to almost a year while it kind of gears up. These programs do not stand up overnight, and so we got to be prepared from a budget perspective to be able to handle it. So I'm going to need to bring all that back to the council. Thank you.
So thank you, City Manager. And just our last slide, Alexis. So here we are on August 20th, and the council again, the question for you is, how do you want to proceed? We've given you a lot of information tonight. There's a lot of information in your council packet. You received a lot of public comments. Now we need some direction from you on how you want to proceed. And so what we're currently proposing, depending on the direction that you provide tonight, is we would refine the ordinances, get them to a final stage so that we can bring them back to you on September 10th for introduction, and then adoption on September 24th, and again, with an operative date of this program of January 1st of 2025. And with that, we are all available for questions, Council.
Thank you, and welcome everybody. What we're going to do is we're going to take questions from the council, and then we'll move on to public comment. Councilmember Rocha?
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's rather lonely on this side of the dais, but we'll make do. Thank you, staff, for all of your hard work on this project, and to all of our community development staff for all of their work on this as well. I have a question, several questions. The first one is to our city attorney about the, let me see here, the Ellis Act. Can you share again what the Ellis Act is and why the recommendation from the committee was to include evictions based on the Ellis Act withdrawal to be subject to the relocation assistance?
So the Ellis Act is essentially when a property owner wants to take the rental unit off of the market, all right? So it's another way by which a tenant could potentially be displaced from their home. And so that displacement under the Ellis Act, provided it's done consistent with what that state law provides, would be lawful, but then the tenant would need to find another place to live. And so the discussion at the Housing and Land Use Committee was to provide some relocation assistance for those folks so that they have an opportunity to find another rental unit.
Mm-hmm. And on the issue of the relocation assistance, through your analysis of various tenant protection ordinances across the state, is it your opinion that the 3-month relocation assistance payment is consistent with what other jurisdictions have done?
Yes, council member. In the research that we've done of other cities, it is in line with what they have.
Thank you. I also had a question on the petition for rent reduction and the petition for rent increase to receive a fair and reasonable return. Do both of these petitions have to be filed with the city of Salinas, or are they filed with either the landlord and tenant, or who is the recipient of those notices?
They're directed to the city to process, right? But there is also a requirement that the landlords share that information with the tenants, and the tenants share that information with the landlord. So there is an opportunity to respond, so everyone participates in that process.
Is there a specific requirement for how that method of communication happens, like verified mail, email, or is there any thing speaking to how that notice must be transmitted to the other party?
You have to provide proof of mailing, and it should also be emailed with the proof of mailing. So there are a couple of different ways by which that communication needs to occur.
Thank you. There's a portion of the ordinance that speaks to planned capital improvement pass-throughs. So essentially where the landlord could pass on those costs to the tenant for planned capital improvements. was there any consideration for the timing of that pass-through to be once the work has been completed? And I bring that up because I have a concern about a planned capital improvement as opposed to a completed capital improvement. So in the event that a landlord were to do the pass-through, but then not actually do the work that they said they were going to do on the property, and then the tenant's rent was raised, I mean, how do we address that in the ordinance?
So some cities do have that provision. It's not currently in this draft. I think that is an important policy consideration for this council to deliberate on. But I do want to note at the end of that section, it's 1702.08, there is a provision that allows the council to adopt some regulations to govern the capital improvement pass-through program. So there is no reason, at least in my opinion, why we can't develop that and bring that back as a separate standalone regulation. But you can also direct us to incorporate it directly into the ordinance. So that way it would be available for everyone to, at the outset of this program, should you move forward.
Yeah, I would be supportive of that, of addressing it as part of the ordinance. The other question to ensure that the pass-through would be once the capital improvement work has been completed. The other question that I had was, there was a concern about the ordinance states that a tenant's right to return to a property after no-fault eviction would be subject to a screening process that is industry approved. So essentially, if a tenant's evicted for the no-fault evictions and then they're given the right to return to that unit, the landlord would have the right to do a screening of that. Do you think that that is something that is consistent with other ordinances? And I bring that up because if a tenant's evicted for no reason, I think they shouldn't be subject to a screening process to return to a unit that they previously were a tenant for.
So we've seen it both ways, council member. We've seen it as it's currently presented in your draft ordinance, but some cities have it, as you've suggested, to where that opportunity does not exist for the landlord.
Okay. And then the rent stabilization notices, is it going to be part of a discussion and comments to have the decision on whether or not to make those provided in both English and Spanish because they're not currently reflected in the ordinance?
Right, we've already received that direction from the Housing and Land Use Committee, but again, this is something I think the full council need to provide direction on, and then we will incorporate it should you direct us to do so.
Thank you. And then I also wanted to ask a question of our consultants, EPS, regarding your range that you provided, 2.5 to 2.75. I want to give you an opportunity to come to the podium. That way you're not shouting from the crowd.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Yes. So the range you provided of 2.5 to 2.75 or 65 to 75, 60 to 75, do you believe that that range appropriately takes into consideration the fair return on investment for the landlord, but also takes into consideration the very serious concerns we've heard about cost of living and incomes not matching rents?
Yes, we do. We really focused on the financial testing with real focus on the thought of ensuring these returns are reasonable for these landlords. And we believe that if you're in that upper 9s to 10, low 10s, that is a reasonable place. There's no question that when you reduce the revenue, you're going to reduce returns. And so the landlords are making a sacrifice in this equation. But we want to make sure that it's not too much of a sacrifice so that they remain viable. And then on the other side, as we've seen, there is significant pressure on rents, and there needs to be a multi-pronged approach. And so again, we feel this is a really important component of a larger housing strategy for the city that we believe will really benefit the citizens in reducing their cost.
Thank you. And it's a balanced approach in your opinion.
It is.
Okay.
I use the term threading the needle, and it is exactly that.
Another question I have for you is you're giving us an option on basically either or, right? It's 2.5 to 2.75 or the other range, the lesser of two. My question is, have you seen jurisdictions do it this way, or have you seen jurisdictions choose one?
Do you want to answer that?
Sure, I'll do it.
Oh, sure.
I think there might be a slight bit of confusion as to how that's arranged on that slide. What it's really looking at is you would have both a CPI, percent CPI, and then a flat rate. So basically, the percent CPI that you choose, that is in a normal year, that is your rent stabilization growth rate. And then that flat rate is basically that kicks in when you're in a higher inflation year, and it's that percent. Say you land on 75% of CPI, but in a high inflation year, that 75% is up a really high number. So you want to have like a cap that's like, yeah. So that looking at that straight number is sort of looking at like, okay, what is our upper end cap in that high inflation year that we're going to impose on that? So when is it going to stop using the percent of CPI, and when is it going to hit this cap and stop? Which is why it's important to have that, again, going back to that consideration for being able to petition on years where there's excessive operating expenses, to maybe there might be need to do some adjustment.
And relative to your question in terms of how other cities have expressed this, I think there's variable approaches that have been used, and it's partly stylistic. Some in the industry would come to you and say, this is the number, we think it's right, and and I think there's some maybe advantages to that, and that it's very simple. But we also feel that we wanted to provide a little bit more of a range for consideration to allow a little bit of dialogue and debate, maybe some negotiation. But really, we felt a little uncomfortable kind of pinpointing a number. But we do feel that we've offered a tight range that allows you some room to sort of specify where you're more comfortable. So if you would, as a follow-up, if that were the request, we could go further and attempt to land on a number that we would recommend. But our belief is that the best, healthiest process is to give you all the information, and that you have a dialogue about where within that range you feel comfortable. And it is a pretty tight range, so it's not like a hugely, I'll say, risky endeavor, but it is an important decision in terms of, does the evidence in your mind point to, do you feel that the landlords are put under more pressure here, and that, you should lean toward the upper end? Or, do you give more credence to the quote-unquote greater good? So it's partly a stylistic. I've seen both.
Understood. Those are all of my questions, so I'll reserve for comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a few quick questions. Could you speak to, again, and elaborate a little bit more on the effect of vacancy decontrol as it relates to the potential reduction in rental revenues?
Yes. So vacancy decontrol occurs when somebody leaves their rent-protected unit, and then that unit becomes open. And so then the landlord basically seeks a new tenant, and the landlord has the right to rent that unit out at then current market rates. And then, as long as that tenant doesn't change in that unit, the vacancy stabilization rate, or excuse me, the rent stabilization controls govern that unit until it's turned over again.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then, are there any specific actions that city staff and/or your team would suggest that we take in anticipation of the potential repeal of Costa-Hawkins? Is that something that we would wait to do? Should it be repealed? What do you suggest on that forefront?
Well, I would defer to the city attorney on that question, but I generally think that you're doing the right thing in considering your local ordinance at this time to help protect your rights. But Chris?
Yeah, thank you. And I think that if that's a consideration that this council wants to make, I would recommend that you do that now so that we can draft it into the ordinance and it can be a part of the program in anticipation of there perhaps being a repeal in November.
And that's it for me for questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrera?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Zender, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I hope I tend to be redundant at times, but I want to understand this. This is a lot to take in, but with this ordinance, if this council adopts it, when the costs are recovered for a fee, whatever amount that will be, the property owners will pay for that?
Correct.
Now, with your experience, if I'm a property owner, can I get away pushing those fees towards my tenant?
In reality, that is not the intent of the program. But, that is, the way that real estate people and landlords included think about things is their total cost incidence. And so it's very natural for them to look at that and to factor that in. Yes. And it would be sort of a normal thing for them to do. I would appeal to Chris in terms of what the legality of passing the fee through to the tenant.
So I think you can pass the fee on to the tenant. Again, I think it's something that this council should consider, whether you're going to impose a fee on both or just not charge a fee on either.
Yeah. And Mr. Callahan, my concern here, and I'm going to play devil's advocate for a little bit here. We have all kinds of ordinances, and we have a very difficult time enforcing ordinances. Here in your report, we're talking about we need to hire this type of professional staff. You're talking about a hearing officer, other individuals. How do you think this will be a fair process? Okay, so a tenant all of a sudden feels that they're being taken advantage, exploited by the property owner. Are we going to be able to handle those issues with this staff that you're talking about that we're going to hire?
Well, I may defer to the city manager on this, but I just want to say one thing that's important here. Should the council move forward with this program, there will need to be a very robust educational effort.
Yes.
To make sure that both the landlords and the tenants are aware of what this program entails so that we can help mitigate some of those questions and concerns. And now I'll turn it to the city manager.
Yeah, I think piggybacking off the city attorney, that's going to be very important. The only thing I can speak to is my experience in a prior jurisdiction when it came to motorhome parks and increases. There was a very robust process, and we needed the right staff. We actually used outside legal counsel and had staff that totally focused on that. So that's why the recommendation to start this in January of 2025, and I'm hoping we can get there if you move this forward, is going to be real critical because we need the staff to be able to do this. We need to hire the right staff. We need to have a robust education process, and we're going to be asking a lot of questions. And even if we're the best prepared, we know we're still going to have some challenges and issues as we roll this out. So the short answer to your question, it's going to be our goal, and it's going to be our intent to hire the right staff and have the right tools in place.
Yeah. And Mr. Mendez, in your report here, and also the city attorney's report, under the Tenant Protection Act, that requires no local enforcement, it says, disputes are resolved among the parties through the legal system. So with that said, does that mean, does the city get involved or not? So I'm the tenant, I have a dispute with my property owner, with my landlord. Who's to help me? Do I have to go get legal assistance?
So I think what you're referring to there, council member, is what is provided under state law, the Tenant Protection Act,
Yes,
right? So
yes.
in that case, the city doesn't have an opportunity to enforce that provision of state law, which is exactly why we're having the conversation about a local tenant protection and just cause eviction ordinance. That allows the city then to enforce the provisions of its own ordinance should they be violated.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Callahan, because you know what? We have a lot of people in front of us, and I want to make sure that people, when they leave here today after we hear their discussion, I want to make sure that they have factual information. Because I'm going to ask you, Mr. Zender, in slide 4, if we could put slide 4, please, the introduction to rent stabilization. I want to make sure that the tenants understand, because we are here to support them as well as the property owners, and we want to make sure we have this information correctly. Mr. Zender, could you just explain that small paragraph that's there in blue, rent stabilization protects? I mean, are you saying this will provide landlords a reasonable return on their investment? Can you explain that a little bit? Because
Sure.
this sounds like a win-win situation.
Well, hopefully it is a win-win. That is the intent. What that paragraph refers to is the notion of considering what we've seen, when we talked about income increases of 30% and then rent increases of 70% over the same period. That in perpetuity, if that continues, could create, problems in the community.
Yeah.
And so, our feeling is that as we look at these rental increases, that may not be sustainable. And so by ratcheting those down, we feel that the situation is all that much more livable for the people that live in these units. But that said, if we drive the rent down so low that it causes hardship on the landlord, that's not a permanent solution as well. So that will fail at some point as well. Yeah. So really, you got to look at both sides and try to find that compromise, and the operative analysis is really the internal rate of return evaluation, where we tested these levels of rent. Yeah. And we said, okay, well, if we push it down too far, we're pressing those returns too close to what you can go out and do much easier in the market. Yeah. Okay. But so if we allow those to come back up a little bit, within a reasonable amount, hopefully, then you can find that area where, yes, the landlord is taking a reduction in their return, but it's not a fatal one. It's not one that's going to drive them under. Yeah. And so that's the essence of it.
Thank you, Mr. Zender. And Mr. Zender, same along those lines, I see several little signs that says 2% rent stabilization.
Yeah.
Can you let us know what that would mean for the tenant? What can the tenant expect on a 2% rent stabilization?
Yes, if we were to press those rents down to 2% year over year, we would see returns that would be down at 7% or lower, 6%. Too close to money market, too close to certificates of deposit, too close to relatively, routine investments that people make. Yes, if you will. So they're, operating a housing complex and seeing to the needs of tenants, if it's done well, that is a real job. That is, a valuable contribution, by that landlord.
Yes.
And so, being economists, we feel it is important to ensure that landlord remains viable. And we're concerned that at 2%, you're getting those returns too low.
Yeah.
And when you dip down below, say, 7%, we get concerned.
For the landlord that says, hey, I only have 2 or 3 units, 3 rentals as an example, with utility rates increasing, material labor costs, insurance, some insurances are not insuring properties. We got several emails, and I read every single one of them intently because they're important, but some of them says, I'm gonna have to sell my houses. So how do you see that where, okay, so I have two rental properties. If we go to 2 or 2.5%, some of them says you're gonna run me out of business, I'm gonna have to sell my houses.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's possible that they may have acquired those units with a particular return range in mind.
Yeah.
And that, you know, it is also possible that, that the program may push those returns a little bit lower than they anticipated when they made that decision. And so we can't necessarily analyze every situation, but we can say overall that, you know, we believe that there's a reasonable sort of compromise between these forces.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're being told as well by some, now that AB 1482 is there, that that redundant provisions, why are we doing it locally? You know, some people, Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, so to respond to that question, council member, your draft ordinance provides additional protections that are not provided for in state law, right? So one of those examples that we discussed was the requirement for 3 months of relocation assistance for the no-fault just cause evictions, right? And English and Spanish notices is another, for example.
Yes.
And again, as we discussed a few minutes ago, this allows for an enforcement mechanism that can be initiated by the city, which is different.
Thank you. And you know what, and I'm going to ask Mr. City Attorney, I'm just going to talk about District 2, where the people voted me in to get this seat here, to represent them. I've been to some houses with very scared tenants. There's mold in the bedrooms, mold in the bathrooms, awful apartments. Sometimes I try to get a hold of the property management companies. For some reason, nobody seems to take interest. What if this ordinance does pass? Because there are, I am sure we have a lot of law-abiding property owners, but we have some ones that are really bad. And families are intimidated of losing their apartment or their house, so they don't want to say anything. But we had mentioned life safety issues. Under this ordinance, what would happen in a situation like that, Mr. City Attorney?
So I have a couple of responses to that. First of all, if the rental unit is found to be not habitable for the reasons, the example reasons that you provided, then there would be a limitation or a prohibition actually on increasing the rent. So that's one sort of impediment to maintaining those properties in a substandard condition. The other is, I want you to take a look at the anti-harassment ordinance, which also provides for protections from tenants, for example, for exercising their legal rights, right? So if they come forward and they complain, and the landlord attempts to do something with respect to that tenancy, then that would be a violation of that ordinance, in my opinion, and then the city has an opportunity to enforce that, council member.
Yeah, well, thank you. We will enforce it. Thank you. One last question. Mr. Senator, thank you. I'm done asking you questions. I'm going to ask one last question to the city attorney. Mr. Callahan, you mentioned there was a gentleman that I sent you the information. I guess in the downtown, there's 45 rental units. You mentioned something about the 1989 historic register. Would they be exempt in this ordinance?
No, councilor member, they wouldn't. And I just want to clarify something. That 1989 historic register, as it's referred to, is really just a list of historic resources, right? It's not none of those properties are designated, I shouldn't say none. That list does not automatically designate those resources as historic on a state, a local, or a federal list of historic resources, right? There's a separate process for doing that. And so to answer your question directly, no, none of those properties would be necessarily exempt unless they fall within one of the other categories of exemptions, right? So again, one of the things that you need to consider, and one of the comments that you heard was the cost of maintaining historic resources, right?
Yeah.
And so I would just encourage you, if you are going to start considering whether to create some sort of an exemption for historic resources, that you narrow that to only those historic resources that are on an actual registry of historic resources.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Councilmember Osornio?
Thank you. So my question is, you said a comment in the beginning that if don't know, something, if you're not making somebody upset or something, then you guys aren't doing your job. My question is just going to begin with what are the biggest challenges when you guys have dealt with other jurisdictions? What are the biggest challenges of really implementing this? And can you give some other examples of other cities, that process and how it turned out?
I think the biggest thing we're hearing about in this day and age is the volatility of expenses that are hitting the landlords. And Tom mentioned earlier when he was making his remarks, insurance. And it is truly amazing the rate hikes that many of us are seeing, not just landlords. But it is hitting the rental landlord community hard. And so those are real dollars. And so that's why we look at the longer view. And we look at, 7 or 10 years or even more sometimes, and try to find that sort of average. Because things do fluctuate. They go up and down. And we all know that during the pandemic, we had some of the most volatile economic conditions, of all types that we could conceive of. And that includes the conditions of the rental market. And so these landlords have been absorbing very high, spiking costs in certain categories. And insurance is probably number one on that list. But as Tom mentioned, insurance is roughly 5 or 6% of the total cost. So, an 18% increase, if it's just 5% of the total, that's muted somewhat. We know that property tax, with Prop 13, the max annual year over year is 2%, if the market is or less. And that is, significant piece. And then there's a range of other expenses. But I think it's the expense side that we worry about a little bit, because we have seen the recent data that is definitely showing that is a concern. So we appeal to the longer sort of look back, and we also think about what are we headed toward. And it seems like inflation has recently been brought under better control. Nationally, we're at about 2.9%. And so that appears to be improving overall. And so it looks like there could be some, better stability, perhaps. We don't have a crystal ball necessarily. But going forward, we would hope that things, as we like to say, regress to the mean. They look a lot like they used to. And so that is, sort of what we're looking at in terms of the long range of data. And yes, but that is a key concern, right? And so what the major moves that are made are similar to what you're considering, which is the off-ramp for the landlord that is experiencing legitimate costs out of their control that can be documented and provided to the city, and providing relief in that regard, allowing for pass-through of those, and taking some of the pain out of that situation for the landlord. So if they can submit evidence that their operating expenses are high, or they can submit evidence that they've made real capital improvements that are positive in terms of quality of life for the tenant and lasting capital improvements, there are mechanisms by which they can be granted exceptions. And that is what other cities do in the face of these types of pressures, is you build those off-ramps into your ordinance. So that's effectively what's going on out there.
And I guess my follow-up question to that is, because what we're looking at is multifamily built before 1995.
Yes.
That's almost 30 years. I don't know how you would take this data, but are most of those properties paid off? Or do you guys ever get into those conversations of with landlords or with property owners of how many of those properties are just straight profit that's going to them, so maybe it'd be just cutting profits. Do you ever have those conversations with landlords?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of variability out there in situation to situation. So in some cases, those units may have been rehabbed and in the past and are in really good shape. In other cases, people let them go, and they're in terrible shape. And so you have just an incredible range of conditions that you're faced with. And so, you know, if you're you know, say you're coming into the market and you want to buy something that's been run down, but it's habitable under the definition of the law, and you want to take the measures that are necessary to make that suitable, truly suitable for a tenant, then there's every ability to basically apply for an exception through this program that, you know, that I believe is really important, and that is the key.
Okay. And then let's say property owner realizes this isn't going to be a good investment. They sell the property. There's 12 units, so there's lots of families. What can you talk about a situation there?
Sure.
What happens in that situation?
Right, and that's why we had to satisfy ourselves that at the end of the day, we're generating something around call it a 10% internal rate of return, because that's the sort of inducement that you need to attract a buyer into the market so they can anticipate being, essentially paid for their work in overseeing and operating this asset.
Okay. And then as it relates to, repairs on a unit, there's always question, is the tenant responsible to make those repairs? Is it the landlord? Would those repairs, would there be a tenant that says, I'm not going to make these repairs, and then the landlord would be responsible and the landlord would have to take on those? Because that increase of charging them, monthly or any other fees, can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, and I'll let the city attorney address this, but the landlord has a responsibility to ensure those units are habitable.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
Okay, thank you. And then, city attorney, how do you see us when it comes to evaluating the program? Can you talk about some of the things that come to mind as far as, is that like a yearly basis? Is it, every 2 years, 5 years? Can you talk a little bit about what comes to mind as far as evaluation of the program?
So it's a good question, council member, and I think that there were some valuable lessons learned through the rental registry program. And so as robust a program as this is and as complex as it is, I think that this is something we're going to need to continually monitor, and we should report back to the council at least no less than an annual basis as to the status of this program and whether there are parts that need to be adjusted or refined or fixed.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question, it may be, as far as the different places where these ordinances have been adopted, has there been any conversations about ADUs and including them or excluding them?
If it doesn't qualify as a pre-1995 multifamily unit, then it wouldn't be covered under this ordinance. So if the ADU would be a detached structure, or if it was built after that date, then it wouldn't be affected.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, council member. My first question is for our community development director. Some of the emails that we've received talk about, say this is not addressing our shortage in housing. And we heard a little bit of information from our consultants, but can you share what the city is doing to increase our housing supply and how we're addressing some of our shortages?
Yes, so in terms of housing supply, there are many aspects. One, you have to plan for it. And so our future growth area north of Baranda Road, in our general plan, that allows for the development of approximately 12,000 units. And so we have adopted specific plans for both the west and the central area, and now we're working on the third area, the east area specific plan, to round out that complement. And as you recall, the council adopted a tentative map, which would allow for the foundation subdivision work for 1,600 units approximately to go forward with development. We also work with developers, and our role, I should clarify, in housing production, we are not a developer. We facilitate development. So we, one, plan and identify where and what types of housing at what density. We also are responsible for ensuring a streamlining process. As you may recall from our permit center reports, we have really focused on streamlining our accessory dwelling unit process and have been able to final over 200 accessory dwelling units that are now habitable and in our housing supply. We also, through our general plan update, we're looking at intensifying our density and having those conversations about how we increase housing units within our existing city limits, because there are limitations on how much we can expand. In terms of partnering, so we have examples right now where we are a partner with the county and a private developer, Eden, on county-owned property to develop a multifamily affordable housing unit. So those are some examples where we come in and we provide gap financing. In many cases, we may be the entity that assembles and prepares the land for development. So those are some of the ways that we are currently actively facilitating housing development.
Right, and like with any new program, there's going to be a lot of questions. And I know through our rental registry program, we talked about what services we would be providing to landlords and tenants. Can you speak to how that development is coming and what resources may become available?
It is still struggling, as we've discussed before. There was an imbalance in terms of expectation and being able to stand up the program, as well as the budget needed and the staffing resources. We have been actively researching portals and databases that are used successfully by other jurisdictions to both operate the rental registration program, as well as, if adopted by the council, would be a tool to try to automate the processes.
Thank you. And I know we had a TAC committee that was, not only just in communication, but they participated actively. Did they come out with a recommendation for a percentage?
I was not at the last TAC meeting when that was more likely discussed, so I defer to the city attorney.
So Mayor Pro Tem, I don't recall receiving a specific recommendation from the TAC as a whole. We, throughout the discussions, received different recommended percentages, 4%, 5%, don't do anything, leave it at state law. So it's sort of been all over the place.
Okay. And one of the emails we received had a question about older units that didn't necessarily have utility meters. What's your recommendation to address that?
So I think the misconception here is that landlords can't then charge the tenants for the utilities when they can, because it can be incorporated into the rent, right? And then that rent, including the utilities, would be subject to the cap that's in the ordinance should the council choose to move forward. So there isn't a necessity to separately meter the units. The utility costs can still be passed on through the rent.
Okay. Thank you. One of the concerns brought forward by residents was additional fees, and one of them in a particular neighborhood was the apartment complex was charging additional space rent for parking. And, oftentimes people are struggling to pay that rent already. And so what we were seeing in that particular neighborhood is they weren't parking inside the complex, instead parking in the adjacent neighborhoods. So what provisions are in this ordinance to help address that?
So the definition of rent includes a lot of other things, including parking, for example, which you just asked about. So that would be included in the definition of rent.
Okay. And then as we look at developing our outreach, bilingual material is great, but, videos is often a better tool than notices and things like that, especially in the mail. Do we have a plan to roll out a program that includes informational videos?
We have not developed a specific plan at this time, but that has come up in discussion, the need to diversify our outreach materials and the way in which we outreach, including video, and really to tap into other resources for mediation. And there are organizations that are already providing these educational resources and how we can partner with them.
Thank you. One of the slides talked about complaint-driven enforcement. What can we do to move from complaint-driven enforcement to equal enforcement across our city?
That's a tough one in terms of implementation, because you're having to increase your resources to effectively, proactively enforce. So really, this focus, while complaint, I would say it's not exclusively complaint, because your education component is proactive. So it may be complaint-based in terms of some of the violations or concerns that arise, but I see it as a very proactive education and resource networking, approach to support the program implementation.
All right, those are all my questions. So at this time, we're going to open up for public comment. Public comment is 2 minutes. We encourage you to get in line. I'm going to make a request, just if I can get your attention for one moment. Well, I'll wait for everyone to get in line.
I know. Did you make a request?
Thank you, everybody. I just want to make a quick announcement. We want to encourage everyone. Thank you. We want to encourage everyone to participate in this process. So that also includes being respectful of everybody's comments. I know that there's a lot of passion and there's a lot of different viewpoints. So just be respectful of each other. Please, no jeering, no clapping, no booing. Let's just be respectful of this. And City Clerk, I'm going to ask for your assistance. We do have a 2-minute timer on public comment, and the City Clerk will help facilitate when your time is up. Thank you very much. And at this time, public comment is open.
Hello, my name is Concepcion, and I want to talk about how the 2% of ordinance can help many families in our community. I come with the CCA and Youth for Change. I'm 15-year-old, and I go to Everett Alvarez High School. I live in a crowded house, and I recently started working to help pay bills and food. Seeing my parents struggle through work to pay rent and groceries makes me feel bad, because they work very hard every day, and this makes me wonder if other families have it the same or worse than what I do. My parents act like they are fine, but we truly know that they are struggling to get us through life. Not many people have the big opportunities to have good jobs and pay good money. Some people have trouble paying rent and sometimes even get kicked out to look for a new home. This needs to stop now. We need to help our communities. We need to see a change. If we don't do a change, many people won't have homes in the near future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sally Backus, and I'm an owner of a property management company, so I see both sides of this. I agree that rents are very high, but we all recognize that the real basic problem is lack of housing. My concern is, as we decrease the profitability for property owners, we are seeing them move their money out of the area. Monterey County ranchers are very smart. If the city decided that they were going to cap what they could sell their produce for, they would simply sell their produce elsewhere. The same is happening. We have lost up to 50 properties that were rentals in Salinas and are now in other states because they don't want to deal with the problems they perceive to be coming. That's 50 less properties available to rent in Salinas, and I think that this will only intensify the problem by putting these regulations on it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Craig Cumming. I own Mangold Property Management. I've been working in property management for 25 years here in Salinas. We've been managing properties for about 42 years in Salinas. I think all the research that I've read about rent control is it does have some positives for the tenants who are in the units now. The 15-year-old who just spoke, she's not going to be able to find an affordable rental in Salinas because we will have to raise the rents to market rent when they do become vacant. And I think the EPS study hinges on getting owners a reasonable rate of return, 10 to 11%. If Costa-Hawkins repealed and then all of a sudden they can't charge market rent, that sort of throws the whole study out of the equation. So instead of spending $2,200 on a two-bedroom, they're going to be looking at $2,600, $3,000, or whatever that might be to provide the owners a reasonable return. So I was a little discouraged that Mangold Property Management managed 1,500 units that this law would apply to. That's 18% of all the rentals in Salinas that this would apply to. That's a pretty big player in this industry. I never heard from anybody. I did send out an email to everybody. I did hear from Mr. Barretta. I appreciate that. But I think, you know, any policy that's being considered should really be considering lots of housing development. Where we have a major shortage, that'll control the rents. Right now, we do have a rental cooling. The rents that we were getting last year were about $200 less this year. So it's naturally happening. The market did go up with COVID. Everybody's capitalizing. You know, we got increased insurance. Sewer's going up 20% per year. We have materials going up 15 to 20%. The laborers who are working in this industry, a 2.5% increase is going to affect this industry in a very negative way. And for the people that I care most about, our residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Chris Erickson, resident of Salinas and also with Mangold Property Management. As a property manager, I see it's really kind of a supply and demand issue. You get a larger supply, the cost is going to go down. I've heard a lot of talk about how are you going to enforce the rules. We have laws in effect now that don't seem to be enforced. You know, those property managers that do listen to the tenants when they have issues with mold and other issues, that they are immediately addressed. You know, I think that they should really be enforcing the current laws, and those landlords and property managers that are not living up to the law, that aren't doing the right thing, and not handcuffing those that are doing the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sue Burnham. I own 3 properties in Salinas. I pay for my tenants water, garbage, sewer, pest control, a gardener, because I want my tenants to have a beautiful home. I lived in these places. I could move into any one of my units at any time they're in that type of condition. But what you are not understanding is what happens to landlords when someone moves out. In 2023, I had a long-term tenant. He was a lovely man. He moved out and he hit me with $16,000 worth of damages in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit that I was charging him $1,800. That's in one unit. This year alone, I got hit for $10,000 when a tenant moved out. $10,000. She was a lovely girl. You don't understand how drugs are going on. You can interview people, you can get the best people to be your renter, but because of drugs and alcohol and things that are going on in our community, you have no idea what these places look like when our people move out. My operating costs alone each year are anywhere from $13,000 to $16,000. That's not counting the $26,000 I got hit with in 2 years. In 2 years. I could be a scum landlord. I could decide not to fix any of that. But I can't, because I care about the people that are going into these units. What you're offering to give us as a return doesn't help us with what our costs are. When I hire a repairman, he's twice as much as what he was before COVID. When I see my taxes that are going up 2% a year, and you want to give me 2.75, maybe at the most, that's not fair. That's going to be, I can't keep my units the way I'm going to need my units when someone walks out and leaves me with what they leave me with. And what you're telling me that you're going to help me with seems pretty minuscule. If I lose $26,000 in 2 years, what is your program going to do for me? Thank you for your time.
Welcome.
Honorable Mayor Kimbley, I know you're watching, city staff, Tony. It's so hard to get up here and speak for a cause that you know will fall on deaf ears. However, I was approached, as others were, to come and advocate for justice and equality by rejecting the rent stabilization proposal. But now, the issue that our newly appointed District 3 council member has decided to not represent all of us, and I quote him, Deep South District 3 or Land Loan Owner District 3. It is not only offensive, but downright criminal and disheartening. We know where we stand in priorities with the other council members, but our own District 3? Now, about rent stabilization proposal, let's imagine it's your parents that own these units. Would you want them to be punished as landlords with a cap on rent increase, so then they wouldn't be able to afford to take care of the properties? Landlords have worked very hard to own what they have. Don't force them to sell and make the rental inventory smaller. So remember, I'm going to leave you with a quote of one of my ancestors. El respeto al derecho ajeno es la paz. The respect for the rights of others is peace. Benito Juarez. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And my name is Rose Clark.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Adam Pinteritz. I represent the Monterey County Association of Realtors, and I am a renter. I first want to appreciate the City Manager and Community Development Director for acknowledging the staffing challenges involved in enforcing these types of ordinances. And when you consider the budget for this, I would strongly encourage you to consider how difficult it's been to retain your existing staff and the issues the city has with that, and also to consider what does it look like to process 16,000 appeals? Because if you have 8,000 units and both parties can submit an appeal, you better assume that they're going to. Since some of the members of the council have worked in education, I'm sure you would appreciate the value of citing your sources, something that I don't recall seeing from EPS report. So I'll cite a few sources of my own. According to a 2003 study from MIT Journal of Housing Economics by Henry Pulowski, this examined New York's rent stabilization from 1993 to 1999 and found that the median rent in stabilized housing rose 24%, whereas unregulated housing increased by 17% in the same period. Supporting the same conclusions from a different time period, but in the same jurisdiction, according to the article Measuring the Value of Rent Stabilization and Understanding Its Implications for Racial Inequality by Ryu Chen et al. From the Regional Science and Urban Economics, this study quantifies rent discounts in rent-stabilized units in New York City between 2002 and 2017, finding that more affluent and white renters benefited from the rent stabilization more. So by all means, past the anti-harassment component, I don't think anyone's in disagreement that no one should be harassed. But I think there's a lot of work to be done to better consider the implications of the rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Bienvenido.
Buenas noches, miembro del concilio. Mi nombre es Jesús Estrada, soy un organizador del Centro de Abogacía de la Comunidad, CCA. Yo estoy aquí para hablar de lo que yo he vivido y lo que he visto con la comunidad. Una estabilidad de renta es muy importante, aunque no es todo, pero es bueno para comenzar con algo para ayudar a los trabajadores del campo. Una de eso también es muy importante considerar asistencia y reubicación. La razón es que hay muchos abusos en ese lado, porque un caso recientemente la semana pasada de 10 familias que encontramos, que el dueño está diciendo, voy a remodelar mi apartamento y necesito que salgan, y le doy un mes de reubicación, o sea, asistencia de reubicación. Pero si se quieren quedar, ellos están pagando $1,516, pero si se quieren quedar, vamos a renovar el contrato y van a pagar $3,200, casi doble de la renta, ¿sí? Y creo que eso es importante considerar 3 meses de asistencia de reubicación para aquí. como el condado también ya aprobó una asistencia de reubicación. Entonces hay que revisar ahí cuántos meses es de reubicación ahí. Yo sé que lo aprobaron hace poco, hace un mes, 2 meses, no me acuerdo exactamente, pero para eso estoy yo, para expresar lo que yo he visto y lo que yo he vivido con la comunidad. Uno de esos también es pago de estacionamiento de los carros, ¿sí? Unos están cobrando, otros no están cobrando. Y no se quiere decir que si no es legal ni es ilegal, lo pueden convertir como una ley local aquí en Salinas. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
Good night. My name is Jesus Estrada, and I'm an organizer with CCA. Today, I am here to let you know what I have seen and what I have lived in the community. We need rent stabilization. It is important. It is not everything, but it is a start. We need rent stabilization to help our farm workers, and we also need assistance with relocation. It is, some landlords are abuse the situation because I have seen 10 families not long ago. The owner wants to remodel and he wants the families to move out. Right now, they're paying $1,516 from rent. And when they come back, he wants to charge them $3,200. That is almost double of what they are paying currently. So I really think that the assistance, the 3-month rent assistance for relocation is very important. I know that the county approved not long ago, a month or 2. I don't know the amount, but I know that it was approved, and that is something that is very important for the community. Another thing that I have noticed that in some places they charge parking, in other they don't. So I don't know if it's legal or not, but I think there can be a community or the council can pass an ordinance establishing if it's legal or not to charge these parking fees. Thank you.
Welcome.
Kevin Dayton, Government Affairs Director, Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce has already taken a position against the rent stabilization, but we're holding off on sending the letter until after we heard the comments here tonight. I'm going to report back to them. I was very disappointed about the economic report that came in, and basically, I don't want to oversimplify, but I think what they said was generally the market forces don't apply for Salinas rental housing, and the landlords are charging an excessive amount for profit. So I'm going to go back to the members and say this is what's being said here, and yes, rents are high, and you know, the impression here is that profits are too high and the government should cut them. Now, you can go ahead and do this, and this has been tried many places in many ways. I will predict here that market forces will work here, and there will be repercussions from controlling these rents that will be negative. And you know, in many places where they have a lot of government control over things, you know how it all squeezes out into market forces? Crime. What you're going to get is a lot of people here just completely evading this, and the good people who are responsible and were doing reasonable rents, whatever you want to define that as, are going to be the ones who are going to be saying, how am I going to get the return on investment I wanted in this first place? It's going to be the wrong outcome for you, and it's also going to harm people here who are looking for housing and have housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Bienvenida.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Verónica Martínez y vengo Distrito 5. Y la razón que estoy aquí, mi experiencia, mala experiencia de la vivienda, mes de junio, normalmente pago el 1 de junio, y ese día el dueño de la casa me dio 2 papeles diciéndome que firmo allí porque él como dueño tiene el derecho de subir la renta cuando él quiera, mes o año, porque él no es el dueño de apartamento, sino es dueño de propia casa. Y le dije si el papel estaba en inglés, y le dije yo no puedo leerlo en inglés, no hay en español. Y él me dijo que no había, y le dije no puedo firmarlo ahorita, necesito que alguien me lo traduzca y ande de firmarlo. Y pasó un día y nos preguntó, ¿ya firmaron el papel? Y le dije que no, no he firmado porque no he encontrado a alguien que me traduzca. Oh, está bien, y se fue, y el siguiente día regresó con otros 2 papeles y me dijo, ya no necesito que firme nada porque le doy 60 días para que desaloje mi casa, ya no estoy interesado en rentar. Y le pregunté, ¿cuál es la razón? Porque yo siempre he pagado mi renta a día, el primero del mes, y me dijo, nomás no tengo interés de rentar. Y ya hice todo lo posible, trabajo 8 horas y salía de la calle, regresaba a las noches de la noche para buscar renta. Y para mí fue muy difícil encontrar renta y gracias a Dios en 15 días encontré. Pero ahora pago $2,650 al mes y aparte el bill, lo que es todo el bill. Y también es otra señora que es propia dueña y ella también no me quiso hacer el contrato. Dijo, yo quiero mes a mes. ¿Y quién me asegura que ella no me va a subir el 10% el siguiente año? Y eso me preocupa mucho porque trabajamos en el campo y en el campo es el área más bajo que hay. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Martinez. I'm from District 5, and I'm here because I want to let you know the very bad experience I have had. I always pay my rent on June 1st, and on that day, the landlord came and gave me 2 papers that I had to sign. I didn't know what they were, so I told, because they were only in English. And he told me that he had the right to increase my rent whenever he wanted, every month, every year. And I told him that I couldn't sign the paper because it needed to be in Spanish. So he left the paper, he came back the next day, he asked me if I had found somebody to translate the document. I said I didn't. He came back, and then the next day he came back with a document that said that I had 60 days to move out. I asked him why, because I'm always on time with my rent, and he just said, no, I am not interested in renting to you anymore. I work 8 hours a day at night. I came back and I started looking and looking to get a home. Thank God I was able to find a house in 15 days. I'm paying $2,650 a month for rent. I also have to pay my bills. And there's another lady there that was going to rent the house to me, but the problem was that she didn't want to sign a contract. She wanted it a month-to-month lease. And that worries me because what happens if suddenly she wants to increase the rent 10%? I don't have a contract that protects me. And I work in the field, and those are one of the areas where we earn less. Thank you.
Thank you. Bienvenida.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Claudia Núñez y vengo del Distrito 4 y soy madre de 5 hijos y trabajo en el campo. Con lo que nos dan de horas, ya no nos quieren dar más de 8 horas en el campo. Ganamos menos que lo que ganábamos antes y nos subieron la renta mucho más. Apenas este mes pagué $200 más de lo que pagaba. Que me la suben. Y pues está difícil estar rentando así. Vengo y participo en la escuelita del involucramiento cívico. Me da que los altos costos de vivienda se eleven más y más. Esperanza por cubrir el alquiler mes tras mes y por vivir dignamente parece ser cada vez más lejos de nuestros alcances. Y pues, gracias. Y es todo.
Gracias.
Good night. My name is Claudia Núñez, and I'm from District 4. I have 5 children. I work in the fields. Lately, I'm not even working 8 hours They give us less hours to work, so we're earning less than before, but our rents are going up. Just this month, I paid $200 more for my rent. So this is hard because they increase rent constantly. I participate in La Escuelita of civic engagement, and I honestly think that the high cost of living that is not allowing us to cover our rent. Every time, each month we see that it is further away from us to have the hope to live in a decent home because we don't have a way to make ends meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Bienvenida.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Amalia Francisco, soy de Distrito 3. El razón que yo estoy aquí, dar mi voz es, mes de enero estuvimos crisis de renta, entonces, anduvimos buscando, por fin encontramos, pero, la renta era muy accesible porque a la entrada nos pidieron, depósito, siempre es depósito, pero nos pidieron un mes adelantado y ese mes no es que vamos a esperar en 2 meses y lo vamos a recuperar, sino hasta que ya no queramos vivir ahí o en 2 años, en 3 años y no sabemos si es seguro porque no firmamos ningún papel. Y la razón que nosotros agarramos vivienda es porque no nos pedía lo que es papeleo, crédito, todo. Lo agarramos así nomás porque ya no teníamos dónde ir ni dónde vivir y por eso la entrada tuvimos que dar $18,000 porque era mucho y ese dinero no estaba en nuestras manos, sino era prestado. Ya cuando empezó trabajo empezamos a ahorrar y pagar esa deuda, pero ahora estamos preocupados cómo vamos a hacer pagar, ya que ya el trabajo se termina, porque yo trabajo de temporada, nomás cuando termina la fresa, pues ya no hay trabajo, es muy difícil y por eso estoy aquí para dar mi voz. Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Amalia Francisco. I'm from District 3, and I'm here so my voice can be heard. In January, we had a crisis. We didn't have a place to live, so we had to look for a place to live. Finally, we found some place, but the thing is that they asked for a month deposit, and that is something that we're not going to get back. Unless we stop living there. We don't know if we're going to live there for 2 or 3 years, so I don't know when I'm going to get that deposit that I had to pay forward. Also, the reason why we stayed there is because they didn't ask for us to sign any documents. We didn't have to get any credit score, anything. And that's why we had to live there, because we don't have a signed contract. But the problem is I didn't have anywhere else to go. We had to pay $18,000 as a deposit. We had to get a loan. Now we're in debt, and I'm worried because I don't know how I'm going to pay that and make ends meet. And the season is about to end, and I don't know how I'm going to pay that back. So that's basically why I'm here.
Welcome.
Hi, Jeff LaTourette, and I own a historic building, and I sent a letter, and you guys may have seen it, but I'm happy to hear that you're considering exempting those buildings. There's very few in the city, less than 40 units total. But I did want to just raise something that I heard from EPS, just to let you guys know that they were figuring like 5% increase in operating expenses. So my building, the last 5 years, it's been 15% per year increase in operating expenses. 10% this year was for insurance alone, and they were, usually it's maybe 5 or less. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up of why it's so expensive to maintain these, and how if we don't, obviously, they'll deteriorate over time. So thank you for your consideration. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor, Council, my name is Nelson Megan. I have an apartment owner in Salinas, and I've been here for almost 35 years with several buildings. And I see a problem that you're trying to solve on approximately 30% of the property owners, and I don't think that's reasonable. And I also see the problem is income. We have a big production of, a big portion of the people that live in Salinas work in the agricultural industry. And obviously they're not paying enough because what it costs to put a unit on a piece of property is about $250,000 for maybe a 650 square foot unit. When you start getting at the analysis of it, we're not making that much on it, and we have to continue every 5 to 6, 7 years, continue to put more and more money back into them, and our operating costs go farther and farther along as they go. I'm all out for helping everybody that we can, but it can't be just on the landlords. It has to be on the agriculture industry. It has to be the downtown people. It has to be everybody. You are taking this problem and putting it on a small group of investors who are going to come back and say, you know, it's not worth it. I'll just sell it. Let someone else hassle with it. And you've got a lot of good landlords in this town, and there are some very bad ones. But at the end of the day, that analysis that gentleman did over there was on paper. In real life, when you're doing the actual work in the management and in the field, in the industry out there, it's a little bit different. When you get a bill from the insurance company and it went from $6,000 a year to $28,000 a year, it's stunning. When I get a bill for remodeling a unit and it cost me $40,000 or $50,000 a unit because some tenant ripped it apart. There are things that you don't see because you don't live the day-to-day. I really, really need you to have this as a widespread solution. Thank you.
Bienvenida.
Buenas tardes a todos. Chavinsko mi bando nanyundo kishando kain Chávez. Mi nombre es Graciela González. Yo soy de la comunidad mixteca. Actualmente estoy con Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. Y agradezco a toda mi comunidad que se dieron el tiempo, ya que son trabajadores del campo. Quería expresar por mi familia también, que son trabajadores del campo y son personas esenciales que aportan a la ciudad y al país en general. Y lamentablemente es triste la situación que pasa toda nuestra comunidad indígena, ya que no es una barrera la que ellos enfrentan, sino que también el idioma. Ellos son muy afectados, ya que las aplicaciones de las viviendas vienen en inglés, algunos tienen que ser en línea. Entonces, esa barrera, no hay accesibilidad para ellos para adquirir un apartamento o una casa. Y también ellos están dispuestos a pagar o a conseguir de la manera, porque son trabajadores y han luchado desde que llegaron aquí, pero lamentablemente para ellos no es posible agarrar algo para una familia, ya que la renta es muy costosa. Y también quisiera mucho que haya protección de inquilinos, ya que ellos, cuando expresan si hay algún daño en su propiedad, las personas que les rentan fácil nada más les dicen después voy, pero no van. Y cuando mandan a alguien, ellos cobran a las personas que viven ahí y ellos no cubren esa reparación, ese mantenimiento que se tiene que dar. Entonces, por eso es muy importante que haya esa protección de inquilinos. También, cuando ellos piden que se les respeten sus derechos, la única cosa que le dicen como los dueños es que si no te gusta, puedes irte, porque saben que las personas no tienen dónde ir. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Graciela Garcia, and I work with Centro Binacional Oaxaqueño. And I'm here to thank my community. Most of my community is farm workers. I want to also thank my family, because we are indigenous farm workers, and we are essential. We are essential for the city, and we are essential for the whole country. It is really sad because there is a lot of barriers that our community suffers. Language is one of the main ones. When we try to rent an apartment or a house, we face barriers because most of the documents are in English, or we have to fill them out online. So that is another barrier to be able to access a home. We are working people that are trying to get a home. We have been struggling since we got here. And it's really hard for a family to come here and be able to find a house because rents are so high. So we really need rental protection. We need our tenants to be protected because what happens when the properties suffer damage? We tell the landlord, and the landlord says, yeah, we'll be there, don't worry. But they never really come and fix the house And if they fix it, then they charge us. They never really cover the costs. And we need rental protection because what happens to the tenants? We tell the landlord, and the landlord says, well, you know what? It's my right. If you want to go, then just leave. And they know we're not going to leave because we don't have anywhere to go.
Bienvenida.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales. Dice, mi nombre, María Chávez, vengo del Distrito 4, soy inquilino, participo en la escuelita de involucramiento cívico. La mayoría de los inquilinos que vivimos en Salinas pagamos demasiado por vivienda y muchos de nosotros vivimos en condiciones de superpoblación. Todo esto para poder pagar los altos costos de alquiler y poder comprar comida, dejando atrás las demás necesidades que tiene cualquier familia, impactando altamente en la educación de nuestros hijos. Por favor, les pedimos que voten por un 2% de estabilización de alquiler. Con esto nos darán una esperanza a esta comunidad que en un futuro cada familia pueda tener acceso a poder pagar por su propia vivienda. En mi caso, mi familia el año pasado, en 2023, antes de agosto, pagábamos $2,059 y para agosto nos aumentaron $669, pagábamos $2,728. Ahora en agosto nos volvieron a aumentar $139. Ahora estamos pagando $2,867. Por favor, voten sí por el 2%. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Maria Chavez, and I'm from District 4. I am a tenant, I rent, and I also attend La Escuelita. And it's really hard to be able to pay rent. Most of us can't really afford a home, and if we can't afford it, we're all living in crowded conditions. And that is and the reason why we do that is because we have to choose among paying rent or paying food. So, and we have to leave behind the other needs of our family. For example, education for our children. We just can't afford that. So that's why we're asking you to please vote for 2%. The community needs it. It is hard. Last year, my family, in August of 2023, we used to pay $2,059 in rent. In August, they increased $669. So then we paid $2,728. Then afterwards, we suffered another increase of $139. We were paying $2,867. So please vote for 2%. That is the only way that the community is going to have hope to be able to afford a house in the future.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. I'm going to read this. I apologize ahead of time. It's a little scattered, kind of writing things down as it went. First, it sounds like we really need to address the bad players in this scenario, and that's landlords who aren't taking care of their tenants. The tenants need to understand their rights. That needs to be first and foremost. And it doesn't have to be rewritten. It can be used a California law. We just need to make everybody aware of how they can approach something when they're being, for lack of a better term, attacked by landlords who don't care. Now, I'm not saying that all landlords don't care, because that's not true. But we're getting a little painting that makes it look like landlords are all bad, and they're not. The presenter stated that inflation is flattening out. I just want to ask him, what planet is he from? We have people coming up here saying, I have to choose rent or food. That doesn't tell me that inflation is flattening out. How does any of this rent stabilization, how does any of it create more homes? I'll just answer for you. It doesn't. So what are we talking about? We're talking about fees. Fees for the landlords, for rentals. So we're not only going to charge them a fee for doing business in the city, we're also going to take away their livelihood to some extent, because now they can't say how much they want to make. Doesn't sound reasonable to me. So overall, rent stabilization, the landlords lose. It's just hard for them. It's taking their income and giving it to somebody else. Oh, man, I had so much more good stuff. All right, thank you.
Just to let everybody know, if you don't complete your public comments, you can always submit them to the city clerk, and we get those comments as well. Bienvenida.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Adriana Molina. Yo estoy abogando por la estabilidad de renta. Estoy con la organización CCA y de esta manera, por estar en este medio, he escuchado muchas historias. Creo que ustedes también las han escuchado, pero vengo a repetir un poco de ello porque creo que es necesario. Tenemos muy bajos sueldos con los trabajadores del campo y en general creo que también, que no van acorde con el alto costo de renta. Conozco familias enteras viviendo en un apartamento, hasta 6 familias, un apartamento de 2 o 3 recámaras. Cuando estas familias están aquí, yo les he preguntado, ¿se conocen entre ustedes? Y en algunas veces me dicen no. Hay niños muy pequeños viviendo ahí con otros niños que tampoco se conocen, con adultos. Creo que esto está poniendo en riesgo a estos niños porque no conocen al otro que está ahí, al adulto que está ahí, los padres trabajando. Algunas veces, y yo lo digo porque yo lo pasé, yo soy madre de 5 hijos y en un pasado tuve la necesidad de dejar mis hijos con estas personas que no conozco, donde esta situación no puede estar pasando porque estos niños en algunas veces reciben abuso. Y el padre no se da cuenta. Y cuando el padre quiere hablar, es amenazado por el propietario, por el que está rentando. Si hablas, te pasa esto, te saco. La alta demanda de vivienda que no tenemos aquí, eso nos hace aguantarnos y de quedarnos callados. He visto esto y por esa razón estoy aquí. Para mí es algo muy difícil porque yo lo viví, pero creo que es el momento de poner un alto al alto costo de renta por el bajo sueldo que tenemos que no nos alcanza, ¿verdad? Entonces yo quisiera pedirles que necesitamos parar esto y por favor apoyen lo que estamos haciendo ahora. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good night. My name is Adriana Molina, and I'm here to advocate for rent stabilization. I work with CCA, and I hear so many stories. I'm pretty sure you have heard these stories too. Salaries are very low. Field workers do not earn enough to be able to cover their rent. I know families that live in one apartment, 6 families in a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment. And when I ask these families, do you know each other? Most of the time they say they don't. There's children, there's adults living together in a tiny apartment, and they don't even know each other. This is a risk. I know this because I went through this too. I have 5 children, and on more than one occasion I had to leave them, and I left them with these people that I don't know. And these children are in risk of being abused. And the thing is that if we want to sue them or say something about it, the landlord threatens to kick us out. So that makes us stay quiet because we cannot really find a place to live. There's such a high demand that we don't say anything. So this has to stop. It is so hard to find a home. Salaries are low. Rent is really high. So this really needs to stop, and we need to support rent stabilization and support 2%. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lennon Ramos, and I come here to advocate for tenant protection and rental assistance, or rental stability, sorry. I'm a community worker. I've been working with rental assistance for the past 4 years. I do see both sides of the story, tenants and landlords. A lot of the landlords are very helpful with their tenants, and I do agree with that, very reasonable with their rent, but also there's misinformation around and taking advantage for the tenants more when they are not English speakers. But not only that, what worries me a lot more than that, it's our future. And our future is the students. And the students, I did see a lot of students that cannot afford deposit or first month's rent, or even an application for the fee that they ask for their credit and whatnot. So that's what worries me more, and that if we have more protection for tenants, there's less homeless around. I did see a lot of that needed hotels for a whole month because they couldn't look for, or they couldn't find a place to live, a whole family. I did see a lot of that. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ana Nunez, and I've been grateful that I'm the few ones that I have a really good relationship with my landlord. But what happened to me is that they asked me to move from a house that I was there for 20 years renting the house because they have to do a major project, you know. The single ones, you know, the few ones, they were always repairing that. So for a year, I tried to find a place, but I couldn't because I'm a single mom. And the cost of me moving was nearly $7,000 to $9,000 between, you know, the rent, the deposit, and everything. So I couldn't do it. And the only way that I was able to move is because my same landlord, they have an empty place and they offer it to us. That was the only way that I could done it, you know, and move with my two sons that are college students. And that's how I did it. But for me to be able to pay the rent, I worked 4 jobs. That's the only way that I'm able to pay for my rent and everything else. One of my sons worked, the other one has special needs, and he focused only in college. He's about to graduate. But again, for me to be able to afford to live only with my sons and not have to rent a room on my own house that I'm renting, it's to work 4 jobs. That's the only way that, and it's been times that I have to ask for help because it's either I pay my bills or food or pay my rent. It happened to me so many times. And you put it in a balance, and what do? You need a place to live, but you also need food on your table. So have to decide to use your money in either thing, it's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Bienvenida.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Viviana Soto y vengo a abogar por la estabilidad de renta y la protección de inquilinos. Yo hace 6 años me quedé sin renta porque me pidieron la casa y no encontraba. Y me dijeron que me tenía que salir porque tenían que vender la casa. Y duré 9 meses en un garage con mis 3 hijos, mi esposo, y tardé mucho tiempo en encontrar. Ahora una persona está pasando por lo mismo, perdón, soy muy sentimental, pero la persona tiene un hijo con cáncer y aún así le dijeron que le iban a quitar los servicios de luz y agua para que se saliera. La persona no tiene dónde vivir y qué iba a hacer. Ella me dijo, pues voy a vivir en mi van con mis hijos en la calle. So, yo le ofrecí mi garage porque yo ya pasé por eso y discúlpenme otra vez, soy muy sentimental, pero no se me hace justo y que abusen de las personas que trabajan en el campo y que no hablen bien inglés, que abusen de esas personas porque no es justo. Y pues vengo a abogar por ellos y porque quiero que las rentas pues se estabilicen porque el costo lo que ganamos no nos alcanza para las rentas, es muy alto el costo y cada vez nos aumentan más y más. A mí este año me aumentaron 250 y de pagar 2,800 estoy pagando 3,050, perdón. Entonces, por eso vengo a dar mi testimonio y gracias por escucharme.
Gracias.
Good night. My name is Viviana Soto, and I'm here to advocate for the rent stabilization ordinance and tenant protection. 6 years ago, I went through a very hard situation. They asked me to leave the house because they were going to sell it, and I couldn't find a place to live. For 9 months, I had to live in a garage with my 3 children and my husband, and it is really, really hard. I'm sorry, I'm kind of sentimental, but I just really think it's not fair because I know a family that is going through the same situation, and the thing is that one of their children have cancer. And I don't see how a person, that's unfair because they want them to leave the home. And what they've done is that they've cut their services of electricity and water, and they don't have a place to live. So they were going to live in the van. She told me, I don't have a place to live. I'm going to have to go live in a van with my children, my child with cancer. So for me, that was really hard because I have gone through the same situation. So I offered her my garage. That is an abuse. I really think that people should not abuse field workers just because they don't know English. I don't think it's fair. And that's why I'm here to advocate for rent stabilization and tenant protection because high cost of life does not allow us to pay rent. Rent is going, every day is higher and higher and higher, and our salaries are not going up. They increased my rent $250. I used to pay $2,850. Now I'm paying $3,050, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Jeff Davey. As the former real estate commissioner, I know a little bit about real estate, and my role at the department was basically to regulate the industry and supervise the Subdivided Land Act. I worked very closely with the Department of Housing and Community Development, and this ordinance is a mistake. The presentation, I talked about the ordinance providing a reasonable return to landlords. This ordinance doesn't do that. Even CHISPA says that 2.5% is too low of an increase. CHISPA, the nonprofit housing provider that provides many houses in this community. The property taxes go up 2% a year. This leaves little increased costs for other things. 2.5% doesn't even allow the landlord to keep up with those other costs. It's interesting to note that this ordinance is going to impact about 8,000 units approximately. The other 24,000 units, out of the 24,000 units you have available, that leaves 16,000 units with no impact. That means 66% of the residents will not benefit from what you're doing. What's going to happen to those 16,000 units? Is there any consideration of a backlash of those rents being pushed up and higher because landlords can't raise rents of the 8,000 to keep up with their costs? The ordinance says it's going to take effect January 1st, 2025, yet the rents are rolling back to December 2023 levels. That doesn't make any sense. Once again, the city, you're making a mistake. It's not the right way to solve this problem. You can't solve decades of poor planning and development in a community with a lack of housing with the rent control ordinance. If you look at the rent control capital of the world to see if these ordinances work, I'll point you to San Francisco. None of us want to be like San Francisco. It's a mistake. The answer is to increase development, encourage developers for higher density. When you approve these thousands of units on the north end of town, don't do it with houses, do it with apartments. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Norma Aedo y trabajo para el Centro de Abogacía de la Comunidad, CCA. Y como parte de esta comunidad, conozco y vivo también los retos de los altos costos de la renta y los desalojos injustos. Y esto afecta a la familia, pero más a los jóvenes y a los niños. Con estos altos niveles de estrés, falta de concentración en las escuelas, desórdenes alimentarios, ellos son nuestro futuro y merecen tener un lugar seguro y habitable. Por eso pido su apoyo en esa estabilidad de renta y la asistencia de reubicación de 3 meses. Gracias.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Norma Ajedo. I work with CCA, and as part of this community, I know the challenges that they are going through with the high cost of rent and unjust evictions. This affects the family, but mostly it affects the children and the youth, that with high levels of stress, they have lack of concentration in school, eating disorders, and they are our future. They deserve to have a good place to live, a safe place, and a place where you can live. That is why I am supporting the rent stabilization ordinance and the 3-month relocation assistance. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Peter, and I'm going to amend what I was going to say, and I hope you understand where I'm really coming from. When I hear a lot of these stories of what some tenants are going through, I mean, it breaks my heart. It truly, truly saddens me. But those are separate issues. Limiting rent increases to 2% is not going to solve any of those problems. Rents are already too high for them, listening to their stories. So even though it brings some sympathy, which I totally understand, it's not being addressed by this project. So I hope you don't let that sway you. Also, regarding to the requiring a landlord to pay 3 months of rent to the tenant, there is no expectation or illusion that when a person rents out his property, be it a housing unit, a car, or a tool, that he has to pay to get his property back. It actually begs the question, does he really own that property if he has to buy it back? Requiring a landlord to buy back his property amounts to a punitive fine he's being forced to pay, though the landlord did nothing wrong, nothing illegal or immoral, but he's being punished for it by having to pay maybe $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. Please explain how a tenant earned or is due 3 months' rent of someone else's money. That money does not belong to the tenant. This is organized theft. And I hate to be so blunt, but it is. Regarding the presentation by EPS, where they said if he had rent increases at 2.5% per year, but expenses were 2.5% per year, well, that means there was no new profit. And if you do that for 10 years straight, whatever the length of his example was, there's no raises in the whole time. Well, that 10, 11% IRR is not legitimate. That was not done correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Bienvenida.
Timira Udazo ne Wikwaro ne Jishui Mestela Nega Centro Binacional Azuha. Good evening, council members. My name is Estela Hernandez with CBDO. I'm here today to stand and raise my voice for the indigenous community, and enough is enough. Many have already taken advantage of and benefit from all the hardworking communities, and we all know that most of these families are low-income family. And we ask for justice, and we ask that you guys consider 2% and relocation for 3 months. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, good evening. I'm a small housing provider. My husband and me are retired, only relate our rental income to support our living costs and expense. But since the pandemic, the cost of maintaining property has goes up to inflation, supply materials, and also repair insurance. Even insurance and building, insurance utility bill, it goes up too. It's really hard to provide a safety and a decent house for our tenant, based on the rental control by state of California law. So, but it's still not enough. This year's my two rental property and readjust the renewal by insurance company and request our replace the new roof to gather insurance. So I have to spend over $30,000 to replace a new roof to gather the insurance policy because for safety for our tenant. So how can we do every year if insurance company to request to replace that one to gather insurance? How can you gather 2.5% increase in rent? I think I almost 100 years probably to pay back. So it's not reasonable 2.5 increase rent. It is truly trust. And very sad and frustrated if a city passed the rent control increase 2.5. As taxpayer and also provider, I really urgent to ask the city not to pass the city control, rent control. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bienvenida.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Araceli Merino, con Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. Pido por favor que si está en sus manos hacer el cambio, por favor lo consideren. Muchas familias de las comunidades indígenas que trabajan en el campo sufren muchas injusticias para poder tener un hogar para sus hijos. Uno de ellos es el desalojo injusto. Una familia fue desalojada con 3 niñas y solo se les dio un mes para encontrar un nuevo hogar. Y eso fue imposible para ellos. Tuvieron que vivir en un carro por 3 meses en pésimas condiciones. Eso es inhumano. Y eso solo es una de las cosas que tenemos que pasar para conseguir un hogar. Entonces, ojalá y se pueda crear algo para el desalojo injusto, porque es lo peor. Todos son muy responsables con la renta, porque he escuchado como testimonios de eso, pero eso no es cierto. Somos muy responsables. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Araceli Merino, and I'm with Centro Binacional Oaxaqueño. And I'm here to ask you to please, that if it's in your hands to implement this change, please consider it. The indigenous community lives a lot of injustices. It is hard for them to get a home. We really need to control unjust evictions. One family was evicted in an unfair way, and they just gave them 1 month of rent and to buy a new home, to get a new home, and that is impossible. It is not possible to find a new place to live with just 1 month's rent. They had to live in a car for 3 months, and that is inhumane. Another thing is that you really have to create an ordinance so we can have an ordinance to protect us against unfair evictions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bienvenida.
Gracias. Den segundo ña Quijiña Marisela Ramírez, ña cuenta ña Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño Cachuy. Ña Shimea Datuña Quisha apoyando miña control de renta ña 2% llora. Ña Sachikunda Ininduran Kisha Nayibi ña oficina ña andu. Zachinziendo na datu shin ña sisin ña abaso datu ña yakunda Inindura kwakwe ña chavina renta ña shakara datu ña tagumina ante millo mina cuenta mina ña dueño kun kamira ña nikundevi na misalinas yo datu bachino sin bikishina shakara datu ña shakara kisha aprovechana datu kiina ña kwa basintana renta no minante mi salinas yo sa nya cada tuña y allá da tun con indu nya kisha apoyando mi control de renta nya 2% yora in callada tuña antu ura bashindu cuartundu nya ta tundu bashi kachundu ura bashindu nya ta tuña tu kundu derecho nya abandu sa kandu sha derecho nya andu chi si indu de mi salinas yora nya si indu ndu kisha aportaba shin minya ta tu sha no minyo yo kwa nya kamba bashika in sha bizi chabindo.
My name is Marisela Ramirez. I work with Centro Binacional for Indigenous Development. We support 2% rent control, and since we work with the indigenous community, we receive a lot of cases of people having to pay high rent costs. The owners that are here right now, I think that they probably don't even live here, so they take advantage of the situation and charge a lot for rent. So us, the people advocating here, are not to be beggars, are not here to be beggars, but only to advocate for what our rights are. We're not asking for free rent. We also add to the economy of this city.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members, staff. Matt Huerta, resident of Salinas, an affordable housing consultant. Supply is our primary problem. Thousands of affordable homes are needed to alleviate affordability and overcrowding issues. We can and must continue to build more housing for all members of our community. And we cannot ignore the pleas for help by our workforce who live in older rentals anymore. We cannot ignore the skyrocketing rents, the substandard conditions, the abuses we can see every day. Every annual budget cycle, every major community meeting, we have been talking about the need for rental stabilization for several years. The time for action has come. You have before you policy options that reflect a compromise. It offers a way forward that helps renters and makes it feasible for responsible landlords to comply and to stay in business. Thank you to staff and the consultants team for the outreach work and analysis. Thank you to all the local residents here tonight who have waited patiently for you to take action. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yep, thank you. Good evening. Greg Paini with Paini Realty here, and I'm a real estate appraiser in town. I've been in the industry for 24 years, and I've reviewed the EPS report, and I strongly believe that it does not adequately consider the effect on qualifying properties in this town, and it does not appropriately analyze reasonable rates of return. So their recommendations, if you read the fine print on the screen or in the report, is based on one single hypothetical condition or hypothetical scenario involving a 100-unit complex built before 1995 with a 6% capitalization rate. One problem here is that there's only a few properties in town that are 100-ish units built before 1995. Most units, qualifying properties in town, are much smaller, as approximately 55% of the total qualifying units are located on properties with 2 to 15 units. The financials behind a 100-unit complex don't apply to these smaller properties. Nevertheless, the EPS report applies a one-size-fits-all hypothetical scenario to the entire housing market. Their analysis is based on a 6% capitalization rate. While a 6% capitalization rate might be appropriate for a 100-unit complex, it's not appropriate for one of these smaller properties, especially a duplex, triplex, or fourplex, which make up 25% of the qualifying units. For years, these smaller properties sell at capitalization rates well below 5%, as often as low as 3.5%. A 6% capitalization rate on these is not applicable and overestimates the projected returns. If you adjust the EPS spreadsheet to account for the actual capitalization rates, the results of the IRR, internal rate of return, is well below 7% and well below what they state is the minimum acceptable rate of return. So I do not believe it is well supported, the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, if we can try to keep it down so we can all hear everybody's comments, un anuncio nomás, si podemos mantener nuestras voces bajas para que podamos escuchar todos los comentarios. Gracias. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Rent stabilization ordinance, as it stands, represents a significant government overreach, imposing undue burdens on property owners and will destabilize the rental market and infringe on constitutional rights. Requiring landlords to pay 3 times the rent for relocation costs is excessive and will be financially devastating to small property owners who lack the resources to cover such payouts. Furthermore, restricting the ability to charge utilities unless properties are separately metered financially strains the landlord. Many older properties cannot accommodate meters without excessive retrofitting, leading to increased costs. Additionally, the City Council directed the staff to complete a study of what effects there are of rent control. In these findings, it repeated again and again to find a moderate approach and to not include single-family homes. Yet, single-family homes are being included in the just cause eviction, and no consideration has been made regarding what would happen if Costa-Hawkins is repealed. Ignoring these findings will worsen the housing crisis, contradict the positive impacts this ordinance could possibly have. And the proposed anti-harassment ordinance, which only protects tenants, is an example of a one-sided legislation that fails to balance the rights of a two-party contract. This easily can lead to abuse, undermining fairness and equity issues. Finally, the ordinance in its current form imposes excessive costs and restrictions on property owners, while failing to provide a balanced and fair regulation. I urge the City Council to reconsider and allow for a balanced approach for both landlords and tenants. As it stands now, we need more time. Thank you so much. By the way, I'm Audrey Wardwell.
Welcome.
Good evening, I'm Amy Salmina. As a business professional based in Salinas, I'd like to articulate my disagreement with the city's proposed rent stabilization ordinance. In this disheartening to witness the city's insistence on advancing the current draft ordinance despite a substantial evidence pointing to potential unintended and lasting adverse effects. Aside from success of preventing rent increases and taking from property owners, our City Council has not considered how to measure its success. Unfortunately, this approach is guaranteed to fail. It is important to note that my opinion is that of a small rental housing provider. But numerous sophisticated economic studies support my anti-rent control argument. Although well-intended, rent controls effectively constitute a form of price regulation. It is essential for our City Council to consider the need for a balanced approach, one that protects tenants from exploitation without unduly burdening the landlords or constraining housing stock. Such balanced measures are not only fair, but also crucial for ensuring stability in our housing market. The ordinance in its current draft is not ready for consideration. I remain hopeful for the city of Salinas. One other comment I'd like to make is I'm really disappointed that our mayor recused herself because she owns rental property. So would that recuse anybody else in here if their own rental property? I know we've discussed, and I've discussed with every single one of you, or if anybody's a tenant, right? So one for a rental property owner or a tenant, I feel like you would then recuse yourself. So I just needed to make that comment. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Sal Jimenez. I'm a local resident, small business owner in Salinas. Hearing the pros and cons of the need of our community, I think both landlords and tenants have the same common need, housing. So understanding the cost of being in Salinas isn't what it used to be 15, 20 years ago when I came into 1992. We had much development here. In the last 20 plus years, we haven't seen growth in the housing. And at the end of the day, the tenants are taking the hard hit on that. Yes, the cost of living in Salinas is high. Living in this town anymore is high. I've seen a perfect example of incentivizing development, what Salinas did with downtown. You incentivized to build in downtown, and it completely changed it. And as a small business owner in downtown, gave us a reason to stay. What I'm going to urge for you guys to do, it takes 4 votes to move that ship in the right direction. Incentivize developers to come into Salinas and want to build here and want to do something, and the profits will come. But they need your leadership to try to move that ship in the right direction. What does that mean? getting creative financially and getting creative on how we can help these folks get into affordable housing. I'm not against affordable housing. I'm for housing that can put our hardworking Hispanics back into living conditions. And I understand both sides of the field because it is expensive to maintain these homes, and with all the regulations coming, makes it harder and harder. So please, when you go home tonight, be passionate about incentivizing developers. Thank you for your time and your hard work.
Welcome.
Thank you. I have a copy of the payment standards effective January 1st, 2024 from the Housing Authority of Monterey County. Anybody have a copy of this? Anybody would like one? This is data you guys should have. You two should have one. Right now, the Housing Authority for a one-bedroom is $2,788. We're at $1,700. We're $1,000 light, according to the Housing Authority. So who's going to set the standards? Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you got an answer?
This is public comment time, sir.
Oh, so you can't respond? Would anybody like a copy of this so you do have the data? Mr. Burra? Anybody else?
You can give it to the city clerk and she'll distribute it to the whole council.
How about the lawyer? You like one?
Thank you. Welcome. All right, city clerk, can you restart the timer?
Hi, thanks. My name's Mark Leary. I'm a landlord here in town. I own 40 units just down the street. Clearly, we have an anti-harassment issue we need to pass here. I feel bad for these tenants. But what I know is that you have a supply problem. It's clear that rent control will be great for your current renters. However, in the long run, study after study show that it's a bad policy for cities. As your housing element outlines, Salinas has a regional housing need allocation of 6,674 units. And I think you probably need to build even more than that. Now the proposal you're creating with rent control, the rent control part of this, will actually reduce your supply. Supply of available units will decrease as fewer people will move out. I used to be an on-site manager in San Francisco in a rent-controlled building. Nobody moves. The minute you have rent control, these guys, it's great for these tenants. They're not going to move. So guess what? The new person that's going to come in, there's not going to be a unit for them. And when one does come out, because the person finally gets enough money to go buy a house, I'm going to make that rent so high, it's going to be way higher than it is today. So currently, City of Salinas is running at 5.9% annual rent growth. That's a national Yardi survey. National rents in the US are growing at 1.5%. Your rents are going 4 times faster than the US because you don't have supply. There's not enough supply. So your rent control measure will reduce supply. It also is going to discourage developers from coming here. You say, well, 1995 and newer are exempt. It's actually not true. Developers, if you talk to them, I know them, they're friends of mine, they're going to tell you they don't want to do business in that city because the policy exists. It's a city that's okay. I'll send you more notes.
Thank you.
Please, just build more. Please.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Steve Cardinelli. I am a property manager and a housing provider. We have a huge problem. We all agree. I don't think the direction you guys are going to go is the right direction. We manage several properties. The numbers that were provided, they don't line up with any of our numbers. The cost of living increases, the cost of property increase, it far exceeds the 2%. Our owners are going to be going backwards every month, every year. I know you've heard a lot tonight. I won't repeat a lot that's been said, but we are not capping ag. We are not capping the restaurants, hospitality, the hotels. We're not capping any of them. We're not capping the utilities. We're not capping the government. Please don't make the landlords and the property owners pay. Don't cap them. It's not fair. Treat them the same way that all of the other businesses want to get treated. What we need to do is we need to fix the problem. We need more housing. We need to take that budget money that we're talking about and that staff, and we need to put it into making affordable housing and providing more opportunities for assistance, rental assistance. Let's make sure that we are providing more funds, help the people that need funding, make it easier. Sometimes it's very hard. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. We try to help people get into units, and because of all the requirements, it's very, very difficult. So let's go in a different direction. Let's take the money that we can put together and let's make affordable housing, and let's help the people with more rental assistance, work with the county, and get more money to the people. Thank you very much.
Hey, welcome.
Hello, I'd like to start off by sharing a concern as part of the EPS presentation. One of their recommendations is 65 to 75% of the consumer price index. So if we take 70% of the current CPI at 2.9, 70% is 2%. I just heard them say 2% does not work. So how does this recommendation apply to us today? Because those are conflicting numbers. Secondly, I'd like to say that it is heartbreaking to hear these tenants share their stories. We've heard that landlords say, oh, I can raise the rent whenever I want. Not true. Current California law. Oh, they're raising more than 10%. You can't do that. Current California law. They're charging me for the repairs. They're charging me an $18,000 deposit. You cannot charge more than 1 month's rent for deposit. Unfair evictions. These are all covered under California law. These tenants are suffering in vain because they are not educated on what the current law is. How is adding 32 pages of more laws going to help their lives? We cannot enforce, clearly, because of all their stories, what the laws that are already being broken. How is 32 pages of more ordinance going to help this? It's not. We need to enforce what is already there. There's plenty of pages of laws that they need to know about. We don't need to add more to that burden. And last, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, council members. So, really, we shouldn't be debating this. We're choosing profits over our community, and we're not protecting the most vulnerable people who work the land. Our rents are basically comparable to San Diego, yet we're a much smaller community. From what I know and from what I've heard from community members, the average farm worker makes $21,500 a year. The average rents, based on the information given, are $22,308 per year. This leaves a person with $808 per year to live, which is $66.33 per month. And you're not factoring in the gas the landlords are tacking on, the electricity, the water, the parking spots, the application fees. So families have nothing to live on. So we should talk about equity issues. Yeah, we should talk about price regulations. We should talk about the laws that are not enforced. Instead of complaining about every little penny that we are trying to collect when our community members have literally nothing to live on. And maybe instead of trying to collect an extra 2%, maybe lower your rents. Maybe stop charging for utilities and application fees and trying to collect every single dime and penny while you're squeezing the blood out of our community. And so I thank you for your time tonight, and I hope everybody reflects on that money is not that important. But the lives of the people that live here are, and they're not just stories, they're true stories. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Oh, hi. So my name's Eric Quigley. On Tuesdays, I volunteer down in Chinatown to me and about another 12 seniors, we go down there and sort the clothes so they can hand it out and stuff, you know? So we have a really kind of humanitarian crisis across the country, across the world. And what did I wanted to show you was this graph is from the active transportation bicycle thing where you're going to dump 260,000 you probably don't need. But when you look at the poverty, this is households in poverty here in Salinas. Half of them are like, we got a lot of people in poverty. And if we don't do something to help them, they become homeless, okay? So there's lines of where we need to do something. The other woman was talking about that. So places like the darker areas, 20% poverty in the darker areas, okay? We got a problem we need to fix. Okay, now, so one of the easiest ways to prevent homelessness from stuff is that you catch them before they become homeless. Because once they become homeless, it takes a whole lot more money to get them back in society, okay? Now, let's see here. Okay, now, so before I came and ate here, or came here, I ate, and at the Chinese food place, I had my little fortune cookie. It says, adapt to circumstances in order to make progress. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bienvenido.
Ayan, Tivico Carlos de la Cruz, Bashiu escrito 5. Tanya Bashiu Acuña 2% con Nivecoya de renta. Si apartamento no yo era, tenía 2015, si chavía 1.500, hasta 2024, si chavía 2.900, Camani cuando ya de renta. Tata chindayo mensaje dana ni saca se cobra na renta no hay minuto rachande que na mensaje ni sa renta después chindati mensaje ya dana ya sandana ya refi ko sandana estufa ko sandana ya taku baño con da que na mensaje da no semana con da no semana sanda que na mensaje Koshina sandana ai rapido na sandana kamma na sandana sibi nya casa cobra na renta da kamma che sha cobra na renta te kanya kun ni urananta ni kaya vi renta chiko che sha cansato ta kachi mi dueño renta ko che sha cansato chavi na kashna ta sa tundu na chavi renta ko che sha cansato ci chavi do seguranza carro ndo chavi do telefono ndo sa tanto comida ndo ta yura mi tu che chingo chiko che chingo ya si io ta 8 ore che chingo campo ta 8 ore quanti che chingo pacche no lechuga con de gagna no che chingo sa che cansa sono in chavi renta ta io una valesa in una scuola ta na chi na in carrera con ante carrera ca una cosa sa cansa sono io chica in die fino a capo te kana chingendo du ka sto in casos andora na que 2% cuando coya renta ya cachai cuando che do canchi.
Gracias.
My name is Carlos de la Cruz. I live in District 5, and I want the 2%. In 2015, I was paying $1,500. In 2024, I'm paying $2,900. It increases fast. When I send a message about how they are going to collect the rent, they take 1 minute to respond. It's fast. But afterwards, if I send a message about them fixing the refrigerator, stove, or the restroom, it takes 1 to 2 weeks. They don't answer. They don't want to fix things fast, but they want to collect rent fast. I don't want any more rent increases. Just like the owner said that there's not enough money for them to cover the cost, I am experiencing the same thing. There's not enough money for me to pay for food, for telephone bills, car insurance, and it's only me working. I work 8 hours in the field, and then I work 8 hours in a packing facility. I have 5 kids in school, and if they were to want to have a career later on, I wouldn't be able to afford that. Please support us on this 2%.
Thank you. Bienvenido.
Yo escogiendo que Melitón Salvador, Bashiña, Kishaña, que ya pide en favor, no nos ya andoña 2% renta chi, coquita shundo, caso ñamera ña, campo baquichiñe, 16 vacaciones y hora, mi tiempo viciera ni nos amina trabajo de 4 o 5 horas, vacación 2 semanas, ña y que quiera 2 semanas, que 30, 35 horas para na gastando cheque 400, 500. Si que alcanza o ni cheque shinyo y na chavi renta, seguindo que hay cheque no es cosa y cocina, na shakota na comida, na shakona tiana, shakona na escuela, ya sabe, va feria, va circo, va kutata na kona zoológico, kun na juego, va to china vale na so china na necesidad, coña shura, tabi ni shisa, tabi ni shina china na necesidad, yo padre familia, yo kini ina, se yo que se siente mi dolor, cachiña, co quita shuinsa, co quita shuiña. Con se casa divertina china na pobreza china na kunda china vale na ne ka ba shi kisha tato de que favor no se ando nyara zuchi coqueta shuira ne acaba petición ni era mi na cochendo yo ni gasto cani mandora nanya na chkando mano shindu sa shindu ndo minya londo ake shaganando sa londo ake shanto nya kubia era con doble trabajo cachini sa doble turno nya kubia era cachini con 24 horas tabi familia ni delante so e che con niente sino a non c'è casa sino a te tanno i veno ciò che sei ora se tu inanti cosa sei ora ne cagna ta sei era sto non sei era ta vi nescena sa c'è una catena che siamo motivati c'è ganna trabajo sono iniziata tu scoccetta di londo a c'è mini morne cabagna pascina va che che sapoglia 2% ora in giorno costo di gansko batoi chabindo.
Gracias.
God bless everyone. My name is Melitón Salvador. I support the 2% limit on the rent. In my case, I work in the fields and I do not have money. Right now, there's not a lot of work. We're only working 30 to 35 hours. I get $400, $500 checks. I need 3 checks for rent, and I have 1 check left. But then I have to pay for other expenses: food, my kids' school supplies, clothing, and other things. And then sometimes the fair comes, or the circus, or maybe my kids want to go to the zoo. They want to have fun. They don't know what the stress is. They don't understand. And my heart breaks for them because they want to have fun, but they don't understand what poverty is. So God bless you. I just want you to know that we earn very little, and if I would work 24 hours so I could get ahead in life for them. But my body needs to rest. Like right now, I'm still here. My kids are looking for me at home, and I came here from work, and I haven't gone home yet. So God bless everyone, and please support us on this.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Sandoval. It's got a nice ring to it. And city council members. I'm asking that you approve, that you consider approving the rent stabilization ordinance. I'm hearing a lot of talk tonight about rent control. Rent stabilization and rent control are 2 different things. They're both forms of rent regulation, but rent control is much more restrictive and much harsher for the landlords. I'm also hearing about, from landlords who are talking about damages to their property. I go out into the east side sometimes with people, and we collect signatures, and we go out and we campaign for things. And I see so many people that are working in the fields here that are feeding our country. We have some of the highest rents in Salinas in the entire country. And yet the people that are paying those high rents are the ones who are putting food on the tables of the people in the United States. And I'm hearing talk about damages to the property. If rents were not so high, people wouldn't be forced to live in crowded conditions. And when you've got 10, 15 people, 20 people living in an apartment that was meant for 1 or 2 families, there's going to be damages. And I don't hear the landlords understanding that. So I'm here again just to ask that you consider this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Suzanne Dershowitz, and I'm a senior staff attorney at Public Advocates, a nonprofit law firm and statewide advocacy organization that challenges the systemic causes of poverty and racial discrimination. I work on renter protection and anti-displacement policies at the local and state levels. First, thank you for committing to pass and implement rent stabilization by 2025 in the housing element as a strategy to affirmatively further fair housing. We stand with those most impacted by the housing crisis in Salinas, urging you to pass strong rent stabilization, just cause for eviction, and tenant anti-harassment ordinances to keep working families, low-income people, seniors, and people with disabilities in their homes. The renter protection policies you're considering tonight can ensure that our neighbors can afford to live and work here without being evicted for arbitrary, unfair reasons, free from harassment and discrimination. These strategies have been proven to be effective throughout the Bay Area and state of California. We know these policies stem homelessness while ensuring a fair return for landlords. As you know, 53% of all Salinas households are renters. Since 2000, rents have grown over 7 times as much as renter incomes. A majority of Salinas renters pay too much for housing. We're calling for a rent stabilization ordinance that caps annual rent increases at 2%. The majority of renters in Salinas are already rent burdened. Any allowable rent increases must take current rent burden into account. Every additional percent allowed could be the difference between someone making rent or facing eviction and homelessness. Housing affordability is directly linked to homelessness rates. We know this. The U.S. Government Accountability Office found that a $100 increase in median rent was associated with a 9% increase in the estimated homelessness rate. With over 1,000 people in Salinas living unhoused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bienvenida.
Sí, gracias. Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Columba Ríos y vivo en el Distrito 6. Estoy aquí para pedirles su apoyo para que haya un control de renta, porque no es justo que ni aún con 2 trabajos la mayor parte de las familias están sufriendo tanto porque no les alcanza para pagar la renta y las utilidades del hogar, mucho menos vestir, calzar y darles de comer a sus hijos. Se dice que estamos en el país de las oportunidades, pero yo quiero saber cuáles. Ni siquiera se puede vivir dignamente, porque para poder sobrevivir se tiene que juntar de 2 a 3 familias, de 10 a 12 personas en una sola casa, y en algunas ocasiones en una situación muy deplorable. Y todavía, aparte, va uno a pedir aplicaciones para rentar, y las cobran de $50 a $60 por adulto. Después de que uno somete la aplicación, con mucha tranquilidad le dicen, espera la llamada porque antes de tu aplicación hay 85 más adelante. Muy buen negocio el que están haciendo con nosotros, porque solamente si somos de 2 adultos, se llevan ellos de ganancia $8,500. Si son 4, $17,000. Les pido por favor también consideren poner reglas para que haya un límite de aplicaciones por cada vivienda que se ponga en renta. Gracias por su atención y su tiempo. Y por favor apoyen el 2%. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Colomba Rios, and I'm from District 6. And I am here because I want to support rent control. It is very hard for our families. We have to pick between paying rent or feeding our families or putting shoes on their feet. And they say that this is the country of opportunities. And I ask, where? Where are these opportunities? I don't see them. It is really hard for a family to be able to live because 2 or 3 families have to live in a small apartment, and 12 people live in the same place in very bad conditions. Also, there's a lot of rental fees that we have to pay. Like, for example, when we want to apply to rent in a new home, we have to pay that fee. Sometimes they're asking for $50 to $60 per adult. And with very nonchalant, they just tell us, okay, so there's like 85 people that have also requested to rent this apartment. And we'll let you know, we'll call you to see if you are eligible to rent this apartment. And they're making a lot of money because, for example, if it's 2 adults, it's $8,500. 3 adults, it's $1,700. And there has to be rules. There has to be a limit regarding how many rental applications they can take per home. Thank you.
Buenas noches, audiencia y miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Edith Ochoa y soy parte del equipo de CCA. El motivo por el cual estoy aquí esta noche es para pedir su apoyo en la estabilización de renta, ya que estamos viendo un gran problema y que es realmente lamentable el que estemos en este gran país y viendo cómo solo una minoría está preocupada por que se les va a afectar su bolsillo. Sin en cambio, existen nuestras personas de la tercera edad en donde han decidido, ¿verdad?, irse al país de México. ¿Por qué? Porque con su pensión dicen que no les alcanza. En donde vemos a nuestros jóvenes el decir, aquí no voy a poder comprarme una casa porque no gano lo suficiente. Nuestros campesinos tienen que vivir varias familias. ¿Por qué? Porque es lo mínimo que ganamos. No nos alcanza. Ese es el motivo por el cual les estoy pidiendo su apoyo. Que no dejemos a un lado el lado humano, ya que la vivienda no es un privilegio ni un lujo, sino un derecho humano. Gracias.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Celia Ochoa, and I'm with CCA, and I'm here to ask for your support for the rent stabilization. We are having a lot of problems. They say that we live in a great country, but honestly, I just see a minority that is worried about the money of their pockets. What happens with people are elderly, that they have to go to Mexico because their pension is not enough. They cannot live here. Also, our youth, they don't have hope to buy a home here because they don't make enough money. So our field workers, they don't make enough money, so several families have to live together. It is not fair. It is not human. All of us have the right to have a home. It is not a privilege. It is a right. Thank you.
That's okay. Good evening or night. It's been a long night. Thank you, City Council and City Council members. For a fact, I know some of you in person. We had some conversations. My name is Victor Carves, by the way, the political organizer for Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. We represent about 89 affiliates and 36,000 workers in Monterey County and Santa Cruz County, and that includes not only farm workers, nurses, teachers. I think some teachers are in the house, plumbers, you name it, the labor movement. And so I'm here to speak on behalf of the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council. I'm not going to take a lot of time from you today. You already heard from that community, working families, people with disabilities. They're struggling about the rent. Many stories and statements that they presented today. I hope that you consider those statements, and on behalf of the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, I'm here to state on behalf of them to strongly support the council on taking action for working families and renters' rights and protections. Thank you so much. Thanks for your service.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem Sandoval, Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities, and really just taking in this moment, another historical moment amongst this council. I don't believe that most of our community here has ever had a chance to have this kind of experience of engagement. And we're coming to realize like this is what it has to take, you know, so that we can begin to compare and even communicate directly about experiences, the experiences of a landlord compared to an experience of a tenant. If we could just take in all these stories that we got to hear tonight, and this is just a small, very small percentage that I bet if we had the capacity that the consultants from EPS had to do our own research here in Salinas, I bet the findings would be even more startling because it would come from us. But luckily, fortunately, we were able to reach out. Sacramento consultants came through, provided information, data that we can lean on, data that has been applied in other communities. And this is an opportunity for us to maybe we could take a chance and try this, put our faith into this, because Salinas is strong. I can see the strength, generations of it. And we're hoping that this council is going to hear it and it's going to reflect it in the way it votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Bienvenida.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Nidia Soto, soy organizadora de BHC, Construyendo Comunidades Saludables con la Escuelita. Esta lucha es para lograr estabilizar el alquiler y protecciones para inquilinos. Es un esfuerzo profundamente personal y colectivo de residentes de Salinas. Queremos agradecer a todos los que han sido parte de este esfuerzo por todo el trabajo elaborado para elaborar el borrador de la ordenanza. BHC, la Escuelita, junto con nuestra comunidad y aliados, expresamos la necesidad de lograr juntos este esfuerzo que permitirá a los inquilinos de Salinas puedan tener un hogar más asequible y sostenible. Construyendo comunidades saludables, estamos luchando por que vivienda es un derecho humano que proporciona estabilidad y seguridad a nuestras vidas. Todos los días trabajamos arduamente para construir poder comunitario para que nuestras comunidades compartan su experiencia que realmente impacta a los siguientes temas: vivienda, economía, educación y salud mental. He escuchado que los inquilinos dejan una pérdida de $1,600 o $6,000 a los propietarios. Pero ¿por qué los propietarios cuando ponen una vivienda en renta no dicen que colectan un ejemplo de 6 aplicaciones por familia, de cuatro personas por familia, dejan una ganancia a ellos de $1,200 al día, colectando 6 aplicaciones por paquete de cuatro personas adultas por familia? $1,200 al día por 30 días colectando estas aplicaciones deja un valor de $36,000 a un propietario cuando se están quejando solamente de las pérdidas que deja un inquilino. La Escuelita ha colectado 3,840 firmas para este esfuerzo. Por favor, voten por un 2%.
Good evening. My name is Nidia Soto, and I'm organizer with BHC and La Escuelita. I am here because we have to fight for stability, rent stability, and tenant protection. It is an effort very personal and collective of the residents of Salinas. I want to thank all of the people that have been part of this effort and for all the work that it's taken to create the draft of the ordinance. BHC, La Escuelita, with our community and our allies, we express the need to, together with this effort, allow the tenants of Salinas could have a place that is more accessible and sustainable. Building healthy communities, we are fighting because housing, it's a right. It's a human right. It gives us stability and security in our lives. Every day we work hard to be able to build a community power so that our community can share their experience and the things that really impact and are important are the next things are housing, economy, education, mental health. And we firmly think that we have to develop collective power community with a local government and more organizations so we are focused for a better Salinas and we can pay rent. We hear that tenants, when they leave the home, the landlords say that they have to invest like $1,600 to $6,000. But why don't they say how much money they make when they, for example, when they put a unit to rent and every day they're charging for the application fees. So they pay, each adult has to pay the application fee. So we're talking about making $1,200 per family every day. And La Escuelita has given a lot of signed documents to the council members.
Thank you. Gracias.
Good
Welcome.
evening. I actually came just to listen. I'm actually one of those property owners. The council member here said, what about these properties that are bought in 1995? So they're going through renovation. As these two ladies said, renovations can be anywhere from $1,500 to $6,000, $7,000. One of the first two ladies said she would be proud to live in any of the 3 units that she has. She spent $6,000 to $15,000 to renovate after supposedly a good tenant. So I'll just get down to real life scenario. A real life scenario is, as a landlord, if you're moving out, gosh, if all I have to do is paint, that would be an easy move out. And to get a paint job on a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom, let's just say an easy scenario of $2,500, and you lose 10 days rent. Let's just leave the rent aside. $2,500 to paint the place. If you have that tenant stay anywhere from 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you'd barely get your paint back. And in the meantime, you got your money back, but your income has stagnated with your 2.5%. $2,500 to paint. And yeah, you get, so the consultant said average rent is $1,800. Another gentleman said $1,500. Pick any number you want. To get back that money takes 2 to 3 years. So I am that person. It's a lot of hard work. So a reasonable profit is all we expect. There's plenty of state laws now to take care of the bad actors. That's my opinion. Actually, I just came up. I thought I was just going to be a spectator, but I could not stand still. I'm a previous business owner in Salinas since 1977. I owned Gordon's Cafe for forever. My parents started a place in South Salinas in '59. So I do have passion for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I came as a spectator too, so much for that. Name is Eric Peterson, and I'd like to be the first one tonight to comment that staff did a great job on that presentation, especially city attorney. There was a lot of information in there, and it was well presented, and unfortunately, some people didn't seem to listen too well based on the comments, but it was a great presentation. I just have a couple comments, and a few hours ago, Lisa Brinton commented that the city is not a developer. And we do have good developers, and I didn't plan this, but we got one right behind me. And they just need to be able to do their job. And there have been a lot of comments about poverty. 25% of the federal income taxes written off by the Internal Revenue Service are for people who choose to spend that money on food and hopefully rent. And that doesn't include the people who don't make enough money to file returns and the people who don't file returns and it's not worth it for the IRS to chase after them. That's a national disgrace. That's not just us, that's a national disgrace. And we've got a lot of people here who need protection and help. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome, Mayor, Councilmember. My name is Ray Herod. First, for all the landlords who have been good stewards for the city of Salinas and have provided reasonable and below market rents, this ordinance will financially hurt them the most and reward all of the landlords that have increased their rents to the highest amounts possible. Since this locks in rents upon adoption, those with lower rents will always be financially disadvantaged. A $600 rent difference for a two-bedroom apartment will amount to over $90,000 in lost earnings over a 10-year period to the landlord with the lower rents. This is just for one unit. A 50-unit complex could lose $4.5 million over that same 10-year period. Does the city really want to pass an ordinance that rewards those who have gouged the renters of Salinas with excessive rents, and in comparison, provide a huge financial loss to those landlords who have offered reasonable rents for the city's rental population? The city needs to step back and address this before the ordinance is passed. Second, let's eliminate the retroactive portion of this ordinance and, if and when adopted, go with the operative date of the ordinance and move forward from then. We have obeyed and operated under the existing laws. Let's not go back and change the rules. I left this letter with you with my calculations. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Susan Marcellus. So one of my comments, and it's not meant to poke and for anybody to take personally, as I said before, I went to a rent stabilization meeting and none of you were there. Now, when I say that, don't take it personally. The reason I say that is if you were there, you would hear some of these stories where you could react, where you say you can't react. You could hear these passionate stories. You would be able to say something to the people. And it's important. And I would like to ask a question you cannot answer. I understand that. Have any of you lived in a rent control or rent stabilization place before? Have anybody here who's presented? I have. And I will tell you, we actually even knew the landlord. And what happens? Have any of you visited before you vote on this? It's very important. I'm not talking down to you, but you are making a decision for your constituents, and I'm going to tell you from somebody who lived there, it is a very different world. From someone who lived there and experienced it, before you make this decision for people who've lived there, I will tell you it is a very different world. And people act differently. They take a different perspective in how they run their business, how they run their investments, how they take care of their properties. And you know what? I'm renting right now. And do I like it when they raise the rent? No. Do I understand what it's like to be a renter? Yes. And so I would tell you,
Thank you.
do more research. Don't vote yes on this.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, council members and everyone. Sabino Lopez, a longtime resident, Salinas and Benin advocating for affordable housing for more than 30 years. I'm here to support the stability ordinance, and I hear all the stories all the time. All the owners crying. They want to lose money. They won't make money. Oh my God! I would like them to report all the thousands of dollars they've been making, raising the rent without anybody say nothing, and it's very quiet. They say nobody builds. You do this, nobody will come to build. That's not true. We've been waiting for years and years who's come to build, but they're really happy raising the rent, very quiet, very nice, making money. I hear those saying, we pay thousands and thousands for repairs. I know a lot of families, They report the problems and the management. And owner say, no, you don't like to hear, leave it. That's it. They don't make the repairs, or they trade them to evicted. It's how they react to against our families. So I would like to hear them, how much money they've been making for years, and for how long they haven't been investing in the properties. Because they make money, but they don't reinvest in their own house, their own properties. I know owners who do that. I've been facing them for years and helping families to improve the housing conditions because they don't want to comply with responsibilities. But when something happens, yeah, we're asking for some pennies to support. Oh, they're coming here, they're going to do their business, they're going to be poor. Come on. I think it's time to do something for our families that really, they've been doing us for food, putting the food in our tables. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to address you on this. This is like a page right out of John Steinbeck's books, because he wrote about this. He wrote about this in this valley, the haves and the have-nots. And you have a room full of have-nots, and you have a lot of haves that are sort of kicking and screaming, and it's really embarrassing when we look at the fact, my parents were farm workers. My dad was a bracero. They never had the opportunity to own a home. I luckily have had that. I have that opportunity. My husband's parents, they also never had that opportunity. And just because I have is no excuse for me to address you in Spanish and tell you that others should not have that same opportunity. We all deserve a right to live a healthy living. We've heard people complain about mold, insecure housing. These are all things we have to address. Unfortunately, we're not going to grow houses like we grow leaves on a tree. We have to deal with what the situation is at hand, and that situation is that we have a lot of people who are insecure housed, and we have to address that tonight, like it or not. I heard the 2.5 and the 2.7 versus the 65%, the 75% of inflation, which going on something like that would be so erratic, because when inflation goes up, wages don't go up. We have a community here of farm workers, fast food workers, whose incomes do not go up. And we have to address that, whether we like it or not. It's also been addressed as a return on investment. I'm sorry, but people are not a return on investment. We need to house them, and we need to do it now, and we need to make the rents affordable, and we need to do the right thing by the community, not just by one side. It is what it is, but we've got to address it. So, we can't do anything other than just deal with what is here now. Anyway, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go out to Zoom, is there anybody else in the rotunda that would like to make a public comment? Yes. Anybody else? Please make your way.
Hello, my name is Mary Morsoli, and I live here in Salinas for quite a long time. I graduated from La Salle High, and there was no houses around there, and then there were houses. I used to walk all the way to Monty Mart. But the thing is, I've lived so long here, and I worked in the fields and everywhere, even Monterey Aquarium. I've been working all the time until I got disabled. Then I am on a fixed income. How am I going to pay my rent? It's too high. Maybe I'll go homeless. Vote 2% or a reasonable one, because I can't afford it. And I don't want to be homeless. I'm barely making it. And I'm struggling. I have medical issues and stuff, but I still am capable of walking, moving as long as I can. And I'll try hard to pay my rent and try to keep my place looking good too for my renters and everywhere that I am. So please vote the correct way and reasonable for everyone. Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
All right, we're going to go out to Zoom. City Clerk, do we have any public comments via Zoom? All right, Esther? Welcome.
Good evening, Esther Malkin, Monterey County Renters United. I want to thank the city of Salinas for doing this hard work and showing the rest of the county what leadership really looks like when you have a county full of workers that can't make ends meet. There's no doubt that we need more affordable housing built, but as we all know, that's not going to happen fast. And in the meantime, we can't have these rents continue spiraling out of control. We have this contrast between people who are talking about returns on investment while others are talking about living in their cars. We have a permanent renter class now. There's no way that these workers are ever going to be homeowners. So we have to do something to protect them because they're going to be in our communities hopefully for a long time. I also want to remind everybody that when you reference the state law that is in place right now, AB 1482, that is going to go away in 2030. We got lucky that after many years of trying to get a stabilization from the state, that it happened to start January right before COVID hit. Otherwise, we would have had a disaster of homelessness during COVID, more than we already did. So don't be falling for this conversation to let it go to the state and keep the state laws. Each jurisdiction has to have their own policies in place before 2030, or it's going to go back to being the Wild West of rents going up without any limits. We've got to start building, but in the meantime, we simultaneously have to be addressing the rents. And to the small landlords, I will ask you to look to the giant landlords like Mangold, and they are the ones with so many units that are setting the market rates. It's not the small landlords. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to Bon. Welcome.
My name is Dan, a board member of Bond. We have thousands of mom and pop housing providers as our members. We know their story and their pain. Rent have been decreased recently due to economic downturn. Where is the rent limitation comes from? Further rental control only increases bureaucracy. Mayor and city council members, do you have any feeling how much everything has been increased after COVID? Food, utilities, housing insurance, labor cost. Everything has been extremely expensive, not only rent. So limited rent, but nothing else will make a housing provider's life extremely difficult. So your intention to limit rent increase to 65% of CPI or just 2 to 5% is just trying to destroy housing market in Salinas. Housing provider has been tortured during COVID by so many unpaid rents. A lot of them are at the edge of bankruptcy. Further pushing from city will not make them survive. We have not had any successful story for 2% rent increase or 65 CPI. San Francisco, Brooklyn, Oakland, with such extreme rent control policies, failed their housing market. They chase housing providers away. They chase business away. It's not what Salinas wants. Please remember, higher rental control, less housing, higher rents. Please vote no to this extreme biased one-side policies. We do have enough tenant protection. We have AB 1482 in place. Landlord cannot increase 10% per year. We need more housing instead of more policies. Thank you.
All right, next we have Marike.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and City staff. Thank you for all of your time and work on this draft ordinance. I hope many of the questions raised today will continue to lead to good conversations in the future. I have several questions about the EPS study. Other people have mentioned the fact that the economic impact on owners was based on a 100-unit building, as well as discrepancies with annual costs. But I want to circle back to the premise that David and Tom referenced in the successful rent stabilization policies. EPS says moderate success in other California rental control markets happens when two things are in place. There are single-family housing units and newly constructed units exempted, and landlords have vacancy decontrol options. And both of those conditions are at risk if Proposition 33 passes in November and voters repeal Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act. I don't understand why that hasn't just been written into the ordinance to write vacancy decontrol options and single-family and new build units into the ordinance. If we want to have any chance of even moderate success, I think we should follow the data of our consultants and not risk that chance of failure or success on voters across our state. In the end, I think the most effective tenant protection is not just more regulation, but our city having plentiful housing stock to give tenants the ultimate protection, which is the freedom to move. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have user. Welcome.
Hello. Hi. My name is Jason Pineda. I live in District 3, and I'm just calling, or I just want to make a comment that I support the rent stabilization. I'm on a fixed income and a Section 8 renter, and I recently, I'm paying the max rent for my unit, and yet there's also like extra fees that are like mandatory that go along, and with my being a tenant in my apartment. And so I don't think that it's necessarily as difficult as some of the other people making comments have claimed. I mean, just specifically my situation, but I want to echo that there's a lot of fees that come along with renting. So I thank you, the people that are working on getting this stabilization measure passed, and I just want to say I support the measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Robin. Welcome.
Thank you. I'd first like to extend kudos to this council. I mean, this is a Herculean task, and you guys have moved it along quite rapidly. One of the comments I heard was a constituent said that our farm workers aren't ever going to be able to afford housing. I take issue with that. And I will say that our farm workers are in this dire situation due to years of exploitation. And heaven knows that in America, we have exploited farm workers for centuries. And candidly, I don't think that a lot has changed. It is interesting to me that all of these property managers are coming forward. And I think when you read the reviews about property management companies in this county, they contradict what some of these property managers are putting forward. And I'll leave it at that. And I've lived in several counties within Northern California, and this is by far the worst. And I'll sum it up as doing business devoid of integrity. The other concern that I have is people saying, just look at the laws. If you just know the laws, you'll be fine. That's not necessarily true, because you need representation, right? And that's not plentiful in this county. The other concern is business entities purchasing rental properties. And I'm concerned that we'll be out of balance that way. And farm workers, once again, will be held hostage because they need a place to live, and then their wages will be further reduced. We do have issues in this county because it's predominantly hospitality wages. Not a lot you can do there, I understand, but
Thank you.
it is a consideration.
Thank you. Any further comments on Zoom? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close public comments and bring it back to the council for final comments and direction. Councilmember Rocha?
I just want to thank everyone who took the time to be here today, who is still here in the meeting, sharing your experiences, your lived experiences. It really is important to the process, and I really appreciate you taking the time to engage. I want to thank our city staff for the robust process that they have led throughout almost a year now since this request was brought forward. We've had several community meetings. It's met the Housing and Land Use Committee, Technical Advisory Committee, surveys have gone out. So we've done everything we could possibly do to get as much input as possible from as many different stakeholders as possible to inform a policy that was really hearing everybody out. I'm supportive of moving forward with the rent stabilization ordinance, the tenant protection ordinance, and the anti-harassment ordinance. The reality is, in order to deal with our affordability crisis, we have to develop a multi-pronged approach to addressing it that, yes, focuses on housing development, affordable housing preservation, but also in keeping people housed and stabilizing rents. And I think that this is a critical component of developing a multi-pronged housing strategy for the city of Salinas. We are already approving thousands of homes for the future growth area, which is going to help with addressing the massive lack of housing production for the past 20 years, which is critical for the city. That also means we have to be keenly aware of displacement that can come from that, with what will likely be a lot of people with higher incomes from the Bay Area moving into Salinas. We hope that there will also be a lot of people from Salinas being able to move into those homes as well, but that's just a matter of the market, and it's something that's really out of our control. But I do have a concern with higher incomes coming in and future housing being built, the impact it could have on existing rental properties that would fall within the protections that we're allowed to place, essentially before 1995. So I think this is a good opportunity to address that issue that will arise from displacement, while also moving forward with building much needed housing in the city. This gives me comfort that we're addressing both of those issues. Growing responsibly is the way I see it for our city. Building much needed housing and protecting tenants and stabilizing rents in the city ensures a fair housing market, in my opinion. In looking at the ordinance, I would make a few suggestions to add, proceeding with adding relocation payment to tenants who are evicted because of an Ellis Act withdrawal, adding the requirement for rent stabilization notices to be communicated in English and Spanish, capital improvement pass-throughs to be filed after the work has been completed, and removing the requirement for right to return to be contingent based on tenant screening, since that tenant was, under the instances where it was a no-fault eviction, since that tenant really was evicted from no fault of their own. So I don't think they should be required to go through the screening process for right of return. Areas of compromise, I do think that we should look at the historic buildings potential exemption, since there are only a limited amount of those properties within the city, and I think that that's a valid concern that was raised in terms of the cost of maintaining units that are designated as historic properties, but my request would be that it would be properties that are actually identified within an official registry for the city of Salinas. I think that, in my opinion, the 2.5 to 2.75% or 65 to 75% of CPI, whichever is lower, is fair and balanced approach to this. I'd be open to hearing from my colleagues, but I would support moving forward with that recommendation. The reality is we are a growing agriculture community with a close proximity to the Bay Area, which means we have to be very proactive about addressing these issues of affordability, tenant protections, the reality of displacement, while also building the much needed housing that we need to build for our community. It's critical for us to prioritize the needs of our community as we're growing as a city, and this is a critical component of that. So the comments I've made, I'd like to formalize that in the form of a motion.
Second.
I think at this point, we're just taking direction. Is that correct? Just want a clarification from the attorney.
Yeah, I mean, it can be done either way. If it's in the form of a motion, provided there's some consensus around that motion, but I will need some clarification on one component of that, council member, and that's with respect to the percentage range. Ideally, it would be good if this council landed on a number so that we can incorporate it into a final draft rather than just the ranges.
I would support 2.75. Ideally, I would personally like lower, But what's critical for me is that we develop an ordinance that can withstand the test of time. And I think you do that by developing compromise and buy-in from various stakeholders. And I do think that it being lower would result in it being more politicized and the potential for it to be communicated in a manner that is not really what the ordinance is doing. So I think 2.75% is a good compromise and still advances the intent of rent stabilization and protects our tenants, while making sure that this ordinance can stand the test of time and be something that is going to be here for the foreseeable future.
And Councilmember, would that also mean that you would want us to incorporate the 75% of the CPI as?
Whichever is lower, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
I just wanted to start by thanking our city staff, in particular our community development team, for all of their outreach efforts. I know that this is a huge undertaking, so very much want them to know that their work and their due diligence on this is very much appreciated. I'd also like to thank all the residents and community members for the input and for their feedback. I personally took phone calls, read over many, many emails, and met with my constituents in person. And I do have to say that whatever your positionality on this, the amount of input and the amount of feedback that we got allowed for a more robust discourse and allowed for ultimately more informed decision-making from our city staff and from our city leadership here on the council. I did want to mention, I'm not sure where people got the notion that this was being presented as a one-size-fits-all or the only solution to housing and accessibility in Salinas. So I did want to be clear, rent stabilization isn't the only initiative or effort that the city's going to be taking on when addressing housing problems. You know, it is one of many, many multi-tiered and multifaceted approaches that we're going to be addressing when it comes to fighting against housing inaccessibility, and its unintended consequences such as displacement, overcrowding, and homelessness. Should this pass, it will work in congruence with other efforts such as working to increase our housing supply, reusing existing non-residential buildings for housing, adopting plans for new development such as the future growth area, supporting ADU applications and production, and so forth. And I will acknowledge, when we talk about increasing the housing supply in Salinas, you have to take into account our geography and the layout of the land. Salinas is, for all intents and purposes, landlocked. It's hard to make room for housing when you're surrounded by ag fields. So we do need to get creative in looking into how we expand and how we create future developments, and that takes time. And I do believe that in the time that it takes to do so, you do need to institute protective measures such as renting stabilization. I do believe that this will be of overall benefit to the residents of Salinas. I believe that our staff is more than capable of drafting a finalized policy that is pragmatic, that is equitable, that is data-driven, and that does benefit tenants while not overburdening property owners. You know, the experience of a property owner and a landlord is of no secret to me. My parents were landlords for many, many years. So I do know that experience. I did see it through their eyes. I have visited and have seen rent-controlled apartments. But I just think that the time for action is now. This is something that our constituents have been calling on for years and years. I am in support of the January 2025 implementation date, as I believe that sufficient time is needed to secure adequate staffing, allocate a budget and resources, and begin educational outreach initiatives. I am also in support of a semi-annual or annual progress report to the council to ensure efficacy of the ordinance. And you know, for me, the bottom line is this. This policy and these ordinances have the potential to change, and even the potential, I believe, to save lives, to keep people off the streets and out of their cars and out of garages and out of having to share a room with 9 other people. You know, so many of our constituents have been priced out of their homes, out of their communities, and it's just not right. I believe fundamentally that people deserve to be able to live in the community that they work in and in the community that they call home. So I cannot, in good conscience, ignore the pleas of my constituents who have shared such personal stories and struggles with us. And as such, I have seconded the motion to support the finalized draft of the rent stabilization ordinance, the tenant protection and just cause eviction ordinance, and a tenant anti-harassment ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no doubt there's a lot of information today. It was good information on both sides. I do want to thank all of you for staying so late. I mean, even the city clerk staff working double time today, so. You know, as your public servant, I've always looked for that compromise. District 2, 70% of the people that live there, which is in East Salinas, are renters. And what happens, because we try to survive as best as we can, in District 2, we have also renters that are landlords. They rent space, not a room, but a couch will go for $250, $300. Corner over there will maybe go $300. And sometimes you go and try to help families, and you really don't know who the owner of the house is because nobody wants to say nothing because there's fear. It's a serious thing. There's a lot of people that are suffering. And I appreciated your point about not every landlord is bad. I think we have some good landlords in front of us here today. And I'm leaving with the feeling that we're all looking for that middle ground. We want to make sure that we take care of our tenants. But just think of the stories that we heard today. And some of us may say, well, you know what? That's only one person. But imagine the heartache that family goes through. That's serious. Where I'm concerned, and I'll look to the city attorney, we have so many ordinances we can't even enforce. Every time I hear that word ordinance, oh, here we go again. We're going to put something else on the book. How are we going to enforce it? Enforce it for the safety of our families, and we can't do it. I'm looking at individuals like Matt Huerta, where we're looking for solutions for professionals. You know, me over here, I can hear a lot of things, but if I don't understand something, I need to find answers because I can vote on something, and then 2 years later, we're going to find out, oops, we made a mistake. I don't want to do that. I want to be able to say, you know what, when we voted, we honestly understood the long-term impact it's going to have. But families are, you know, in the Alisal School District, right now, I went to one of their meetings maybe about a month ago. They've identified those that are registered. There's 98 of our families, hardworking families, that get up every morning, get out of their car. We have some good educators that allow their children to take showers at the school. That's their life. They're not looking for charity. They're looking for a place to live, but they live in their car. It's rare that you'll see a charity case here in Salinas. We have some of the most hardest working people. We need to assist them. And I think I'm looking to people like Amy, like Mr. Herod, people that understand it's great to throw numbers out there, but you know what? We're actually dealing with humans on a daily basis. And even the landlord, we heard a woman today that she's barely making it sometimes as well. But sometimes as a tenant, I might think because you have a couple of pieces of property, you're making bank. That's not always necessarily the truth. So today, I'm not quick. I'm going to look to the city manager, the city attorney for some guidance as well. Some of you professionals, let's come up with a good plan. Hopefully, we can get real close where maybe there's a little win-win for everybody. But I do have an obligation today with respect to everybody. I have families that I work for that are hurting on a daily basis. But you know, some of these people go to parks so they can get their little barbecue and that's where they have dinner. And that's the reality, that's the truth. And they're going to work in the morning, and the children are going to get up for school. That's hard. So let's look for solutions. We have some time here. Today, I believe, was good discussion. I want to see Matt, Amy, Mr. Harrod, we want to come together and figure out something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Osornio.
Yeah, for me too, I also have just a really a concern with the enforcement. But that's also why, for me, I think making sure that we support the city manager and the city attorney's office with making sure that they have the budget and the resources to be able to make sure that we enforce these things. I think there's no doubt that there's something that we need to do. As somebody that also represents folks that are on East Alisal, East Market, Sanborn, you see a lot of the different conditions of some of the apartments, and you hear their stories, and it's just I can't see myself not being able to support something like this, to be able to give some relief. And if it doesn't work in a year, well, then we'll have that discussion at that time. If it doesn't work in 2 years, well, then we'll have that discussion at that time. But I don't, there's no way that I can't support something tonight to be able to move this forward. The things that I have outlined that I wanted to talk about was, again, supporting the legal department. Enforcement is something that I think that we have to really come up with a comprehensive plan on how we're going to do that. I also did say in my questioning about being able to have some type of audit or report on an annual basis. And I think that ultimately, when we talk about housing production, we're not going to see any houses at the end of the year. So this thing about, well, fix the housing production. Well, we can't build houses in the next year, maybe not even the next 2 years, maybe not even the next 3 years. So we have to do something now. In 3 years, if we have thousands of houses on the market, well, then we'll have that conversation. But that's where I'm at with the housing production. And then we're talking about, I think it's the conversation now and hearing the landlords talk about how, well, now you should go to the ag companies, and the ag companies are the ones that have the ag workers, that the ag workers can't afford housing. Well, it's the ag lands that don't let us build. And then it's the ag companies that aren't paying wages that will support for these folks to have somewhere to live. So maybe the conversation needs to change, and maybe the landlords need to have that conversation with some of the ag companies. But that's not what I'm here to talk about today. And so for me, I just wanted to make sure that the city manager and city attorney know that they have my full support to be able to make sure that they have the resources to make sure that this ordinance is successful. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Osornio. You know, one of the comments that not struck me most, because a lot of the comments were very impactful, was a comment by Mr. Davi. He said that there's been decades, I think he said 20 years of poor planning. I agree. Some of the issues we're facing in the city is decades in the making. Whether it has to do with our police force, whether it's our permit department, our streets and sidewalks, we've got years of neglect. And so this council is trying its best to address some of those issues. I've met with developers. I think I've met with everyone who ever requested a meeting about this. I think except for Jesus, who's sitting in the back. I forgot to get back to him about a meeting. But we're always open to dialogue. And I think this is a historic night, not just for what the council or what direction the council decides to go on, but the way that the community, the staff, and this council was able to have an open dialogue. I can tell you that we are committed to working with developers. I've met with several developers and their efforts to build more housing, whether that means smaller units or recently, you know, we approved, I think, probably a historic amount of additional staff to staff our permitting department, because a year ago, the council had a discussion about what are we going to do when we want to build all these thousands of homes in the new area? And how are we still going to support our residents who want to build ADUs and fix their roofs? So we are making giant leaps to address some of these concerns. Also recognize that for years and years and years, businesses haven't felt appreciated. Maybe developers haven't, maybe landlords haven't. I recognize that because I've seen it for many years. I don't think, I remember speaking to landlord, his name was Chuck. He says, I don't really have an issue with paying fees if I get quality service. And I don't think we've exceeded expectations or even met expectations for many years. So you should know that we are committed to addressing issues with our permit department. I also don't doubt that likely the landlords that have come tonight are probably some of the best that we have in Salinas, because you want to be involved and you're willing to have open discussions. But the reality is there are, I don't want to say a lot of bad landlords, but I'll say there is landlords that control a lot of properties very badly. I think that's proven through fire code violations, and there is a real fear of retaliation for bringing up any issue. I visited a home where you could see through the walls, and they're like, can you help us? Well, on second hand, don't help us, because we're in fear of losing our home. And so I feel, trapped into saying, I can't help you because you're right, you could lose your home. And it's easy to say that there are protections, that there are laws in place. But accessibility, like I'm not sure which one of my council members said, to representation and through the legal process, which I know all of you, including landlords, is a very inefficient and very costly process. I recognize the damage that some tenants make to properties, and I know that we are stronger together if there was respect for our tenants and there was respect for landlords. And I think that we'll be getting there with more education, and I have hope in the community, but the council needs to do something. I do have concerns for landlords. I understand that this 2.75, I'd like to make it 2% or nothing, but the reality is obviously we can't do that. I have concerns for return on investment. I understand that there's going to be a bunch of different situations for people, so I'm not sure how to balance that, right? But I'm glad that Councilmember Osorio said, let's revisit it after a year to see what the metrics are showing if this is successful. So I'm going to support my colleague's decision and to reevaluate that in a year. I also recognize that there's a lot of landlords that have worked very, very hard to be able to purchase 1, 2 homes, and now they are retired, like she shared. And so I want to try to take a measured approach and make sure that we are actually getting those reports and following our metrics to see what the success is, and really formulate a really strong educational program, not just for tenants, but for landlords on how to process those appeals and really work on outreach. There's been huge progress from the city council and from our staff on how we do outreach. This process was historic in the amount of outreach. Our city attorney, our community development director, Ms. Wardwell, I mean, lots of different folks participated in the outreach. Historic, we received countless emails, and I don't want to be repetitive of some of my colleagues, but I just say we need to do something, and we need to do something now. And I'm committed to working with developers, with tenants. I'm committed to responding best as I can and meeting with you to make sure we are honoring our word. We need to make big progress on our enforcement of a lot of our laws. But just know that this council is doing its best to address a lot of these issues. With that, I guess, do we call for the vote? All right, City Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sandoval?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation, and we are going to move on to council member comments. What was it? 30 seconds? Oh, yes, it's 11:30. Council member comments, we're going to start with Council member Rocha.
In the interest of time, I have nothing to report.
I
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrera.
Yes, I want to thank staff and the city manager. We had a really good meeting at Montevilla Community at the school. I want to thank Ana Ambriz. She was our facilitator that evening. I think she did a tremendous job. It was a pretty good meeting. It really was. Lots of good information. We had a whole, I think every staff member was there. The police department, fire department, public works. So everybody, Ms. Britton was there. And you know, Mr. Mayor, before we close, I'd like to have a moment of silence for Mr. Crescencio.
Yes, I'll defer to you when we get to that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Osorio?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the Speaker of the House came out here to speak a little bit about how they're combating a lot of this retail theft. They had a really great press conference over at the Steinbeck Center, right in our downtown. And just, you know, it was just great to hear our Chief Tina Nieto talk about how this is going to be able to help out and make some things a lot easier for the department. So, and protect our merchants as well. So just wanted to say thank you. And then also, as we were talking about fireworks and things like that, I just wanted to say again, thank you for the presentation, but also thinking about all of those fireworks that were going off, and it slipped my mind, but just wanted to give Kristen and her department, the Parks and Recs department and the maintenance department, there were folks at the park that were lighting off illegal fireworks, and it was bad. There was fireworks all over the place in the morning, but by the time, you know, it was reported and I got home, the whole entire park was just cleaned up. So just really wanted to give a shout out to those guys and gals that got that done. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Osorio. I want to thank all the different various groups, BHC, CCA, public advocates who were here, and especially the community for their participation. I also want to mention that this upcoming Thursday, I have a traffic calming meeting regarding road checks. And the following week, on Tuesday, August 27th, from 6 to 7:30, I'll be joined by our Parks and Recs department and our city manager at a Laurel Park community meeting to discuss the vision for Laurel Park, a park in District 5, which I think has been neglected for a lot of years, but looking forward to that conversation. And at this moment, I'd like to defer to Councilmember Barrera so he can share a few words, and then we'll have a moment of silence.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Crescencio Diaz passed away August 11th. He was the president of the Teamsters Local 890. Now the Teamsters are statewide. I think the headquarters is going to be in Oakland. Crescencio was a great public servant. One of the things that I appreciated about him, he represented his workers with dignity, and he was always trying to do the best for them. But he's gone, so I'd like to have a moment of silence for him, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let's observe a moment of silence. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.